These events showcase the strong community spirit that defines West Richland. The Red Mountain Event Center has quickly become a focal point for entertainment, hosting everything from motorsports, including NASCAR, to car shows, monster trucks, and holiday light parades, to kids dig rigs and hot air balloons. Its versatility has made it a true gathering place for residents and visitors alike. With Richland, Pasco, and Kennewick each offering their own event centers, West Richland's facility completes the regional network of venues that support community celebrations and attract tourism throughout the Tri-Cities. Our expanding trail system now offers miles of connected pathways for walking, biking, and recreation. Together, these projects and events reflect our ongoing commitment to maintaining an active, family-friendly community and a high quality of life.
Well, how about that Tri-Quad Cities? Everybody did a great job, right? Got to get the chamber to start working on that rebranding of the Quad Cities, right? But you know, it's been a great run, and I couldn't have done it without the staff. And I'd like to have my staff stand up over here, please. Come on, get up, get up. So we've got Stephanie. We have Selena, Aaron, Eric, Bad Brad, Roscoe, and of course Chief Fry and Commander Coates and Kelly. It's you guys that make the city of West Richland. You make me look good. I'm just the eye candy, right? That's what we do. We got to thank our council, obviously. Councilman Fetto, you've done a great job with the Veterans Day Parade and taking the West Richland Chamber to a next level. Thank you so much. And my wife, thanks, Denise. I'm supposed to. But you know, it's a lot of work. Many, I'm okay. Many nights she ate by herself, or put it in the oven for me, and then with ECA, it took a lot of time too. You know, traveling through the United States and Europe, representing our community. We are a nuclear community, and ECA, Energy Communities Alliance, is a very important part of what we do here in our community. So very passionate with that, and I really love it. Thank you, honey. It's hard to get. It's really hard to get her out here to do anything, you know, and I guess I'm just kind of a little baby, but you know, that's good. The only time I don't cry is when I call these guys into my principal's office, right? It's all good. So I've got one thing I'd like to say. Thank you so much for the 11 years on the stage and everything that the chamber does for us. And, you know, Baker Boyer Bank, thank you. You always put on a great show. We appreciate your support. Look forward to many more years of that. I'll be sitting out there in the back corner, though. But I guess there's only one thing for us left to do.
Are you doing this?
Let's doing this.
Great job.
If we had more time, I'd have gone through the whole list.
We've had years where you've gone through your list, so you're good. I'm kidding. Mayor Gary, you've been really, really wonderful to work with. I'm really honored to have worked with you all these years, so thank you so much. We appreciate all the mayors for the great presentations that you gave. You know, as I sat here today and looked at all these videos, I just really thought, gosh, we just live in such a beautiful place. The photography is great, but you know, you can't film a place that doesn't look as beautiful as the Tri-Cities, and I see the pride in all the city staff, and I just sat there thinking, I'm so fortunate to live here in the Tri-Cities. So thanks to everybody who helped put on this great show today. I also want to thank Baker Boyer Bank for sponsoring our luncheon, as well as all the mayors and the city staff to put this presentation together, our staff here at the Red Lion, and of course all of you for attending our luncheon.
When you pour grease down the drain, it's kind of like dumping a bag of concrete into your sink. Cooking oils, coffee grounds, eggshells, along with a whole list of everyday items all work together to damage your home's plumbing, clog the sewers, and destroy the environment. Don't be a clog in the system. Pour used grease and oil into a container and scrape plates and pans into the trash. More information and helpful tips are available on the City of Richland's webpage.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Randy Ost, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Fire Chief for Richland Fire and Emergency Services. It's truly a privilege to lead this organization and to serve this community alongside the members who we're going to be recognizing today. Today we gather to celebrate meaningful milestones, retirements, new hires, promotions, and organizational and educational achievements. These aren't just career markers. They represent sacrifice, growth, resilience, and commitment to something bigger than ourselves. At Richland Fire and Emergency Services, we're united by a clear purpose: to protect and enhance the quality of life. We pursue that purpose one decision, one shift, and one act of service at a time. We believe in getting better every day. We hire carefully. We promote intentionally. We challenge ourselves to think differently and learn from our mistakes, and lead with humility. Above all, we strive to be servant leaders, people who positively impact this community, both on and off duty. Today, we celebrate those who paved the way for us and those who are stepping forward to carry that responsibility into the future. This year, we recognize 4 retirements representing more than 130 years of combined service. That's 130 years of midnight calls, missed holidays, difficult decisions, kitchen table stories, mentorship, and moments most people won't ever experience or see. That kind of service leaves a mark. It shapes our culture, it builds trust, it builds a legacy. To our retirees, both who we celebrate today and those who have come before them, thank you. Because of your dedication, this organization stands on solid ground. And as we honor that legacy today, we also recognize the responsibility to move forward. As Marshall Goldsmith reminds us, what got us here won't get us to where we want to go. We must continue to evolve and grow, both personally and organizationally, striving to create positive outcomes in our community. In 2025 and early 2026, we promoted 9 members into new positions. Each invested significant time and energy preparing, studying, training, and sacrificing time with family, just for the opportunity to serve at a higher level. Promotion at Richland Fire and Emergency Services is not just about rank, it's about stewardship, it's about trust. 2025 also brought 2 new non-uniform members onto our team. These individuals became instant assets and have helped our organization provide the services our community desires. To the families here today, and it's so great to see so many of you, thank you so much. Your support is part of every badge pinned and every milestone that we're going to celebrate today. Today is really about continuity. It's honoring the past, supporting the present, and committing to the future. The strength of this organization never has, and hopefully never will be, found in a building or a logo. It's found in its people. And today, that's what we're here to celebrate. So let's get settled in, get some coffee. We got donuts in the back, and let's celebrate with some amazing people. So we're going to start off the ceremony this morning with our educational and work milestones. So these are all listed in your program as well. And I'm going to ask if you're here to stand up as you're recognized, and we'll hold the applause till each group is all standing, and then we'll give them a round of applause. In 2025, we had 3 individuals complete paramedic school. It was Walter Greer, Colton Roney, and Jake Croshaw. Are any of them here today? All right, we're off to a great start. We can go ahead and give them a round of applause regardless. In 2025, we also had 2 individuals complete advanced degrees. Travis Leonard finished his bachelor's degree in the Bachelor of Science, Healthcare Administration, and Cody Keaton got his associate's degree in fire science. Is Cody here? I didn't see him either. So congratulations. We also had a host of individuals who were appointed to our special teams, which is our hazmat team and or our tech rescue team. We'd like to honor those individuals as well. We had Battalion Chief Joe DeRossi, who was appointed to the hazardous materials team as the team liaison. Dalton Rentz was appointed to the technical rescue team. Trevor Hinkle was appointed to the tech rescue team, as well as Jason Garrison. Thank you guys for your continued support. We also wanted to recognize the staff at the academy, the fire academy, that takes place every year. Actually, a handful of our folks are over in Pasco right now putting on the academy. We have 10 recruits over there, but we had a staff of 3 that spent 16 weeks over there last year, and we'd like to acknowledge their hard work and efforts as well. We had, at the time, Battalion Chief Kevin Landon. Go ahead and stand up. Captain at the time, Josh Smith. And acting as our Academy Company officer was Darren Larpenteur. Let's see Darren. And then we had 3 graduates of the Academy who graduated in June of last year, and they have just recently passed their 1 year of probation. And that's Jacob Doyle, Josh Stoles, and Cale Stickle. As I mentioned before, 2025, we also brought onto staff 2 non-uniformed individuals, and I'd like to acknowledge them and their hard work. We brought on Abel, Abel, I'm gonna mess up your last name, Coronoa, what he said, as our community risk reduction specialist. He's made a significant impact in our community in the short time that he's been here, so thank you for all that you've done. As well as Michelle Zaragoza as our administrative one. And again, she's hit the ground running and just brought a ton of value to our organization. So thank you both. And then we also appointed 1 new day staff position. We had Ryan Berkheimer come over as the new deputy fire marshal. So thank you, Ryan. All right, so now on to the badging ceremony. So the badge at Richland Fire and Emergency Services represents far more than rank or position. It represents trust, responsibility, and a commitment to serve others before self. For those receiving a badge today, this moment reflects the confidence this organization has placed in you and the responsibility you accept moving forward. As we move into the badging portion of the ceremony, I ask everyone to take a moment to recognize not just the achievement, but the journey that led here and the expectations that come with it. We'll start the badging with the deputy chief position. In October of 2025, we promoted Kevin Landon to the position of deputy chief. Kevin exemplifies the character of this organization. His commitment to Richland Fire and Emergency Services is second to none. He is one of the smartest, yet most humble leaders that I know. He carries a sincere passion to serve both the members of this department and the community we're entrusted to protect. Few people have invested more into the development of our organizational culture than Kevin. And just as importantly, no one is more protective of it. He understands that culture is not accidental. It's built intentionally, protected diligently, and modeled consistently. Kevin puts the community first in every decision he makes. He remains grounded in the simple but powerful principle of serving others. His investment doesn't just stop at the station doors. On his days off, Kevin can be found building stage sets for the local drama clubs, quietly giving back, strengthening relationships, and living out the same servant-hearted leadership he demonstrates here. This promotion represents one of the most significant transitions in a career. Moving into the role of deputy chief is not just a change in title, It's a shift in responsibility, perspective, and sacrifice. It means stepping into an executive leadership role, becoming an exempt employee, and carrying the weight of organizational decisions that impact every member of this department and the community we serve. Kevin has embraced that responsibility with humility and courage. On a personal note, I am beyond thankful for Kevin's support of me as a leader. His counsel, loyalty, and steady presence has made me better, and our organization is stronger because of his unwavering dedication. Kevin, it's an honor to serve alongside of you. Congratulations on your promotion to Deputy Chief, and if you would like to come up, his wife will be pinning. Sarah, you ready? So we're going to take photos here during the ceremony, and then afterwards we have the, what's it called? Step and repeat. The step and repeat, the backdrop back here, for additional pictures. So next up we have two battalion chief promotions, and DC Landon, we're just going to have the honor of calling them up.
Well, thank you, Randy. Those are some very, very kind words. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. One of my New Year's resolutions was to smile more and talk less. It is a, some get that as a theater reference, but it's true. Indulge me just a little bit today. I'm going to try to keep it shorter. Rolling into the position of battalion chief is a giant step. It takes a mindset shift, and it requires dedication to leave the things you were doing that you felt great at and stepping into a new role and watching someone else be successful in those things. And it takes an appreciation of that sacrifice you did, and then an appreciation of someone who's following you doing those steps and roles that I think really brings you joy. So first up we have Andy Sabin. And Andy Sabin joined our RFES in 2021. I remember, I don't know, your third or fourth week, where are you at, Sandy? Sabin, where are you at? That's right. I remember I was I think a lieutenant at the time, and we had you over for dinner. And you got to meet my family, and it was fantastic. And it was a great window into Andy at the time, because his energy and enthusiasm, he was so passionate to serve. I was so grateful to see that at the first few weeks you were here. I don't remember how early it was, but it was pretty early. Do you remember how early it was? Yeah, it was early. So now you're like, now you see the full crazy. You're like, dinner's good. Dinner was good. He was promoted to Battalion Chief of Community Integration and Risk Reduction on January 1st of 2026. He has been here 15 years, which is pretty incredible. Before his promotion, Andy was serving as the EMS Program Officer, and he did that for many years. I think we got to their 3-year mark, and we added another because it was just that good. Yeah. I really appreciate Andy's, again, humble and servant. Andy is one of the people that I look to when I'm talking too much. He gives me some signals and codes, and so he's really supportive and encouraging to the team, and I'm very excited to see what he does. Andy's being badged today by his wife, Kenzie Sabin. If you guys want to come up. Next up, we have Josh Smith. Josh Smith was promoted to Battalion Chief of Training and Development on October 20th of 2025. Josh started with Richland Fire and Emergency Services in January of 2015, and I was new to the training officer role, so I really didn't know what I was doing. And it was wonderful to have Josh come on as a group of 5, and being a training officer at his previous organization was very helpful. And I knew there was something special, and it's been proven over time. Before his promotion, and now he gets to be the Battalion Chief of Training and Development. And one of the things I started to tell people when we're talking about promotions is I want the person to follow me to be better at my job than I was. And I'm so grateful because that is the case. Josh came in and has been just crushing it. So your dedication to our organization, our culture, and our people, you've taught me so much, and I'm grateful for what you've taught me and then what you're going to teach me in the future too. So, a valuable team member. Josh is being badged by his wife, Jessica.
So next up, Battalion Chief Josh Smith is going to honor a promotion that has taken place on days in his division.
Okay, so you can kind of see a trend here with Kevin being promoted to Deputy Chief. I filled his role in Battalion Chief in Training and Development, and now I get the privilege to welcome Colt O'Brien, who is newly promoted into Captain. And Colt was actually hired, Brian, who was newly promoted into Captain. And Colt was actually hired just a few months after I was. He was hired August of 2015. And I had the privilege of being his mentor in the first year. And from day one, Colt has, he's going to step up and lead that process, and he's going to serve well doing that. He was courageous in the fact that he was going for captain, but then took the leap and actually went straight to the training division, which can be summed up in one word, and that's chaos. So he is navigating the chaos well, and he's really adding a ton of value just in the first few months that he's been in this promotion, in this position. And it comes out of that humble servant that he is. He's Luca, and his wife Sarah and daughter Anara will join him.
Next, I'd like to invite up Battalion Chief Joe DeRossi to recognize the promotions on A shift.
Hey, good morning. This morning I have the pleasure of announcing the promotion for Travis Leonard to the rank of lieutenant. And if anybody knows how our lieutenant position works here, I know Tom was pointing this out before, it's a pretty unique position. It can be a very fun position. You can literally find yourself in one shift, 24 hours, riding the seat, driving an engine, and sitting tailboard. So you're kind of a jack of all trades. I know for myself it was kind of tricky to switch my brain back and forth from sitting in the seat to driving to tailboarding from shift to shift even. But it brings a lot of excitement to that job. Travis has been with us since 2011. He's come up through, become a paramedic, and I know as a lieutenant we're also bouncing around station to station, and he's very well versed at never really being settled down, so he's transitioning well into that position. He did have 2 short temporary stints with us. Did a great job, and we have more stints with us. Did a great job, and we have him over full time as a lieutenant. It's great. I've known Travis for a long time. We actually graduated together from high school in Benton City, so we do the best we can to become a whole person usually. But we're doing great. We bounce a lot of stuff off each other, and he is going to be pinned today by his wife Lacey.
Next, I'd like to invite up Battalion Chief Mike Van Beek to recognize the promotions on B shift.
Thank you, Randy. So I'll be honest, I didn't really know that I had to do a speed position. I was on days pretty much when he got hired. But over the last year or so, I have had the chance to work with Brett on B shift. And it has been a real pleasure to work with him. And you can tell when somebody has it. And Brett definitely has the it factor. And I have no doubt that his promotion at lieutenant will be short-lived, and he will move on to bigger and better, I have no doubt. Really proud of you, Brett, and what you've accomplished. So, Brett, why don't you come on up? Lieutenant Brett Ullman joined our Richland Fire and Emergency Services in January of 2018. He was promoted to lieutenant August 4th of 2026, and he is being badged today by his wife, Courtney, and his son, Porter.
Next up, I'd like to invite Battalion Chief Brenda Rogers up to recognize the promotions on C Shift.
Like Mike said, not prepared to give a speech, and I was blessed with 3 promotions on C Shift. So we've got some incredible people. It's really great to see them grow throughout their career. Luke came to us several years ago from Walla Walla. I didn't get to work a whole lot with him. We were blessed. He was on B Shift, and we got to steal him over to C Shift upon his promotion. So he joined us back in August of 14, promoted on January 5th. He's been an incredible mentor to these younger people. He's a paramedic and has been able to mentor asset to this younger generation. I'm sure if anybody that's attended any of these know how young our organization is, a true asset. Like to welcome up, he's being badged today by his father, Pat Money. Next is Lieutenant Chad Mellon, caring people. He's been a true pleasure to have on C Shift. Took really good care of me when stationed at Station 7-4, and he does the same for everybody in the organization. So really proud of you, Chad, and can't wait to see what else you can do for us. He's being badged today by his wife, Chloe. Next up is going to be Lieutenant Jen Dawson. She joined us back in 2015 and was promoted November 3rd of 25. She came over from A Shift. Again, we got to capture some great people over on C Shift after losing them to day staff. It's been a pleasure. I haven't got to spend a whole lot of time with Jen since she came to C Shift because she ran off and is mentoring our people over at the academy. So she has been an incredible asset to our organization. And that foundation, when they're over at the academy, is huge. So she's an incredible person. Well loved on the organization. She's our second female to be promoted on our team. So congratulations, team. So congratulations and everything that you've done for us. And she is going to be badged today by our own City of Richland Purchasing Manager, Brian Krishman.
So as we continue our ceremony, we now turn our attention to the individuals whose careers helped shape the foundation of this department. To our newest retirees, you devoted your careers to selfless service and steadfast commitment to this community. You've set the examples you've set in the organization. This is a legacy worth celebrating. So we'll be recognizing each individual retiree, and then we're going to open up the floor for an opportunity if anybody would like to say a few words after each one. So we are going to start with Lieutenant Dave Roney. Dave unfortunately wasn't able to make it to the event today, but we'll go ahead and celebrate without him. So Dave began his career with the City of Richland in August of 1994 as a firefighter EMT. He was promoted to lieutenant in 2001 and earned his paramedic certification in 2002. For over 2 decades, he served as a steady and dependable operational division lieutenant, known for his commitment to safety and teamwork. As a second-generation Richland firefighter, Dave proudly followed in his dad's footsteps, continuing a family tradition of service for this community. His professionalism, attention to detail, and dedication leave a lasting mark on this department. So please help me in congratulating Lieutenant Dave Roney on an outstanding career and wishing him all the best in retirement. And I'd like to invite Battalion Chief Mike Van Beek back up to say a few words about our next retiree.
So this one I was prepared for. So And a little bit of a go back. Apparently, Brett, you were not promoted in 2026 of August, but 2025 probably sounds about right. So sorry about that, bud. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Van Beek, and I have the privilege to recognize Ken Beekler for his years of service and well-deserved retirement. Ken started his career as a firefighter in May of 1998. During his career, he achieved the ranks of lieutenant and captain, as well as being a longtime member of the technical rescue team. Ken's final position was captain in the fire marshal's office, and this is where I had the pleasure of working with him. When you think about the kind of person who leaves a lasting mark on an organization, someone who raises the standard, strengthens relationships, and makes everyone around them better, you think of Ken. Today, we not only recognize years of service, but we recognize impact. When I stepped into the role as fire marshal, I was new, and Ken has more experience and is frankly better at the job than you are. But here's what defined Ken. Never once did he hold that over me. He didn't make me fend for myself. He didn't let me sink or struggle in silence. Instead, he brought me along. He taught me. He mentored me. He made sure I understand not just what we were doing, but why we were doing it. That takes selflessness, and that takes character. Ken also gave everything 110%. In the fire marshal's office, we even created a term for it. When something's not just done well, but done above and beyond, we say it got Beeklerized. Got to make sure I say that right, Beeklerized. If Ken was going to do it, he was going to go all in. Now, I'll admit that sometimes when something got Beeklerized, that meant a little extra work for me on the back end. But that's the price you pay when you have someone who cares that much. You take the good with a little extra paperwork, a few more meetings, and the occasional frank conversation. Ken is a true people person. His mindset was always, how can we get to yes? And when yes truly wasn't an option, he still worked to find common ground. He helped break down silos between our department and other city departments. He built bridges with contractors, business owners in the community. He understood that relationships matter just as much as regulations. He was also big on mentorship and succession planning. He was always thinking ahead, setting up his predecessor, his direct reports, and even his boss for success. That kind of forward thinking strengthens an organization long after someone retires. The reality is the culture we have, the relationship we've built, and the knowledge that's been passed on, those are part of Ken's legacy. The kind of influence doesn't always show up on a report or spreadsheet. It shows up in people developed, partnerships strengthened, and an organization made better and more resilient because he was here. So Ken, thank you. Thank you for going all in, and thank you for making those around you better, including me. Thank you for giving this job everything you had. So congratulations, you've more than earned your retirement. Just try not to Beeklerize it too much. So Ken, come on up.
No, because I might be pluralizing.
We do have a mic available too, if anybody else would like to say anything about Ken. Karen's got the mic in the back. Just feel free to raise your hand.
So I didn't really work with Ken that much before I went to the fire marshal's office. I'm Colton. I'm with the fire marshal's office now. And I would say in the 3.5 years that I got to work with Ken, I think not only am I a better fire marshal, firefighter, but also a better dad, a better husband, and a better friend. And I think that's something that speaks volumes to what kind of person Ken is. And I was also in the ringer with things being Beeklerized, and I'm now dealing with things that are Beeklerized that he's not here to explain anymore, but he's always a phone call away, and he's an amazing person. So.
Would you mind coming up here and standing with me as I talk? Would you mind coming up here and standing with me as I talk about you? Oh, it's in here. There's you can talk about Hempstead, but there's more of a show here.
It's coming.
You got to appreciate the full experience. So, I got two. I know. I got two things, 2 pages of stuff here, but I don't think I could follow Van Beek. That was fantastic. And culture and time shape us, and arguably Hempstead shaped culture and shaped time. He became a paramedic in 1987. Was an early adopter of this leading-edge critical care medicine for his community, and that is a theme that was persistent throughout his long career. Leading edge, I think we refer to as the bleeding edge. We're going to innovate until we can't innovate anymore, and then we're going to innovate again. He was promoted through the ranks and held the position of battalion chief for an extensive period of time. So one of the things I was explaining to my dad earlier, who's also a role model of mine, you got the opportunity to shape and craft and develop leaders for a long period of time. Your access to the future of the organization was kind of unprecedented in that role. So you served as an operations battalion chief. You were my supervisor in the training division. You were the fire marshal. You kind of did it all. And the beauty of that is you got the genuine experience. There was no alternate. I'm now this, I'm now that. You got Hempstead. And everybody comes to love and appreciate Hempstead. You're on the hazmat team, tech rescue team, critical incident stress. But your community service, your service wasn't lived in Richland. You also served as a city council member for the city of Kennewick for a long time, right? And made a big impact there. But it's Kennewick, so we don't talk about that much. We're on leadership, resuscitation, and most recently, organizational culture. You serve on several state and national boards. I got a whole list. I had to cut it down. You're serving in places that are impacting the industry and shaping the future of how care, service, compassion, and community is served. So, you helped build a team for a flagship initiative in the city of Richland, Heart Safe. You may have heard of it. It's everywhere. I'm pretty sure you have a Heart Safe tattoo somewhere, but I don't need to see it. Its program is widely recognized as a driving force in protecting and enhancing quality of life in the city of Richland and beyond. In that, driving in Arizona on the exact topic. So, leading the industry. So, you've always served as a visionary, a dreamer, a futurist, and your drive for innovation ignited those around you. So, it's difficult to fully capture or articulate the full impact that Hempstead has had and will have on Richland Fire and Emergency Services. Some of these things are Easter eggs waiting to launch out later when we least expect it. Some of my favorite components are when you start hearing your own words come back at you. Those are some of my favorite parts. My kids have phrases they say now that, like, okay, I know where that came from now. Right? We know them. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka, right? Impact made, right? Okay. It's all good, baby. It's all good. Right? I don't know how many terms you had to walk me off the ledge, and you created an environment that, you know what? Here's the context. It's okay. Things are going to get better. So it's time to elevate, right? And that is something that applies in not just work, but it's time to elevate. Here we go. Let's take the next step. Demonstrating your pride, passion, and purpose. Right? And we heard that in a lot of ways, and we saw it demonstrated. Most recently, living out your full potential. And that is one that we even talked about on Friday when we had lunch. And you asked questions that I was not prepared to answer at the time, but that is Hempstead. He comes in and he asks the question, how can we be better? How are you living your full potential? At work, at home, and the various roles you play. So you inspired growth. Helped shape many of the leaders that you see in this room. Right? You can see, look around, you see the impact you have in the people who are here, and you played a big role in that. Me personally, your leadership and mentorship played an essential role in my career. I'll be forever grateful for your personal investment in my success. Hempstead was one of those people that took me aside and said, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. And it was midnight. But you ignited people things that they didn't know they had, and you brought it out and you made them great. So you were my biggest advocate and my cheerleader. You always showed me how to develop and to care for my people. And I need to say thank you for all the work you've done, and his organization says thank you for all your work you've done. You've truly made RFNS a better place, and we're grateful. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, James Hempstead.
You might not know it, but I'm a little shy. And I will try to keep this brief. All the stuff that Kevin kind of shared with you about my story, my journey, was me trying to live my potential. That is probably the newest leadership thing that I've been talking about over the last 3 years, is an organization of individuals living their potential. If you want to honor me, you want to honor the 100 people that have come before you, live your potential. There's 3 arenas that you got to live your potential in. The first one, number 1, live your potential as a spouse. Okay? I can tell you, I could have done better. Reflect on that. Can you do better? Because they all play a synergistic role. The second one is live your potential as a parent. That is amazing. As you live your potential as a parent, become a better leader. And become a better leader. They come together as a whole. The last one I really want to talk about, because it is relevant today, live your potential as a professional. Okay? I go across the country. I've done it with 130 different administrative teams. Guess what the average fire department's potential is based on feedback? 55% say their organization is living at a 55% potential. 55. So out of 100 years of the fire service, the majority of us are only at 60% of our potential. I'm sorry. The second statistic I'm going to leave with you is about living your potential. Spouse, parent, professional. Let's see if we can move that needle from that 60 and 70% up to about 80. You'll be in the top 1% in the country of an organization that's serving their community and serving each other. That's it. It's very easy. But you got to think about it a little bit, or you get caught up in the chaos. Live your potential, honor the ones before you, and honor yourself and your family. Thank you, guys.
We got to have some Hempstead stories. We got a mic. Who's up?
So another name that I know Jim by is Hollywood. I don't know if you got that from him, but as he goes out and presents, he's just one of those guys that connects everybody in the room. And I will say that I probably would not be here, almost assuredly, if it wasn't for him as a leader, investing into me genuinely. Although he was in many different divisional roles, and I was on operations as a captain at 7-2, there would be multiple days that I would come on shift, and he'd be waiting there for me to inspire me, to challenge me, to grow me, right? And as a leader, I think are qualified by your ability to invest into others and not be siloed in and focused on your own development. And so for BC Hempstead, for Hollywood, I will forever be grateful, and I know that the time that he put into investing me as a leader and growing my potential, he did that with everybody he was around. So genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, and I think the entire organization, thank you, Jim.
Yep. I shared this story at the little party that we had for Jim at his retirement too, but my very first shift that I worked as a brand new firefighter, I was on the engine. I thought to myself, it's an EMS call, I don't need my bunks. So I climbed in the engine, we pulled out on the ramp, and thankfully, Lieutenant Hempstead saw that I had left my bunks on the bay floor, and he's like, stop! Stop the engine. He looked back, he's like, hey kid, you're gonna want to bring that with you. In that era, Jim very easily could have written me up. It wouldn't have been out of ordinary, but instead he got us back to the station after the call, had a chat with me, and coached me through calming down a little bit and bringing my bunks on every call that we go out on the engine. So it's just another like really simple example of the investment that Jim made in helping people grow, not just like forcing a correction in the moment. So, Jim, thank you. There's so many more stories and so many memories and things that we've done together. I could go on forever, but I'll just say thank you. It's been a great time and a privilege working with you. There we go. Now it works. So I know Jim by another name of Giggles and Boom Shakalaka. We're missing a lot of Boom Shakalakas around here, Jim. I'll be honest, I have kind of a love-hate relationship with Jim. When I was the union vice president, it was much more of a hate relationship. We could always have differences, and we could always put those aside, and really just get down to what this job is really about, and that's serving the community. And a common theme that you've heard about Jim is investment, and he certainly did that for me. I can remember as a captain, Jim coming out to Station 3 and being like, "Bimbeek, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? You're down in the dumps. You're not living up to your potential." Little did you know, 15 years ago, you were talking about living up to your potential. So I want to say thank you for making me pull my head out during that time frame. And thank you for investing in me, and thank you for seeing my potential. And I guarantee you, like Josh said, I would not be here if it wasn't for you, Jim. So thank you.
So some of this may sound familiar. Tom, your leadership has shaped more than strategy or structure. It shaped people. Your forward-thinking approach strengthened Richland Fire and Emergency Services. It modernized how we operate and influenced our region in a meaningful way. But what stands out most is not simply what you built, it's how you led. You've led with humility, with patience, especially with me, with compassion, and as many of us know, with a very flexible interpretation of punctuality. But your greatest legacy is not found in a program or an initiative. It's found in the confidence you instilled, the encouragement you offered, and the culture that you helped create here at Richland Fire and Emergency Services. Chief, you leave behind a stronger, more unified organization, and people are better here because of your leadership. Thank you for your vision, your heart for service, and your unwavering dedication to this department and to the community of Richland. Thank you.
I was able to make rounds with almost everybody, I think, before, and actually just slightly after I retired. And I shared with you, and I'll maybe share one more time, those that have gone before, the 25, 30, 35 years, in Jim's case, half a century, goes incredibly quickly. And I remember sitting at the kitchen table with like Tim Sharp, who's here with us this morning, and those guys would talk about how I need to be fired up and mad and anxious about everything, and that can translate into our professional life as well. And like Jim, I've been able to see a lot of fire departments around the country, and what you guys have here at Richland Fire is something really, truly special and amazing. What you have here at the City of Richland is really something truly amazing and special as well. So, you know, you're gonna have to work through the challenges. You're gonna have hard days. You're gonna have things that you wish were different or better. But if I can offer you one thing after 30 plus years is please keep your eye on and remain focused about the good things, about the impact that you have day in and day out in the community, about how much you care for and support and invest in each other, about what this organization is truly about, and that is making a difference in the community every single day. And if you keep your eye on that, keep your eye on what you can accomplish together, pulling in the same direction with your eye towards the future, you guys will be unstoppable. Truly, where you are this morning, celebrating all these milestones, will truly be just the beginning, not the end. So thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege to spend the time that I spent in my career with all of you. I've been sitting here this whole time just just so excited about the future of this place and seeing all these promotions and being with a very full and happy heart. So thank you, and great job, you guys.
Thanks, Chief. I'd be remiss if I didn't say a few comments about Chief Huntington and his leadership. I'm proud to be here for this ceremony, and as I look back over the years, it gets me through maybe some of the winter months. We also have the Chainer Survival Ceremony that I've seen several of you at in the past, and what great events to honor the excellent work that this department does and the promotion. Lieutenant Roney, Captain Beekler, and Battalion Chief Hempstead, really do thank and honor your dedication and years of service. So thank you. Personally, thank you. Your contributions, leadership, and commitment have left a lasting mark, and we are grateful for the role each of you have played in strengthening this department. I'm also proud again to have the opportunity to recognize someone who has had a lasting impact on this organization and on me personally, retired Fire Chief Tom Huntington. During the time that Tom served as fire chief, I had the privilege of working closely with him, both in the role as assistant city manager and city manager. What I consistently saw was a leader who understood both the weight of the role and the people behind that, and that's rare. Tom approached leadership with steadiness and perspective. He was thoughtful in decision-making, collaborative in approach, and deeply committed to ensuring this department and organization was positioned for long-term success, not just for today, but for the future. And I think a lot of what you see today in promotion, organizational development is a direct result of Tom's long and dedicated hours. From what I can tell, he's been enjoying some well-earned time away and doing a good job of staying under the radar. And that's great and well-deserved, although I told him that he owes me lunch, and so we need to get together. On a more serious note, his work has strengthened the organization, elevated the department's role within the region, and ensured Richland Huntington is his role outside of the organization, in particular assistance to the greater city of Richland, a significant contributor to a number of regional projects, including the upgrade of the 800 megahertz and microwave network that will continue to strengthen ability to be a strong public safety response system within the region. When I think of Tom, I think of loyalty and passion for both the Department of Fire and Emergency Services and the City of Richland. Tom, thank you for your service to this community, for your leadership, and for your professionalism that you brought to the role each and every day. Your impact is lasting, and it will be felt well beyond your time as chief. Thank you.
So a lot has been said about Tom as Chief Huntington, and I don't think we could say enough about him. I worked under 4 chiefs during my career, and head and shoulders, no comparison, the best chief I ever worked for. But I met firefighter Huntington back in the late 1900s, and he was a monster in the gym, a t-shirt designer who couldn't spell chili, and quite a prankster. So I just wanted to tell the story of one day we were at Station 1 back when there were 6 guys at the big house downtown, and we decided we were going to have breakfast for dinner, which was a pretty regular occurrence. So we were going to make French toast, sausage, bacon, the whole works. So I go to start making dinner on the big flat top and cracked 1 egg into the bowl, and it was fine. Second egg, hard boiled. Third egg, just fine. Fourth egg, just fine. Fifth egg, hard boiled. I thought, did we leave him in the engine? Did we? No, the boys from Station 3, when he was working with, I think, Ruley and Chief Nels Johnson, had come down to Station 1 and hard-boiled half our eggs. So we, I think it was Clemenson and I, went to a local pet store.
Hello. Shakalaka, boom. I will tell you, Tom has been probably the greatest influence on my career because he meets you where you're at and he helps you become better. So let's do a little bit of recap of what happened throughout Tom's career as chief. The culture that you guys are living, that you guys know, and for your families and the people in the community that are here today, what you get to experience is because of Tom's leadership. He created an environment so we could start shifting, changing our trajectory, focusing not on ourselves, but on the community even more. It was Kevin, Tom, and myself that really started shifting that intentionally years ago. Also during this tenure, we had the greatest growth. And as you go, sometimes you kind of become diluted. We never become diluted. We got stronger as we grew. More people, more promotions. Again, that phases back to leadership and a great culture within the organization. We're also the first agency in the country to get a heart-safe designation with the new criteria. We're also the only department in the country that has Mission Lifeline certification, heart-safe certification. Okay, so we're in the fourth when it comes to serve communities. Again, that's because of leadership. That's because of meeting his team where they're at and giving them the opportunity to grow into what they could be. Start living their potential just a little bit. There's several other things that Richland's done that we sometimes ignore or we don't pay attention to. We never reached our full potential, Tom, as much as we tried. That's going to be for your generation now to live your potential, but it takes amazing leadership. Tom is a role model for leadership. Sometimes we got frustrated, train wreck, oh yeah. But I tell you what, he met you where you're at and he helped you become better. Tom, thank you very much. The last 10 years of my career wouldn't have been what it was.
Oh yeah! Well, hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Now we are thrilled to be at not just a new business in Richland, but a new first of its kind business in Richland. Welcome to Shoot 360. Now in late June, they proudly opened this facility to the public with a ceremonial ribbon cutting, and I can't wait to share with you how they have combined training and technology. Woo! Oh, slow it down. Hair's in the way, hair's in the way. Huh. Well, now we are thrilled to pass the mic and the ball to Ryan Burke. Ryan and his wife are the owners of Shoot 360. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey, absolutely. Thanks for coming in. Yes. Welcome to Shoot 360, the world's most advanced basketball training facility.
That's amazing. It is an amazing facility. I'm excited to be here. The second time I've been here. And let's start off the program by, talking about your facility and sharing what you guys feature here.
So we're about a 10,000 square foot basketball training facility. We use technology, we track and record everything you do here. We keep all your stats. You can see your strengths, your weaknesses, from day 1 to day 5,000, how you're improving, how you're getting better. We have 5 skill stations where we practice ball handling, passing. We have different competitions where you're playing against yourself here, other members in the facility, and also other Shoot 360s from across the country. We also have our 5 shooting stations over here. Same thing, you have virtual trainers, you have free shooting where you kind of create your own drills. We have the same competitions over there, shooting competitions, and just lots of other fun games to play.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I'm excited to share a little bit more in depth about each of these stations. So let's start with this skill station. And let's just talk a little bit about what this is.
All right, so this right here is what we call our skill station, where we practice our ball handling, our passing. So if you want to come over here and check out the screen, we have 2 main functions. We have train and then we have compete. So train is ball handling, passing. We have our virtual trainers you can follow on here. I'll give you a little demonstration now. I'll show you a little bit
there. There we go. Now we're talking.
So right here we have our virtual trainers. We kind of have what we call our drill packs, our workout. We have our overview of the entire workout and then the time we left for the workout. So right here, we're just getting a good stance. We're just following the trainers. Following the trainers.
Okay.
Right here, you see the time there. We have about 15 seconds left.
Oh yeah, down the corner.
Yep.
Okay.
And we can skip through. There's a bunch of different options.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of time, so we'll go kind of skip through. Right here, get to a little bit more advanced stuff right here. So we're just practicing along with the trainers.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You hear this all the time. This is one of those, probably the most common thing you hear from the adults is, I wish they had this when I was a kid growing up.
Exactly.
Right?
I always tell them, this is the vegetables over here. Everyone wants to shoot, everyone wants to be Steph Curry, but if you want to work on your game, this is what you need to, be doing reps every day. This is the only place where you can take the ball and throw it at the screen.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So right here, you're doing the same thing. You're following the virtual trainers, but we're adding some passing into it. So on this one, we're going to do waist pounds, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're going to step, pass, and hit the targets.
Wow. We don't want to show it all because you got people have to come in and experience it
exactly.
themselves. Just give them a little teaser.
Yeah.
But yeah, we also have, you talked about these courts. Let's talk about the shooting stations that you have, which I'm sure are the, fan favorites.
Absolutely. This is what everyone wants to be a scorer. Everyone wants to shoot.
Yeah.
So the first thing you notice up here is you have your name. Every member will have their name on there. Their XP points. Everything we do is tracked and recorded because if you can't measure it, how are you going to get better, right? So you can see where all your strengths and weaknesses are, where you need to improve, and then just your progress from day one to as long as you want to be in here.
I like it.
We're going to start off right here with some training. This is what we call some free shooting, so you can kind of create your own drills. We can just put a spot right here, save it. We can drag it over here. If you want to watch the arm right here, I hit that start, it'll actually move over that area. Say you want to create your own drill, you want to shoot from the other side.
What kind of metrics are getting measured up there?
All right, so this whole screen up here is what we call our splash meter.
Okay.
So it's a lot going on, so we're just going to focus just on that middle part right there. See the green section in the middle? So we're measuring 3 things: your arc, your depth, and your left and right, or your alignment. Oh, wow. So if you can get all 3 of those inside that green zone, you're going to make it over 90% of the time.
Oh, wow.
So what this is, it's a tool. It's a tool to help you build that muscle memory, to get that consistency. If you can make it in that, you're going to be a better shooter. And that's backed on hundreds of millions of shots in facilities like this, using the NOAA technology, just data points that kind of create that zone. And this is kind of helping train your body to get that muscle memory so that when you leave this place, you go to a game, it's just natural for you to shoot inside all 3 of those.
Yeah. I'm sure that's one of the most ugly metrics you've ever seen, so I'm going to need to do a lot of work to do that. But maybe, let's talk about what people are most wondering about is how can people use this facility?
So we're membership based, like most gyms. We have different contracts. We're open 7 days a week. We have every day you can do 30 minutes in the skills, 30 minutes in the shooting. We also have a half court and kind of shortened down full court that you can use.
No like drop in, like day pass?
We do have some drop ins, yes. We do have some drop ins you come in. We don't want to call ahead and schedule those because we are starting to ramp up, so we want to make sure you have time when you come in here. Everything we do is tracked on our mobile app. You can schedule up 7 days in advance. You can always get your spot. I know some kids are like, hey, I only like to be in court 2. Oh, this is my favorite hoop over here. I only want to use this one. So you can schedule on the app. You can get all your stats tracked on the app. All the drills that you do here are also there, so you can do them at home. Yeah. Say you're at a tournament out of town. You had a game, maybe it wasn't your best game. You had some turnovers. You want to work on your ball handling in between. Get on that app, get some drills in, kind of tighten up those handles before you play the next game. Anyone who wants to come check us out, you can go to our website, shoot360.com/Tri-Cities, and we have a free workout there. So anytime anyone's interested, we'd like to take them through a one-on-one. They explore everything in the skill station, everything in the shooting station, just so they can kind of get a more in-depth and kind of...
Online, simply visit the link below. And if you're searching for more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our webpage at www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. All right, hey, before we leave, I'm going to challenge Ryan to a game. I guess it's called Snowman.
Snowman build.
He can go first, and I'm going to follow him. He's got first shot. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Hey, we're working together on this one.
Oh, we are together?
Yeah, we're working together. We're trying to build a snowman.
Oh, here's a great idea. We'll see if Ryan can build a snowman by himself. Ooh, 1. Let's go. 2. Uh-oh. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes, sir. See, then you move over to the next spot.
Oh, you go to the next spot.
Yeah, so we go and we keep going until your time runs out there. And the more snowmen you build, the more points you get.
Nice.
You know what? I like Richland. You know what? I like Richland. Dog doogity, no doubt. Play on, Richland. Play on, Richland. Yo, your dog just dropped a deuce. Doggy, get down, good dog. Baby got noticed that day. Doggy wasn't holding nothing back. Doggy, when you do yo do, I pick it up for you. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, you got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, we got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, we got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, you got to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, let's keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. You know we love our city. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. We got to keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. 'Cause we love our city. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, you got to bag it up now. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, we got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, we got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it. Dog doogity, you got to bag it up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andy Sabin. I'm a battalion chief at Richland Fire. For the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of being the medical officer where I get to oversee this type of event and the connection we get to have with our cardiac arrest survivors. We're excited to be here, and we appreciate all of the attendance today. To start, I'm going to ask one of our chaplains, Bill, to come up here and open us in prayer, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's an honor to be with you and to lead in a prayer. I realize anytime I do this, there's no way I could represent faith backgrounds of everybody involved. God, we thank you for everyone here and who they represent and what they represent. We thank you for the interconnectedness in our community of supporting one another in very specific ways in this case. And God, we thank you for your watch care over these individuals, over the rescuers, over the families, and we thank you for the blessing on this time. Amen.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you everything that the chaplains do for this as well. Next, I'd like to welcome up our chief, Randy Ost, to say a few words and get us started. Pledge of Allegiance, actually. Thank you, Chief. If everyone could stand, and gentlemen, please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Chief.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. My name is Randy Ost, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of serving the Richland Fire, serving this amazing organization and this amazing community. I wanted to start off today by just recognizing some of our city leadership and our council members in attendance today. We have City Manager John Amundsen back there with us. We have Deputy City Manager Joe Schissel. And we have our mayor in attendance as well, Teresa Richardson. Thank you for being here. We appreciate all of your guys' support in public safety, and without the support of public safety, did I miss somebody? Kevin's pointing. Oh, Drew. I'm sorry, Drew. Our assistant city manager, Drew, is here as well. He snuck in. Without your support, it could have ended very differently. and the people who stepped forward when we needed them the most. This room is filled with survivors, it's filled with family members, it's filled with EMS dispatchers who provide calm direction in moments of chaos. It's filled with EMS and police providers who offered critical care when they needed it. And it's filled with hospital teams who carry that care forward. Each of you represents a vital link in the chain of survival. When we see everyone like this together, it becomes very apparent that no one saves a life alone. Even if one link were missing, we may not be celebrating the outcomes that we're here to celebrate today. I'm incredibly proud of this community's dedication in preparing for sudden cardiac arrest, from continuously improving our cardiac arrest protocols to having more than 50,000 community members trained in hands-only CPR, to working with our partners to place life-saving AEDs throughout our city. This is truly a shared mission. It's neighbors helping neighbors, it's having highly trained professionals, and it's having a community that chooses to act. We are truly all in this together. And because of that, more people's lives are being saved every single year. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. And most of all, thank you for the lives that you have helped save.
Thanks, Chief. Putting together a ceremony takes a lot of work by many people. I'd like to recognize a couple of people that helped set this room up and do everything on the back end to make it happen. Administrative Assistant Michelle Zaragoza, our Community Resource Navigator Nyla Holt, Communications and Marketing Team Holly, Cheyenne, and the Marks, and the team here at the Community Center. It's a chain of survival ceremony. This ceremony is the culmination of a shared vision throughout our community to save lives from sudden cardiac arrest. This ceremony is about celebrating life, and that's what we're going to do today. We get to celebrate the lives that were nearly taken for us, but because of the efforts of everybody in this room, they weren't. We get to celebrate birthdays, holidays, family reunions, everything because of the work that you guys do on a daily basis. And I hope that this celebration exemplifies what it means for us to work together, because just Richland Fire and EMS, we can't do it on our own. Just the dispatchers can't do it on their own, Cadillac, and so on. It takes everybody in this room, and when it's working together, that's what truly saves lives. And we're gonna show some stories that highlight that today. So I have a slide here that talks about what is the difference when we save people's lives or we don't. Recognition, early CPR, defibrillation if they need it, which is why access to defibrillators has been a priority for this city for a while now. An interesting stat is Washington State ranks 4th in bystander CPR. The percentage in that, I think, is 54% of cardiac arrests out of hospital have a bystander that performs CPR. So you'd think 4th in the United States is a pretty good number, but 54% that great in my eyes. So I think we can do better as we continue to educate the community. We want to build upon that. For the last few years, we've also been tracking the total amount of lives saved by EMS. So what we do is we have a metric that measures what we're doing, and then also if within 24 hours, if the intervention by the hospital didn't contribute to that life saved, we count that. So in 2025, our combined effort saved 198 people. I think that's a pretty cool number to actually start tracking and say what we do on a daily basis. We get to highlight things like this, cardiac arrest survival, but when you truly look on the cardiac arrest survival and what we've done, since 2020, we've saved 45 people from sudden cardiac arrest. Of those 45 people, it's kind of surprising, but 12 have been under the age of 21. All of these saves are people's kids, moms, grandparents. They're not just numbers, and we don't want to do that, but we also want to highlight that it's not just 65 plus that have cardiac arrest. It's also infants, it's children, it's young adults, and we want to make sure we capture all of those people. Up here on the screen now is the chain of survival. It goes through everything from the start of the call to recovery and what it means to have each person play a pivotal role in saving somebody's life. This chain represents everything in place in our community to give somebody the best chance to survive cardiac arrest. It includes 911 system, high quality CPR and defibrillation, advanced resuscitation, post-cardiac arrest care, and recovery. Each link is tied to the one before it. As we look around this room, we have representatives from every link in this chain. Each of you have contributed to helping save a life. All of the stories today highlight the link in this chain, but one story today really hits upon from start to finish when everything is in place and it lines up correctly, that incredible things can happen. The first link is activation of emergency dispatch and response. Rapid recognition of someone in cardiac arrest and activation of the 911 system is key to cardiac arrest survival. CCOM is the 911 dispatch center for Benton and Franklin County. Being a 911 dispatcher is a difficult job. When someone calls 911, especially in the setting of cardiac arrest, they are often unconsolable and the caller doesn't know that CPR is needed. Our dispatchers must use their skills to gather information, what's going on, dispatch appropriate units, and then focus the caller to start compression. And we recognize that. You can be in another place and call 911 and you're not going to get that same criteria where people are screening for questions to decide if that person needs compressions or not. We truly are in a great place to be able to use the resource that you guys have, and we appreciate everything you do. So if we could give the CCOM dispatchers a round of applause, please. We have 3 dispatchers in attendance today who are part of telecommunicator CPR, resulting in life-saving resuscitation. So it's going to be awesome to see that highlight. The next 2 links in the chain of survival are high-quality CPR and defibrillation. When sudden cardiac arrest strikes, every second counts because for every minute that goes by with no CPR, there's a decrease of 10% in cardiac arrest survival. Studies show us that the immediate use of an AED combined with CPR can drastically increase the likelihood of survival. This means that when someone has a sudden cardiac arrest, they're highly dependent on the public and people around them to step in and start compressions. Heart Safe Richland is a public education initiative to teach hands-only CPR and AED use. Our motto for Heart Safe Richland is don't wait for help, be the help. We want to empower our community to take action in the sudden cardiac arrest. We know that the key to increasing survival is to educate and engage our community and provide them with the necessary tools to be successful. To date, the Heart Safe program has taught hands-only CPR to over 60,000 people in this community. That number continues to grow, and we hope that results in more lives saved. Part of our Heart Safe Richland program involves placing 24/7 public access AEDs and safe stations throughout our community. AEDs are safe for anyone to use, and you don't need to be trained to use one. We placed our first 24/7 access AED just behind us here in the park off Lee. Today is the Homeowners Association out at Horn Rapids. While it's not necessarily us placing it there, they contacted us and said, hey, we want to have an AED closer because we're a little bit removed from the city. So they took it upon themselves to contact us to purchase their own AED, and we simply came out and showed them how to use it and did a little in-service day for the people that wanted to see it. So that was a cool thing, and we hope that kind of initiative spreads throughout the community. Because every second counts, police officers play a vital role in the chain of survival as well. They are notified of every cardiac arrest that occurs in the city and listen in on critical calls if they need to help. Today's celebration will highlight the heroic efforts of 3 of our RPD officers and the benefits that come from having them patrol our community. We had numerous conversations this year where the commanders reached out to check on calls their officers were a part of to see if their patients made it. That behavior shows the compassion they have for this community. And again, that's just something that keeps improving year after year, that there's a competitive nature for sure, that they want to be a part of something like this, but at the end of the day, they're putting forth their efforts, and they want to know if that turned into a save or not, because they don't get that follow through very often. We appreciate our police officers and their commitment to a shared vision of increasing cardiac arrest survival. We have quite a few police officers in attendance, so we'd like to give them a hand as well. The fourth link in the chain of advance is advanced cardiac resuscitation. This represents our paramedics and EMTs who are dedicated to improving their craft and delivering the best EMS care possible. A big reason why we have a successful EMS system in our area is because of our medical program director, Dr. Kevin Hodges. Dr. Hodges has served my entire career as a paramedic in that role, and I hope he continues for many more. He is an advocate for staying at the forefront of EMS care and holds a high standard for EMS providers substance use disorder treatment. Thank you, Dr. Hodges, for all you do. I'd like to recognize the role that our local hospital plays in the chain of survival, which is the fifth link representing cardiac arrest care. As EMS providers, our care ends once we transport the patient to the emergency department, where doctors, nurses, and support staff continue a high level of care to help ensure a successful outcome for our patients. Here locally, we are thankful to have 2 level 1 cardiac centers, Cadlick Regional Medical Center and Trios. Because Cadlick is our closest hospital, we have developed a strong working relationship with them. I know we have several members here, two tables in fact, from Cadlick. I'd like to recognize the work they do to improve cardiac arrest survival in our community. Can we give Cadlick representatives a round of applause as well? When we do an event like this, it's pretty fun when you first start doing it, it's daunting. You don't know a lot of people, and now I've been doing it for a while that I recognize people at every table, and so that makes it a little easier. But that's what it's about, is the relationship that we've forged with you people to be able to improve cardiac arrest care. Keep that in mind. I'm going to plug for blood later, cardiac arrest care. Keep that in mind. I'm going to plug for blood later, so we want to make sure that we have that relationship real strong. Because of that relationship, we're pursuing the ability to carry blood for field administration. Through partnership and collaboration with Cadlick and the American Red Cross, we are set up to host the largest single-day blood drive in Washington state history. We have some flyers on the table. I felt like this was something that we could present to you guys. I know not everybody is here local, but the majority of you are. We want to be good stewards of if we're going to be carrying blood on the ambulance and administering it in the field. And by doing that, we want to make sure that we're put all day at Fire Station 74. If you can contribute, that'd be great. And the result is we're going to save people with that product, and we want everyone to be a part of it as well. The final link in the chain of survival is recovery. This is not only physical recovery from cardiac arrest, but emotional recovery as well. Having and surviving sudden cardiac arrest is an emotional experience. This certainly affects the mental health of our survivors, but also the mental health of the families and EMS providers. We have access to chaplains for every cardiac arrest call. They play a vital role in comforting family and bystanders on scene, as well as providing much needed education on the process that a cardiac arrest patient will go through. They are also here for us as EMS providers and play an intricate role in critical incident stress management for our peer support teams. Bill, could you come up for a second? While Bill makes his way up here, I think there is something that we've missed on for quite some time, is we haven't included the chaplains that respond to cardiac arrest calls and give them rescuer coins. But based on everything that happens in the sport that they give us and the survivors, we want to start doing that. And so we're not going to miss that from this point forward, but I'm going to give Bill a coin. The chain of survival is most successful when we connect and develop relationships in every link. Our desire is to strengthen our relationships with everyone who contributes to patient care and make our community the safest place to suffer a medical emergency. Navy Captain Michael Abrashoff said, "As I saw it, my job was to create the climate that enabled people to unleash their potential. Given the right environment, there are few limits to what people can achieve." We want that climate at Richland Fire and Emergency Services, but we also want it to spread to consistently seek input and feedback on how to make things better. The ceremony is no different. We received feedback from previous cardiac arrest survivors that coming back a second time or a third time or a fourth time is a lot easier to handle everything that's going on and take it in. It's a very emotional experience that first go around, and we recognize that. We have a couple of survivors from previous years that came today. So please give a round of applause for Bree Barron and Kevin Cravens. Bree, I think, is our most senior comer to the event. So thank you, Bree, for coming. Do you have anything you'd like to say? No. Okay. On the screen, you can see a silver challenge coin that has our Richland Fire logo with our mission statement to protect and enhance the quality of life. The other side is our Heart Safe Richland logo with the words, "Don't wait for help, be the help." These coins are only given to those bystander rescuers, first responders, EMS personnel, and those directly involved in saving a life. This is our survivor's coin. This coin is only given out to cardiac arrest survivors. It has the same Richland Fire logo on one side with our mission statement, but the reverse side states cardiac arrest survivor. We have 8 cardiac arrest saves that we will be honoring today for the year 2025. All 8 survivors were brought to Cadlick Regional Medical Center for post-resuscitation care. These 8 survivors are all neurologically intact, which means they're operating today as if they'd never had the cardiac arrest. 3 of our survivors, it's actually down to 2. We have a 1.5-year-old that we're celebrating today, and she has the flu, so she's home sick with mom, but we'll still go through the process with her. We will recognize each survivor in chronological order. I'll read a brief description of the event. For those survivors that are here, when I call your name, if you could come to the front. Words, the mic is open when you're up here. You're more than welcome to do that. And as we move down the line, you guys, we'd love for you to take a photo with the rescuers if you would choose. So I'll ask Chief Ost and Deputy Chief Landon to come up here and help me with the coin handoff. And here's our first one. So on April 6th, Medic 1721, Medic 1724, and BC 171 were dispatched to a breathing stoppage with CPR in progress. Crews arrived and started advanced cardiac resuscitation. After several minutes, our survivor began showing signs of ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation. Our crews were able to stabilize and transport our survivor to Cadlick for post-resuscitation care. After a short stay in the hospital, our survivor was released with no deficits and a full recovery. Unfortunately, our survivor lives out of state and was unable to attend today. Please welcome our first responders from Richland Fire, Dave Pemberton, Travis Merck, Jonathan Cox, Zach Gould, Brian Deal, CJ Gelderman, and Joe DeRossi. Thank you, guys. Okay, next up, on May 21st, Medic 1721, Medic 1724, and BC 171 were dispatched to a cardiac arrest with dispatchers providing CPR instruction over the phone. Crews arrived and initiated resuscitation, including compressions and IV access. After several minutes of treatment, crews recognized signs of ROSC, stopped compressions, and stabilized our survivor for transport. She was taken to Cadlick, where they continued stabilization and ultimately was released from the hospital with no deficits. Our survivor was grateful for what we did, but dispatcher Tyler Junt. Okay, this is one of our bigger ones. On May 22nd, Medic 1722, Medic 1823 were dispatched to a cardiac arrest, with the patient's wife performing compressions in a vehicle. An off-duty firefighter was nearby, saw the call, and quickly got to the scene to take over compressions inside the vehicle. Crews from Kennewick and Richland arrived, pulled our survivor from the vehicle, and continued resuscitation in the ambulance. Our survivor was defibrillated 2 times and resuscitated for 17 minutes before crews got ROSC and stabilized him for transport to Cadlick. This save encompasses everything about the chain of survival. We're going to include the receiving doctor and the team from Cadlick, with all our rescuers on this call as well. Please help me rescue or invite our survivor up, Brian Kavanaugh. Please welcome our rescuers from Richland Fire, Kennewick Fire, CCOM, rescuers from Richland Fire, Kennewick Fire, CCOM, Cadlick, and Brian's wife. Joel Murillo, John Walling, Eric Center, from Kennewick Fire, Ben Dill, Samantha Howry, Minot, Rebecca Kavanaugh, Andrew Venema, dispatcher Chloe Young, and from Cadlick, Dr. Kevin Hodges, Wendy, Miguel Barajas, Marcella Him, and Daniel Talley. We had an off-duty firefighter close within the area that was able to respond and take over compressions. Coordination of 2 different departments working together to do the resuscitation. And then one of the things that I'm kind of excited about for this one is that we had our receiving doctor at Cadlick be Dr. Kevin Hodges, who's our medical program director. And so to be involved in that string is just fantastic. And this truly does encompass exactly what the chain of survival ceremony is for. This is the call where our 1.5-year-old wasn't able to make it today because she's homesick. But on May 29th, Medic 1721 and BC 171 responded to a 15-month-old in cardiac arrest. The first arriving responder was an RPD officer who took over compressions from mom and performed back blows after recognizing the infant was choking. After several back blows, the obstruction was cleared and our survivor began to cry. All this took place before EMS crews arrived. This call was not a cardiac arrest. That is because the actions of our survivor's mother and Sergeant Sharp, without them, EMS crews likely would have been treating a cardiac arrest. This is a little bit of a deviation from true cardiac arrest survival, but it's because of the intervention by RPD Officer Sharp that it prevented it from happening in the first place, and we want to celebrate that. So please help me welcome our rescuer from Richland Police, Todd Sharp. On June 10th, Medic 1722, Medic 1823, and BC 171 were dispatched to a cardiac arrest with CPR instruction being given over the phone. Before the arrival of EMS, 2 RPD officers arrived and took over. After spending 20 days at Cadlick recovering, he was discharged home with no deficits. Our survivor could not attend today, but is grateful for what our rescuers did for him. Please welcome our rescuers from Richland Fire, Kennewick Fire, Richland Police, and Dispatch. Dave Pemberton, Brian Winston, Jacob Croshaw, Cale Stickle, Joe DeRossi. From Kennewick Fire, Brian Carter, Tyler McDonald, Kellison Dabbling. From the Richland Police Department, Adam Morin, Brittany Grant, and our dispatcher, Danica Mitchell. On July 20th, Medic 1724 was dispatched to an unresponsive newborn. Based on the details, the call was upgraded to a breathing stoppage and BC 171 was added. Crews arrived to a midwife performing compressions on a newborn and took over resuscitation. Ventilations and compressions were performed until a pulse was detected. Baby was dried off, warmed, and intubated as they packaged mom and baby for transport to Cadlick. Mom and baby fully recovered and were released from the hospital after a stay in the NICU. Please welcome our survivor, Keenan Osgood and mother Lexi. Osgood and mother Lexi. Please welcome our rescuers from Richland Fire, Tim Estel, Dalton Rentz, Phoebe Markley, Brenda Rogers, and paramedic student Cam Thomas. Benton County Fire District 1 crews were first to arrive, took over compressions, and applied an AED. After resuscitation for several minutes, a pulse check revealed a strong pulse, and our survivor was prepared for transport to Cadlick. Our survivor's condition was still critical, and he was intubated so providers could breathe for him en route to the hospital. He was stabilized at Cadlick and later released with no deficits. He was unable to attend today's celebration, but is thankful for everyone's help. Please welcome our rescuers from Richland Fire and Benton County Fire District 1. Dave Pemberton, Kyle Felmley, Brock Nelson, Chris Denny, Walter Greer, Trent Nelson. From Benton County Fire District 1, Ryan Chambers, Nathaniel Blundard, Jen Browning, Darren Henderson, Greg Thomas, Trey Irwin, Joseph Cotta, Caleb Moore, and Marcus Christ. Again, these type of calls are a great example of we're not only doing it in a bubble with our own departments, but we're working with other crews from Kennewick Fire, from Benton County District 1. In years past, we've had Pasco Fire, we've had District 4 in West Richland. So being able to be cross-trained and do the same thing and everyone's on the same page is a pretty amazing. On December 3rd, Medic 1723, Medic 1721, and BC 171 were dispatched to a cardiac arrest. Upon arrival of Medic 1723, our survivor was breathing and had a pulse. She was stabilized and began emergent transport to Cadlick. Patient was critically ill, and the hospital was notified en route that our patient would be intubated, and the crew suspected a heart attack. While pulling into Cadlick, our survivor went into cardiac arrest, and compressions were started as they took her into the ER. Our crews worked with Cadlick's ER team to continue resuscitation until our survivor had ROSC and was stabilized. Our survivor spent 26 days recovering in the ICU and the hospital at the same time. Please welcome our rescuers from Richland Fire and Cadlick. Brett Allman, Cody Keaton, John Togiai, Caleb Castleberry, Justin Carvito, Cale Stickle. From Cadlick, Dr. David Fazy, Hannah Peterson, and Robert Lopez. and that is all 8 of our survivors and rescuers. I hope today's celebration really highlights the amazing things we can accomplish when we work together. Feel free to stick around, take photos at the step and repeat. As we close, if I could have everyone that saved a life or was saved, please stand up. Round of applause, please.
I just wanna be cool, I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone, said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, sing it with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away to a world unknown, I throw myself aboard a mission I wanna explore. Now being cool is about doing what I love, and every day I rise and start living it up. Make mistakes and fail a ton, taking on life just to make it fun. I spend a lot of time working for the man, too scared to jump in the light without no plan. Well, it is what it is, and it do what it do. I'm taking it to another level of cool, staring in the eyes of every fear and understanding there's no place for it here. I'm gonna get excited and celebrate. I'm gonna move on from all my mistakes. I'm gonna love like I never loved before. Make some noise, sing it with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away. To party all night, I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, sing it with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. I just wanna be cool, I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, sing it with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away.
Thanks, Lori. I'm proud to be here today. Representing the Chamber and our board, and as Lori said, in my first public duty, so it's really an honor. The Chamber plays a distinct and important role in our region. We leverage the strength of our membership and our valued corporate sponsors to serve as a catalyst for business growth, a convener of leaders and influencers, and a champion for a strong community. Alongside organizations like TriDeck and Visit Tri-Cities, each with their own mission, we share a common goal, the long-term success of our region. Let's get to today's program. Our first Tri-City Superintendent is Lance Hansen of the Kennewick School District. Lance Hansen has served as Superintendent of KSD since July 2025. He brings more than 20 years of experience in education, including prior roles as Superintendent, assistant degrees in Spanish, mathematics, and educational leadership, and lives in the Tri-Cities with his wife Dawn and their family. Please help me welcome Lance Hansen.
Thank you for that introduction. I got to update my bio. I've been in education for 33 years, so over 20. Thank you for that. I'm blessed with 5 children, but more importantly, 7 grandchildren. And that's why we have kids and survive kids so we can get to the grandkids. So, did I just, hello? Okay. So thank you for that warm welcome. I'm excited to talk to this group about what we have to offer in the Tri-Cities. And I can tell you right now, we're very blessed not only to have the quality of education here, but the leaders we have today. So I thank you for my teammates who are you're gonna get to hear from them. They're only gonna get better. How are we doing? I'm not touching it, I promise. But we'll do this. I'll do this. Okay. I won't start singing, though. All right. The other thing I'd like to do is make sure that a special welcome to STCU for their sponsorship of this, but they do other things, like, for example, in the Kennewick School District, and I think around for our administrative assistants, they make sure that every year they're recognized, so a special thank you to them. One more round, please, for STCU. Also, I have some recognitions. I have some recognitions. I have not only, I feel like that we need a lot of support, and so each of us got a table, so I know we have our Pasco folks, Richland folks, my Kennewick folks in the back right there, hello, everybody please give them a thank you. Yep. Hello, all right. This is going well. All right, we're going to talk about, like, skills that we have, so technical skills are part of that. So my crew back there, I really appreciate them coming. I got my 3 assistant superintendents, Alyssa, Tom, to our community and our families. Am I still cutting out? I feel like I am. And we're going to get to the entree, so no one's going to be listening anyway. So, okay, I'll keep going. So in Kennewick, our mission to ensure or provide a safe environment in which all of our students reach their highest potential and graduate well prepared for success in post-secondary education, work, and life. What we're talking today is that next step that connects them to their potential employment with you all, and it also connects them to post-secondary education learning, which provides them additional opportunities, and more importantly, we hope that they become productive citizens, because that's a part of what we would want. And how do we do that? We make sure our students are well known, destined to reach their highest potential, and safe. So, a little bit about the Kennewick School District. I'll go through this fairly quickly, but this is who we are and service. We have about almost 19,000 students. We have about, we are the largest employer in Kennewick. So, we are an economic driver. We have about, our budget $340 million, and about $3.5 million of that we're serving meals for our kids every year. So that's just a little bit about our component. Here's who we are structurally. We have 17 elementaries, 5 middles, 6 highs, 2 preschools, and 6 choice schools that we also partner with Pasco and Richland, with Delta schools and 6 choice schools that we also partner with Pasco and Richland, with Delta, as well as Tritech. We have about 3 million square feet, so obviously we have a ton of folks who are making sure that happens. Here are what we do every day. We're transparent kids. We have 47 buses. We're going about 1.2 million miles, and we have 291 square miles area that covers our. So what do employers want? And here's the thing that's important. So just kind of like a raise of hands. How many people here are from the health industry or the health sector? No health. Okay, good. Different chamber meeting. Okay. How about finance? How many people speak to that? So here's the biggest thing that we know about employers, for example, is I've heard frequently is that if you can give if the students who come to us or the employees who come to us have this certain set of skills, we'll teach them our stuff. Like, we don't have specific things that do your software, but I hope that when we're preparing our students, that they're getting the skills so that they can be successful employees and long-term employees in your business, whatever that sector may be. Because we know that retaining of our employees helps us, creates a better product for whom we are serving, and as well as grows our company. So, what are those skills? Critical problem solving, like this mic. Emotional intelligence. That's a huge aspect of what we want our kids to do, and how do we develop that? Our self-management, our kids, our students, I shouldn't say kids, but in the world, like, how best do our people manage their time, find work balance with life balance, but importantly still become productive employees, which helps our economy. Communication and reliability. Like someone's calling me. Okay. So here are dual credit programs that we have. 59% of our students complete a dual credit program. And if you're not familiar with that, that's where they're earning college and high school credit at the same time. We have over almost 3,000 credits that are earned by over 520 of our students. And with that, you can see that that connects to post-secondary education success. We all have almost 2,000 students who receive success. We all have almost 2,000 students who receive their biliteracy skills through English and Spanish, our dual language program. And I know that others will talk about that as well. And we have about 1,000 who receive their seal of biliteracy. And we know in our communities, those, and Europe's done this forever, those who have multiple languages really have access to the greater world and global economy. So here's a little bit more about students. Going into career technical education. And if you haven't had a chance, I'll just plug our tri-gazing program. But anyway, we have 6 in-demand program areas. We offer over 80 career technical education courses, and almost 96% of our students who complete 2 or more career technical education programs graduate from high school. So that's in which very much our overall, am I doing this right? How about here? Okay. I'll just keep moving it until it works. That's a greater average than what we have with our students who maybe don't take career technical. And we have 50 industry recognized certifications that our students use or have. Here's our Career Technical Center at TriTech. This is a little bit about what we offer here. We service 8 different school districts around the region, if you're not familiar with that. We have 19 in-demand career technical programs that are offered there. Everything from pre-vet, so if you want to come in and hold little animals, come on in. We have all of our health sector, which is amazing there. We have different mechanics, diesel, auto, or gas mechanic, auto, let's see, you know, fixing dents, things like that. You know, and then 31% of our students participate or participate in work site learning, so additional opportunities for them to get it. All right. Just a little bit about that program. Currently, it's undergoing about a $45.5 million state funded. Just to be clear, that's not funded by the school districts. Renovation of its program, funded by the school districts. Renovation of its program. And again, please take the opportunity to go and visit Paul, and he'll walk you through that. Here are our 130 industry partners. You can see all of those that we have up there. The reason that we have that up there is not necessarily about the names on that list, but we want to ensure that our community, that we are connecting with our industry. So that also helps us with all of our career technical programs. We are required to have what are called technical advisory committees, or those from industry that help guide our programs to ensure that our kids are getting the skills that they need in order to be successful. And these programs take funding, whether, you know, that's just part of it. And in the state of Washington, what we have is a prototypical school funding model, which gives us X number of dollars, and there's a gap that is there between what we receive from them and what we need. So, I've already talked about vision. We have 2, in Kennewick, there are 2 levies on the ballot. The first one is our EPNO replacement levy. It's a 4-year levy, and the easiest way that I describe this is SOS. We provide supports and opportunities and safety for our students that are supported through the levy. So here are some examples of supports that we give, and what we talk about here is in these categorical spaces up here, we employ more employees in which we are funded for. So, for example, if the levy doesn't pass, that doesn't mean we won't have a secretary. That's not what it means, but we have more. School counselors, school psychs, et cetera, that provide additional supports for our students. Opportunities. Anything that our students do, and by the way, this is common for all of our districts, anything our students do in which they have an adult who supervises them after school or before school is paid for with levy dollars. So, when you start thinking about in your sector, what are the skills that I need? Sometimes, and maybe I would argue most times, those skills are developed through additional opportunities that our kids access, which include choir, drama, athletics, all athletics. One of the things that I have noticed as a superintendent or a parent is from a resiliency standpoint, I think we have to have more of it. We just have to have more, like, getting through hard times. and being able to figure that. You get that through opportunities to not only explore a talent, but to expand a talent. The last one is safety in the Kennewick School District. The one thing that we've tried to do is be consistent in our approach there over the 4 years. The second levy that we have is a technology and safety and enhancement of our safety and security levy. What it does is it maintains the technology that we have or providing for our students, as well as augmenting different safety aspects that our community expects. Here are the values of that, and again, the rate. One of the things that we try to do, though, is make sure that we explain the all-in cost, because when you're talking to people about taxes, it's that those two levies are just a part of it. We've tried to structure ours so that about $3 a thousand with all-in for our commitment there for ours. The last thing that I want to talk about, and this is very important because it varies a little bit by district, but this is an important one for the Kennewick School District, and El Pasco has something similar, is that's local effort assistance. These are dollars that we have the opportunity to access from Olympia to help balance out the different market values throughout the state. For the Kennewick School District, that equates to almost $70 million over 4 years. And in order to access those funds, we have to do two things. We have to pass the levy, and we have to have our mill rate above $1.50. So here is, for more information about what we have to offer, not only about the levy, but I very much encourage you to take a look at the things that we have to offer, not only in Kennewick, but with our partnering. And please take a chance to get over and visit Paul. There we go. I'm back to the two better looking ones on here. So you got check one off. Am I inviting the next person up? No. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that entree is working for you. All right.
Thank you, Lance, for working out the mic issues for us. Next, we'll hear from Richland School District Superintendent, Dr. Shelley Redinger. Dr. Redinger has served as superintendent of the Richland School District since 2020. Began her career as returning to the community, where she began her career as a classroom teacher and later served as principal. Committed to student-centered instruction and strong community partnerships. Please help me welcome Dr. Shelley Redinger.
So it's a real honor to be here today and to meet with all of you and talk a little bit about all the cool things going on in the Richland School District. I'll be real quick in terms of my team. Raise your hand, guys. I got a table back there. I have Richland folks. Thank you for being here today. And I did want to do a shout out to our sponsors, STCU. What he didn't tell you is those educators were actually from Spokane Public Schools. So those educators actually were teachers at Lewis and Clark High School in downtown Spokane, and STCU has a long history of supporting educators and education. So let's give them another hand, please. All righty. So this is kind of tricky, so I'm going to do this because I don't want to take it out of there. All right. So state of education, just a little quick things about RSD. We have, of the three, we're the smallest. We have 21 schools. We have an early learning center. We have 11 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 2 high schools, and 3 choice schools. We have 13,800 students. We usually hover right about there, and 1,600 employees. So a little bit, 1,600 employees. So a little bit about it. So the big thing that we're here to talk about today is preparing students for the workforce. And we take that very seriously, as I know my colleagues do as well, because that is the key to a healthy community, is to have a strong workforce, strong schools. And so my team, a couple of my team members that are here, one is our CTE director. Her name is Amy Miller. Amy, raise your hand, please. And if after this presentation you want to partner with the Richland School District, please reach out to Amy. We want to continue to build strong partnerships with our community and especially our business partners. All right, so we start young. Elementary is very important. Students actually by 5th grade, looks like, what is an engineer? When I was growing up, I thought for years an engineer was someone that drove a train, was a person in charge of the train. And I'm actually married to a mechanical engineer now, so I do get it now. So building foundations. So we have DI, Destination Imagination, is a wonderful opportunity for students to think creatively, think out of the box, problem solving, how to do things quickly on your feet. We also have a very strong first LEGO League robotics. This really is important for building basic coding skills, which we all know that's everywhere now. In every field, you see the need for understanding technology, coding skills, and being able to adapt. I'm always amazed. We're at a point in the Richland School District where we're trying to stay ahead of the kids because they keep figuring out ways to get games and start gaming clubs using their Chromebooks. And so I apologized to them last night at the school board meeting because we're really starting to lock that down. But they'll probably find another way. They're really good with technology. We also have very strong math clubs. We have won state champions, regional championships, and national championships in those competitions. So middle school, this is where there's a big exploration of possibilities. And like I said, 7th grade is a real critical year. So we have really been focusing on this. I know looks like a huge percentage increase, but really focusing on this. I know looks like a huge percentage increase, but really focusing on middle school and exploring and getting more hands-on education, real-life education, because at this age they're starting to really say, okay, in elementary school math was patterns, it was learning how things work, solving problems, but they need to understand algebra. What does that really mean in the real world? Not just memorize these numbers. And so we're finding more and more that hands-on application is making a huge difference for our students. Some of the class options we have is computer science, food science, robotics, broadcasting, and careers in esports. That we're finding all loved home ec. How many of you had home ec in high school or middle school? Home ec. Well, then there was this period of time when it's like, well, you know, we don't need to teach kids these skills. Well, it is coming back with a vengeance, and I'm glad. And so that is our food science, but really tying the science into it, the chemistry, et cetera. We have more and more opportunities for 8th graders to get high school credit, and we're focusing on 21st century skills. A lot of guest speakers at middle school coming in. We've had judges, police officers, wealth management leaders in our community, bank presidents to come in and talk about how they got to where they are and what that means. We also have a strong financial literacy component. We partner with junior achievement at the middle school level, and then at the high school, it is a required course in the Richland School District. High school, all right, now we're digging deeper, diving deeper. Students are really we're trying to get them some real skills that they can use right away in the workforce so that they are competitive to get that position. And you know, a lot of that is actually getting certifications, working with our local universities on getting college credits, to give them that leg up as they move into the workforce or on to college, 4-year, 2-year, or the military. So we explore more than 100 different CTE courses. You can see the different ones. I won't read it all to you, but we do have a very, very rich array of offerings in CTE in the Richland School District that we continue to expand. We're very fortunate when we hired Amy Miller. She came from another school district on the west side with just loads of experience, loads of connections. Fun to see them actually getting those real skills. But we do want to continue to partner with all of you. So again, please reach out if you would like those opportunities. We love the TriTech Skills Center. Really looking forward to the new grand opening of that facility. And really big, we've been expanding our industry recognized credentials, again, to give the students a leg up as they enter the workforce. We have more than 100 courses. I think we kind of talked about that. We have some new courses, veterinary science, kinesiology, game design. I knew that was in there. That's a real popular one. And then forklift operators. Amy said that we have a lot of interest in that. And so then these other pathways. I'll kind of go through this quickly here. And again, this is really big, connecting students with employers. Here's some of our work site partnerships. So a big shout out to Gisa Credit Union, P&L, Energy Northwest, Cadillac, Toyota of Tri-Cities, Goodwill Industries, CBRC, the City of Richland, Ben Franklin Transit, the Children's Theater, Planet Fitness, Life Care Center of Richland, Ace Hardware, and we're always looking for new partners. I'm happy to say that many of these companies actually have hired students. Most of them have hired students that have been through this program. And then again, that worksite learning at RSD. Okay, and I'll go quickly through this. Lance really summarized it, but all I'm going to say is that we do have levies are for learning. We also have 2 on the ballot. We've been doing a lot of town halls, so I think all the Richland folks, West Richland folks have seen all of this. So I'm going to go through it. And so learning about levies up at our website right there. And just remember to vote.
Thank you, Dr. Redinger. Our final speaker this afternoon is Michelle Whitney, Superintendent of the Pasco School District. Michelle has served as Superintendent, Principal, and Senior District Administrator. Her leadership focuses on student success, on equity, and community collaboration. A graduate of Columbia Basin College and Washington State University, go Cougs, she holds advanced credentials in educational leadership and counseling. Please help me welcome Michelle Whitney.
So good afternoon. It's just a joy, pleasure, and honor to be here to address what I think is one of the most critical things that we do in our community, which is educate our youth in partnership with amazing community partners like we have here tonight or this afternoon. Before I get started, though, I wanted to ask if you are a Pasco School District employee, if you could stand. I know I have employees here. I have employees in the back. I know I have an employee over here. If you could clap for them, I would really appreciate it. These folks represent almost 2,200 people who are doing the heavy lifting of educating the youth of the community, and I just feel really blessed to get to work shoulder to shoulder with the best in the business, not only in Pasco School District, but collaborating closely with Kennewick and Richland. You know, regardless of where our kids live, they're all our kids, and it is truly a network of investment that influences the lives of this community and has our kids leaving our system into our community so they can be contributing members. I know many of you in this room are also partners in various ways with members. I know many of you in this room are also partners in various ways with our local school districts, and I always say, many are the people who say there's partners, but rare are the people who actually live the values of partnership. And I think we're really lucky in all of our communities, whether it's Pasco, Kennewick, or Richland, that we see our partners showing up in real genuine and authentic ways, investing in the youth of our community. So I just want to say thank you and to tell you how incredibly proud I have been to serve this organization for 30 years. This is my 30th year in Pasco School District, my 10th year as superintendent. I am a very proud product of this local community's education system. I went through public school, I went to CBC, I have 13 years of post-high school education that allows me to be a superintendent, all of which were right here except 2 years that I spent paying back the community who invested in me by saying yes when I was offered opportunities to use my skills, strengths, and talents in service to a community I've loved my entire life. So it's a privilege. We serve 18,876 students, the majority of which self-identify as Hispanic. 13% of our students, or a little over 13% of, almost 13% of our students take advantage of our special education programs. A little over 70% of our students are self-identified as receiving free and reduced lunch. 32% of our students meet the definition, state and federal definition of an English language learner. However, 56% of our students come to us already speaking another language other than English. And about almost 6% of our students are identified as receiving support through migrant funds. Like I said, we have just a little over 2,200 employees. A little over half of those are certificated and the rest of those are classified. And the picture here on this slide is particularly meaningful. This is Gabriella Whitemar. She's a Pasco High School teacher and also Washington State Teacher of the Year. I know, she's incredible. So we have 27 schools in our district. We have 17 elementary, 6 high schools, 4 middle schools, 4 virtual learning opportunities, and 1 early learning center. The Early Learning Center, The Early Learning Center is housed in the old senior center. Those of you who've been in our community for a period of time will know where the senior center is. The district purchased it before I became superintendent. We retrofit that building and it serves about 300 3- and 4-year-olds. So if you can't be happy there, I can't help you. They're little tiny chairs and kids spontaneously just run over and hug your leg and run off. It's like the best place in the universe. In this building, and I think it's particularly kind of this great dichotomy of it used to serve our oldest residents of the community and now it serves our youngest residents in our community. Half of the students are typically developing 3- and 4-year-olds. The other half are want to take a visit. Let me know and I'll go with you, because there's nothing like having a little kid run over to you and just spontaneously hug your leg and maybe wipe their nose on your pants. We in Pasco are committed to a strategic plan that's centered around 5 what we call outrageous outcomes. And they're 5 100% goals that start with students reading on grade level in their language of instruction by the end of 3rd grade, passing algebra by the end of 9th grade. Some of our students do that in 7th, some do it in 8th, but we want all of our students to do that by the end of 9th grade. We want all of our students to be on track for graduation at the end of 9th grade. That's very predictive if kids are going to drop out. When I came in as superintendent 10 years ago, 36% of our students were on track for graduation at the end of 9th grade. I said the same thing, my response was, oh wow. So we got serious about influencing that data, and now about 76% of our 9th graders are on track for graduation. Yes, thank you. That data did take a big hit during the COVID time, but we're bouncing back from that, and it's really evidence of very specific and intentional work by the entire system. It's not just a high school focus, but really the entire system focusing on ensuring students have the skills and aptitude to be on track in 9th grade. We also are committed to 100% of our students graduating, but not only graduating with a career path. And I think you'll see in my presentation today that we've taken very specific steps to ensure that students could have those opportunities while they're with us. And then lastly, but definitely not least, 100% of our students will experience meaningful connection and hope for the future. And that particular goal has special meaning in our district because it was created and co-designed alongside students. It used to say 100% of our students would participate in extracurricular activity. And I asked my superintendent Student Action Council. I have about 40 high school kids that meet with me 6 times a year, and I was all proud of my goals, and I put them up there, and I said, what do you think about my goals? And they're like, you're missing one. And I was like, oh, well, tell me more about that. And they said, well, you don't have anything about relationships and connection. And I was like, well, you know, the extracurricular, that's really what it's about. And they're like, well, wouldn't our work? And this is just one example of how we do that. So I mentioned to you that 56% of our kids come to us already knowing another language other than English. Probably about 8 years ago, we had unanimous board direction to really harness the power of bilingualism that already existed in our system and get serious about expanding our dual language programs. So now we offer the largest dual language program in Washington State. So every one of our elementary schools has a dual language program. So regardless of the language spoken at home, you can enter into the journey to becoming bilingual in kindergarten and be supported K-12 right at the school that's closest to where you live. So we're very proud of this program. We're also very proud to share it with other districts across Washington State who are doing this work. So it's just a great way to harness really an asset in this community and to act on a request from our community to expand the program. There's nothing, well, there's a lot of things that are amazing and inspiring. One of them is to go into a classroom where you have a student whose family speaks English at home and a family who speaks Spanish at home. They're learning right alongside each other and they're learning each other's language. And so they're coming out of the program with a high degree of both interpersonal language and academic language, but a high degree of social and cultural competence, or what does it mean to move through the world and learn together with someone who has a different language or a different perspective than yours. So like I said, So like I said, one of our 5 outrageous outcomes is focused on graduation, but graduation focused on career paths. And we do that on a continuum of career offerings that really starts in middle school by our students being allowed to explore the possibilities around potential job fields. And that exploration then influences their high school and beyond planning. And we have a position called a community manager whose focus is to bring in high quality industry speakers, make sure our kids are getting out into campuses and field trips. One of the barriers for students making decisions is not being able to envision themselves in certain in our high schools where students can explore different industry opportunities. And student leadership, we do things like mock interviews. Some of you in this room I know have participated in coming and helping with mock interviews. I like to go do that because I start recruiting the next generation of teachers in those mock interviews. If you ever are feeling a little bit overwhelmed or getting a little like doom and gloom, like, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? Go participate in mock interviews. You will leave inspired and you will have confidence that we have a hopeful future. The next generation or the generations in our schools are profoundly insightful. And I cry every time just because I'm so inspired and just so incredibly proud of the students that are in our system and really raised by you as parents and families and community. We also offer advanced CTE courses that are articulated so that students are earning credits toward industry credentials and focused on real-world projects and internships. So in addition to a really robust set of CT offerings at all of our schools that are similar, each of our high schools also has a CTE signature program, or at least one CTE signature program. So Chiawana High School has a signature program focused around STEM, and information technology. And the interesting or the innovative part about these partnerships or these pathways, signature pathways, is that they allow kids to move through a pathway with signature pathways is that they allow kids to move through a pathway within the 4 corners of the high school that will articulate into potentially dual credit opportunities, but there's also a partnership with someone in our local community as a potential employer. So for example, the CTE or the STEM pathway, we have partnerships with PNNL and LIGO, the automotive and technology and public law and safety pathway at Pasco High School. Our automotive partner is Corwin Ford. The Pasco Police. We talk about partnership. Partnerships go both ways. So we take very seriously our responsibility to work with local industry and ensure that the curriculum we're offering our students aligns with the expectation of the current expectations of the local industry. So it is critical that we're in partnership with you. And like Shelley said, any of you who are interested in being partners that are not, Laura Jones, if you would wave, is our CTE director, and she would be happy to talk to you about what that looks like. But we really need insightful people who are committed to that long-range planning through our system into potential employment. I always say none of you should have a job vacancy, because I have a student in my system or Richland system or Kennewick system that is your next employee. And we're happy to partner alongside of you so that our kids are ready for you. The last thing I wanted to talk about around our CTE or workforce development is Orion High School, and I want to start with a statement of gratitude. The only way we could offer this opportunity is with the support of the community. So in 2023, this community passed a bond that allowed us to add Orion High School as a new building that's located by Ochoa Middle School. And its innovative approach is really about being project-based and interdisciplinary, and it focuses on career pathways in high-demand areas in healthcare, engineering, and advanced manufacturing. Those areas were specifically chosen because those are the high-demand areas in this region. So again, we're taking seriously our role as being a partner in developing the workforce. So the learning is relevant, engaging, and aligned to careers. I go into schools a lot. That's my happy place. Like when I get overwhelmed or I feel like you know, I'm the wrong person for this job. Like, I don't know. I go hang out in schools. And I was walking through Orion High School, and a 9th grade young man taps me on the shoulder. He says, I remember you from when you visited my 4th grade class. You're the superintendent. You're everyone's boss. And so I was like, well, yeah, but, you know, I'm just proud to be part of the team, honored to do my part. And he said, I just wanted to say thank you. Miss, thank you for developing this school, for making this school for us. You know you're doing the right work by kids. So I'm passing along that young man's gratitude to all of you who help support and make sure that that could be an opportunity that's available to Pasco kids. Yes. Don't I have the best job ever? Yeah, I know. So the last thing I wanted to highlight is our Team Pasco Home, and this is a really incredible opportunity for kids and has been a partnership that's been available in Pasco for decades. So it is an opportunity for our students to build a home. It provides on-learning experiences and partnerships with local contractors. And the level of partnership here, I think, is like the exemplary way this work is done. Industry partners support the project with materials, training, and mentoring, and then students are, the students enter directly into the trades or post-secondary training opportunities. So students are not only building the house alongside contractors, but they're also earning credentials toward like forklift and OSHA, so that gives them kind of a leg up when they go to apply for positions. And many times, the contractors who are working alongside of our kids will actually hire our students. So it's just a really incredible partnership. So every year they build a house, and then the house is sold, and then the proceeds from the house go to build the next house. Every year they build the house, I go to the ribbon cutting and I go, man, this is the best one. I don't know how they're going to do better than this. And then you show up the next year and you're like, whoa, you know, okay, now this is the best one. I don't know how they're going to do better. And you're like, whoa, you know, okay, now this is the best one. I don't know how they're going to do better than this. So in the spring, there'll be an opportunity. It'll be a community-wide invitation for you to come walk through this home, and I really encourage you to walk through. You'll get to meet our students and see the sense of pride they have as they point out, like, oh, miss, I put the tile in the shower, and see this is the decision we had to make, and then I'll let you play the video. So the student that you're going to see in the video's name's Noe Lima Ponce. He is a senior at Chihuahua High School. He is he had participated in our dual language program, so he's fully bilingual. He is a champion speech and debater, so he can debate you and beat you in English, and then he can turn around and debate you and beat you in Spanish too. He is also on his way to being a future educator. So we have a teacher academy that is for students who are thinking about being educators. And I meet with them their first year in the program, and I tell them about my story, how I became the superintendent, and then they go through the program. At the end of the program, I meet with them and we do like a signing day that says, hey, if you come back to our community, you know, I'll make sure you get a job interview. I tell them I can't give you a job, but I can make sure you get an interview. So Noe is in that program, and he's been very clear and specific with me that yes, he's absolutely going to be a teacher, he's going to be an administrator, but you know, at some point he wants to be the superintendent of Pasco School District. And I fully believe that Noe will do that. Matter of fact, I was at a conference here recently with Noe where I was presented an acknowledgement and honor, and I stood there with Noe, and I'm holding the plaque that I got, and I said, Noe, one day this is going to be you. And I truly believe that Noe will not only be the next superintendent in Washington State, but he'll be acknowledged at the state level for that work. So with that, I'll let you play the video.
Hi, I'm Noe, and I'm a student here at Chihuahua High School. I want to share something really important that helps make Pasco schools great, our local levy. Levies are for learning. They provide the local funding that helps Pasco students like me thrive. Levy dollars support the staff who keep our schools running every day. Our school resource officers, nurses, custodians, and teaching assistants. They're the friendly faces who keep our schools safe, clean, and welcoming so we can focus on learning. Did you know that our levy funds about 10% of our entire district budget? That's a big part of what makes so many of our programs possible. It also supports the experiences that make learning meaningful, advanced courses, electives, and the programs that help students discover their passions. Next, our current levy expires in 2026. Renewing it keeps these vital programs and supports in place at an estimated rate of $2.17 per 1,000 of assessed property value. It's not a new tax. It is a renewal that maintains what we already have and keeps Pasco schools moving forward. When our schools are strong, our whole community thrives. Because great schools make great neighborhoods, strong local businesses, and a brighter future for all of us. Please remember to vote in the February 10th election.
So I'll end by highlighting just a couple of frequently asked questions. I often get asked about what will happen with an individual's personal property taxes, and that's impossible for me to predict. So it's really just about each individual understanding what's happening with your own personal assessed value. I also get asked what happens if the levy doesn't pass. We can run a levy or run an election twice in a single calendar year. It's about $50 million of funding for us between the levy and the levy equalization dollars. So for us, that's critical. So we would absolutely going back to our board to ask permission to run it again, and we would have opportunities then between now and 2027 to run it again. We need levies passed with a simple majority for 50% plus one vote. And if additional houses are built in Pasco, will we get more money? And the answer to that is no. We run the levy for an amount, and that amount is spread out across the community. So if you think about it like a gift card, if we're going to buy a $100 gift card and there's 4 of us, it's going to cost us each $20. If we're going to buy a $100 gift card and there's 4 of us, it's going to cost us each $25. But if there's 5 of us, it's going to cost us each $20. So it's the same thing. With levies and additional homes being built. The election is the 10th, and we just encourage you to register and participate in your opportunity to vote. So this is me at PSD, and I'm proud and honored.
How important the Richland Public Library is to the city of Richland. It's a gem in our crown. I'm sure everybody saw the news recently that we got voted the best run route in the Ironman triathlon, and I suspect that part of the reason we win stuff like that is because this is also a great place to be when you're not competing. So Richland Public Library is a big piece of that. It's super important to families all over the city and all over the Tri-Cities. It's super important as a place to build community and a place to go for resources and to connect with your neighbors. So I'm really excited to see this space developed for those purposes. This is a great day for the library, and I'm looking forward to see how our community grows into this new space.
Slammed the door so fast that Elizabeth almost got her nose caught.
A famous speaker said back in 1863, when he dedicated a major battlefield, he began his speech by saying, 77 years ago. Well, we're gathered together today to dedicate a facility, a lawn area that wasn't purchased with such a high price, but it was purchased with the dedication and the contributions of hundreds of people from the Tri-Cities who generously gave $100,000 to fund to help fund the cost of creating this lawn area. And so now today we have the honor of dedicating this area for the library, and we're looking forward to making future improvements here. And so we just want to thank everyone who has contributed to the foundation. Our role, unlike that of the Friends of the Library, is really to fund capital projects like this. So anyway, thank you very much, Chris, and everyone else here. I hope you enjoy it.
Please hang up and dial 911.
CCOM's non-emergency dispatch line.
It will ask them a few questions to try to get to what's going on.
My name is Ava. How can I help you?
I need to report a dog that's been barking for the last 5 hours.
Let me see what we can do. What's the full address where the barking is happening?
If they are reporting something on the non-emergency line that we have decided should be handled by a live dispatcher, it's going to immediately transfer it into the comm center. If it isn't, if it's one that we've said, yes, go ahead and collect that information, then it's going to ask some follow-up questions.
Do you want an officer to contact you about this?
No, I just wanted to make sure the dog is okay.
Thanks, Amy Fournier. Is there any other information we should know? like when it tends to start, or if you can see the dog.
And then it creates a synopsis, basically, plus gives a script of all the questions that it asks and all the answers that were given. And then there's a dashboard that the dispatcher will see to review that information and then add it to our computer-aided dispatch program.
If anything changes before they get there, give us a call back, but they've been dispatched, okay? You're welcome. Bye.
It really reduces, one, the amount of time that they're on the phone, two, the amount of time that people are on hold waiting for a dispatcher to be done with emergency calls, because those will have to come first. And three, makes it a very quick transition from reading what's on the script to putting it into the CAT system. So what may have taken them 2 or 3 minutes before will take maybe 30 to 45 seconds now. Win for us.
We're not going to stream games, we're going to broadcast games. And the down football and basketball here at Richland. Baseball is a little bit smaller, and then soccer, volleyball, lacrosse are all mainly one camera shoots. And normally we have 3 people at the desk back there running replay, running the switcher, running audio or graphics on the big board maybe.
For me, I'm mainly the replay sort of guy, so I kind of help out with the setting up and all that, and then once the game actually starts, I kind of help identify things that are going on during the pre-game, and then once the actual game starts, I'm just sitting at the computer getting all the clips ready, and then if there's a timeout or a shooting foul, I'll get that ready up and send it out to the producer so then he can get it on the live stream.
We have a producer, which is mainly myself. My role mainly is I tell the camera ops what I want and how, like, what I need. You know, whether it's like a player getting excited, you know, really anything, you know. I'm just talking to everyone on the team about what I want and how I want it, and then if I use my cards correctly, I can make it good.
We have 2 cameramen up here, one's a wide angle, one's a tight angle, and then we have 2 announcers. So anywhere from 6 to 8 kids.
So from a commentator standpoint, it's all week leading up to the game. We're following Maldonado sisters, how they're doing, you know, how they're scoring, and it's like for us it's pretty how they're scoring, and it's like for us it's pretty simple. The commentators, we just track how the team's doing, what's interesting, but as far as you know, the hardware, that's where the real beauty of it is. Weston Freeze, Grady Weld, Vincent Gomez, Fletcher Owens, Jack Hammond, these guys are just amazing. Bennett Clark even, all of these guys, they show up, they know how to work the cameras, but Grady Weld and Tate Meyer, our advisor, you know, we have, I mean, you can go and look at it yourself if you come to a game, but there's monitor, and it's replays, and you got cables running the length of the court, and you know, they get here at 9 a.m. for a Saturday game, and it just takes time to set up, and they put a lot of effort into it, and there's a reason it looks as good as it does.
And then that can't be done without our amazing camera operators who get every single shot and instinctively know what we want to see, and then our directors and graphics, they know what to expect from those camera operators, and then just the replay guys who know what they're doing.
Every time I put on the headset, I'm trying to make it an understandable broadcast. I'm trying to speak clearly, but as someone I used to play basketball, you know, I used to play football, it's like, it's just a way for me to stay connected, and it's my way of expressing my love for the game.
And he's pulled by Hornevet. Up ahead to Woodard, to Edwards, back to Woodard. Woodard puts up a 3. Yes!
I'm really proud of it. I really love that I get to do this. You know, I never thought I was going to be able to do this. When I was in 8th grade, you could have asked me and I would have thought I would have been in the student section every game, you know. But this is a different type of help, like cheering on my team to me, I feel like. You know, I get to show what the Bombers are doing to everyone.
Oh, so proud. We hold ourselves to a high standard here to try and give the best quality we can.
I'm extremely proud. Every night I go home and I'm like, man, like we just did that. You can tell by just like the community, you know, we have thousands of people tune each game, and it's just like they wouldn't be doing that if we weren't putting out a good product. So we're all very proud of the hard work that we have. So we're all very proud of the hard work that we have.
I'll have many people come up to me after basketball or football games, be like, love what you do, and it just helps out everybody. I've had people tell me that they have family members who live in Arizona and can't watch it, but Atomic TV gives them the ability to watch their family members compete and
games, as well as tables and seating with access to power and Wi-Fi. And construction is set to begin on a new roundabout at the intersection of Riata Road and the future Gage Boulevard extension. The initial work will occur outside the existing roadway, then in mid to late April, Riata Road will be closed between South Gateway and Badger View Drive with a detour via Sagebrush Road and Bermuda. Construction should be complete in June, weather and site conditions permitting. That's Richland in a minute. Find more on our website at richlandwa.gov.
What if the experience of downtown Richland was safer, simpler, and more enjoyable? That's the vision behind the Downtown Loop, a project that will reconfigure George Washington Way and Jadwin Avenue into a one-way couplet between Jadwin Avenue and Simon Street. The Downtown Loop includes barrier-separated two-way bike lanes, wider sidewalks, on-street parking, upgraded lighting, and improved pedestrian crossings, all designed to protect and enhance your downtown travel experience. But it's more than just transportation. The Downtown Loop will create a more vibrant, welcoming place that supports local businesses and encourages people to connect. The Downtown Loop is the result of years of planning, research, and community conversations. By making the area a safe, integrated community and a strong local economy. Step into the future of Richland today. Stay up to date, explore resources, and get the scoop on the Loop at thedowntownloop.com.
Hi, I'm Carlo D'Alessandro, Public Works Director for the City of Richland. I'd like to give you a quick update on the transportation improvements underway in the Queensgate and Dupertale Street area, one of the city's busiest and fastest growing commercial corridors. We've had long-term plans to make several key upgrades in this area. With the continued growth in the Queensgate district and new commercial developments like Costco, the need for these improvements has become more pressing. As part of that growth, this $5.2 million construction project includes intersection improvements and traffic flow upgrades to support both current and future volumes in this area. Our goal is to reduce congestion, improve safety, and support business access as development continues. Improvements include roundabouts at the Dupertale-Kennedy intersection, Dupertale and Vintner Square driveway intersection, widening of the Queensgate and Dupertale intersection, and a median to control access between Kingsgate and Keene. We have a project map available on our website, and we'll share additional visuals as they become available. We plan to construct these improvements starting in spring of 2026. We appreciate your patience as we work through construction. These improvements are an important investment in Richland's future, and we're excited to see the progress take shape. For the latest information, visit www.ci.richland.wa.us and search for the Dupertale Improvements Project. Thanks for staying connected.
It is so fun to be down here and experience the energy that I see going on. You've got to be so excited that this is the moment. 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I'm here to cheer on my cousin's husband today and a work friend. The swim start this morning with the sunrise was impeccable. All the energy and everything has just been amazing.
My favorite part is when they come out of the water and they get ready to hop on those bicycles and then hit the road. It's just so exciting. And the other exciting part is the people who are out in the neighborhoods, you know, watching them watch the runners, the bicyclists. That is so exciting, seeing how excited the community is.
We're from Vancouver, BC. From New Mexico.
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
I'm Allison. I'm from Snohomish. You guys put on an amazing race here.
We're rooting on Dave Colbert. He's our father.
We're from Newburgh, Oregon. He's from Denver.
And it was so exciting, decided I had to sign up for it.
This is his first Ironman. He's been training for a year to do this. He's very excited.
We saw some people coming in on a trail. They're down from Coeur d'Alene. Another one from Denver. Saw another one from Pennsylvania. It's a lot of fun.
Rooting for PR Performance, my team from the Seattle area, and all kinds of other folks. Oh, here comes Chip! Way to go, Chip! 7th place! 3 minutes to the podium!
I'm helping the videographers. I'm the motorcycle, and there's a guy who's going to be on with me, and he's going to be taking action shots of the riders. But what's also really cool is to ride in and amongst traffic and on a motorcycle with your hazard lights and see everybody waving and clapping. This is an event as we grow and the Tri-Cities become bigger and bigger and more metro area. I mean, we've had boat races forever, but to add something like an Ironman event also adds tremendously to the economy with tourism.
Today was great. Today was just an awesome confidence booster this year. Loved the course, loved everything about it. Yeah, heart is so full right now.
Anybody here you want to thank or say hello to?
Thank my mom and dad. They both came from Vegas and Texas. I think you guys crushed it. I think the best races are the ones that you don't notice logistics. And when I'm there and I don't have to think twice about what I'm doing, it's put together really well.
I think the volunteers, everybody that's been helping has been incredibly kind, and they're really encouraging to all the athletes that are doing that, and I think these type of people need that.
I'm just super impressed with the volunteers especially. They're amazing. It makes it a lot of fun. I'm excited about it. Really cool energy this morning.
You know, I've been to different locations. So far, I love this place.
I really like to make a racecation out of them, you know. I don't get to vacation all the time, and the one thing I think Ironman does really well is like they put their races in places that you can have a lot of fun for a weekend, and that's one thing that excited me about coming here. So we're gonna go get some wine with my parents and
myself. My name is I guess even back then you could call me CEO of the ROC.
Well, the city has 54 traffic signals. What we use now is entirely video detection. We set special timings for greens, yellows, and reds, and for pedestrian times. There's kind of two modes of operation for the traffic signals primarily. You can operate a signal as free operation, meaning it's kind of isolated on its own, and it can be very responsive to traffic. And so for customers, that's a great thing if the traffic's low or sporadic. But on a corridor like Keene, we do what's called signal coordination. And so we're trying to look at the platoons and try and get as many of the platoons through as many signals as we can at a time without stopping. Deciding whether to have an intersection operate free or in a coordinated mode is a difficult challenge. So we kind of have some rules of thumb where we look at how much traffic is flowing on the main street at any given time. And at a certain point, the traffic, or we want to put it into coordination for the day. Or later in the afternoon you decide to put it in free when the traffic dies down. So basically the traffic volumes on the main street kind of drive that decision. And other things factor in, like how far away the signals are apart from each other, because it's kind of a geometrical problem as well, and in terms of getting good coordination. And to serve all the movements, we are focusing more and more on trying to be more pedestrian and bicycle friendly in the industry and as a whole, and certainly we are trying to do our part. And recently we've added what's called a leading pedestrian interval to our signals, and what that does is it basically gives the walk sign in advance of the green lights, so that somebody coming from your rear that's turning right, you get a little bit of a head start into the intersection. Or even for left turns, you get a little bit of head start in advance of the left turner. A lot of our newer detection can differentiate between a bike and a car. We know it takes a bike a little bit longer to get across the intersection, so the minimum green time might be a little bit longer if we detect a bike specifically.
We're not going to stream games, we're going to broadcast games. And the difference to me is a stream is anybody's phone, streaming on Facebook Live, where you don't know the score, you don't know who's participating, what the teams are. You don't know the score, you don't know who's participating, what the teams are. We're going to broadcast every game we do, and everybody's going to be able to turn it on wherever they are, whether they're grandparents or alumni somewhere far away or here in town. They're going to know the score, they're going to know who's participating, and they're going to be engaged, and they're going to come back and want to watch the next game.
As Woodard gets a screen and a shot and drills it in the top of the key.
Our big broadcast center around football and basketball here at Richland. Baseball is a little bit smaller, and then soccer, volleyball, lacrosse are all mainly one-camera shoots. And normally we have...
And then after a timeout or a shooting foul, I'll get that ready up and send it out to the producer, so then he can get it on the live stream.
We have a producer, which is mainly myself. My role mainly is I tell the camera ops what I want and what I need. Whether it's like a player getting excited, really anything, I'm just talking to everyone on the team about what I want and how I want it, and then if I use my cards correctly, I can make it good.
We have two cameramen up here, one's a wide angle, one's a tight angle, and then we have two announcers, so anywhere from 6 to 8 kids.
So from a commentator's standpoint, it's all week leading up to the game, we're following Maldonado sisters, how they're doing, how they're scoring, and it's like, for us, it's pretty simple. The commentators, we just track how the team's doing, what's interesting, but as far as the hardware, that's where the real beauty of it is. Weston Freeze, Grady Weld, Vincent Gomez, Fletcher Owens, Jack Hammond, these guys are just amazing. Bennett Clark even, all of these guys, they show up, they know how to work the cameras, but Grady Weld and Tate Meyer, our advisor, we have, you can go and look at it yourself if you come to a game, but there's monitor replays, and you got cables running the length of the court, and they get here at 9 a.m. for a Saturday game, and it just takes time to set up, and they put a lot of effort into it, and there's a reason it looks as good as it does.
Scocco gonna go up,
A live broadcast is just a lot of teamwork between a whole bunch of different people. We have our announcers who will announce the game and try and fill the dead spaces, and then that can't be done without our amazing camera operators who get every single shot and instinctively know what we want to see, and then our directors and graphics, they know what to expect from those camera operators, and then
it's just a way for me to stay connected, and it's my way of expressing my love for the game.
And he's pulled by Hornibet. Up ahead to Woodard, to Edwards, back to Woodard. Woodard puts up a three, yes!
I'm really proud of it. I really love that I get to do this. I never thought I was going to be able to do this. When I was in 8th grade, you could have asked me and I would have thought I would have been in the student section every game, but this is a different type of help, like cheering on my team to me, I feel like. I get to show what the Bombers are doing to everyone.
Oh, so proud. We hold ourselves to a high standard here to try and give the best quality we can.
I'm extremely proud. Every night I go home and I'm like, man, we just did that. You can tell by the community, we have thousands of people tuning in for each game. And it's just like, they wouldn't be doing that if we weren't putting out a good product. So we're all very proud of the hard work that we have.
I'll have many people come up to me after basketball or football games, be like, love what you do, and it just helps out everybody. I've had people tell me that they have family members who live in Arizona and can't watch it, but Atomic TV gives them the ability to watch their family members compete, and let's say the band or the student section kind of see them.
One, two, three.
I don't need to tell anybody here how important the Richland Public Library is to the city of Richland. It's a gem in our crown. I'm sure everybody saw the news recently that we got voted the best run route in the Ironman triathlon, and I suspect that part of the reason we win stuff like that is because this is also a great place to be when you're not competing. So Richland Public Library is a big piece of that. It's super important, developed for those purposes. This is a great day for the library, and I'm looking forward to see how our community grows into this new space.
Slammed the door so fast that Elizabeth almost got her nose caught.
A famous speaker said back in 1863, when he dedicated a major battlefield, he began his speech by saying, 77 years ago. Well, we're gathered together today to dedicate a facility, a lawn area that wasn't purchased with such a high price, but it was purchased with the dedication and the contributions of hundreds of people from the Tri-Cities who generously gave $100,000 to fund to help fund the cost of creating this lawn area. And so now today we have the honor of dedicating this area for the library, and we're looking forward to making future improvements here. And so we just want to thank everyone who has contributed to the foundation. Our role, unlike that of the Friends of the Library, is really to fund capital projects like this. So anyway, thank you very much, Chris, and everyone else here. I hope you enjoy it.
Green, this is just as close to heaven as my traveling feet have been. Roll, Columbia, won't you roll, roll, roll? Roll, Columbia, won't you roll, roll, roll?
Well, I'm a rambling man and I ramble all the time. Well, I'm a rambling man and I ramble all the time. A rambling man and I ramble all the time. Oh, Lord, every good man's got to ramble when it comes his time. Tell me, which way does your Columbia River run? Tell me, which way does your Columbia River run? Which way does your Columbia River run? From the Canadian Rockies to the ocean of the setting sun. Tell me, how many rivers have you got in Portland town? Tell me, how many rivers have you got in Portland town? How many rivers have you got in Portland town? Say the Columbia River is the river that they all run down. Well, I walk down the road and I see your Bonneville Dam. Yes, I walk down the road and I see old Bonneville Dam. I walk the rocky road and I see old Bonneville Dam. Electricity runs the factories making planes for Uncle Sam. Well, I'm a rambling man and I ramble all the time. I'm a rambling man and I ramble all the time. A rambling man and I ramble all the time. Said every good man's got to ramble when it comes his time. Said every good man's got to ramble when it comes his time. Wilson Guthrie, born July 14th, 1912, to Charles and Nora Guthrie of Yakima, Oklahoma, about 60 miles southwest of Tulsa. He was named after the, at that time, very popular governor of New Jersey, who would go on to be elected president the following fall with the shadow of World War I rising over in Europe. Charles and Nora had come west believing in land ownership. Charles especially believed that land ownership was the way you built generational wealth. And he spent most of his time in Oklahoma chasing that big oil strike that he could never quite catch. We think that at any given time, Charles might have owned as many as 16 or 17 plots in and around Yakima. Woody also claims that his dad was a member of the Oklahoma Ku Klux Klan. Now, we don't know that for sure. That is, the historical substantiation on that is a little sketchy. But we do know that even at best, Charles was able to profit off some shady land deals where the Klan ran black landowners off of their land and he was able to buy it up at a lower price. When Woody was 7, he encountered the force of nature that was going to dog him for the rest of his life, and that was fire. For the rest of his life, and that was fire. Most modern Americans do not remember it, but once upon a time, before fire sprinklers and smoke detectors, Americans do not remember it, but once upon a time, before fire sprinklers and smoke detectors and fire alarms and mandatory fire drills and even governmental clothing standards, fires were common and they were deadly. As a matter of fact, the only reason schools mandated fire drills in the early 1900s was because for a few years at the very beginning of the 20th century, school fires were the #1 cause of child death in the United States. They mandated regular fire drills, government did, and numbers went right down. Makes you think. When Woody was 7, and she would have been 13 or 14, death cast a pall of depression over the Guthrie household that only got worse the next year when their entire house burnt to the ground. Woody had to go for a while when he was 8 and live with his maternal grandmother for a few years. Now, Woody claims that his mother may have set that fire in a fit of depression and dementia. We don't know that's true either, but we do know that after Clara's death, Nora Guthrie would often go from laughing to crying at the drop of a hat. She could be found walking down the main streets of town wearing her husband's shoes. She would go and sit in the local movie theater and stare at the screen in the middle of the day when there was no movie playing. Now, some of that was obviously probably depression and grief, but Nora was also in the beginning stages, we now know, of Huntington's disease. You will sometimes hear it called Huntington's chorea. It is a neurodegenerative muscular disorder. It takes the victim's bodily control away over time, often leaving them just able to sit in a hospital bed and maybe even just blink their eyes, yes or no, at the very end. It's very cruel. It is also genetic. And it would take 2 of Woody's aunts, his mom, 2 of his daughters, and in the end, in 1965, Woody himself. When he was 14, with his mother institutionalized and his father basically destitute, never being able to find any of that sweet, sweet oil, Woody had no prospects, really, in town, so he hit the road. And he spent the first few years of the Depression learning useful skills. You know, useful skills like how to hop boxcars, how to dodge rail yard security officers, and of course how to strum chords on a beat-up guitar. He was beginning to travel far and wide and write songs about the folks he was already calling his people. When he was 19, he tried to be a good, stable provider for his family, but every time he would come back from any of his travels, every time he would come back from playing his music all over the region, he would feel like life was just passing him by. Like it was all happening out there. And the town they were living in, Little Pampa, Texas, just seemed drier and emptier. And so sometimes with other folk singers, sometimes just by himself, sometimes with his whole family in tow, he would throw everybody in the car and they would travel. Sometimes to places like the Florida Panhandle, sometimes to the upper Midwest, eventually settling in Southern California, all through places. And his fame was starting to grow. Also starting to grow was Mary's frustration with her young husband's inability to pick one place and stay there. One final move up north would be the straw that broke the camel's back. 1941, and FDR's REI, Rural Electrification Initiative, is trying to bring electricity to all the hinterlands in America, and it was personified in this area by an organization some of you might be familiar with, I don't know, the Bonneville Power Administration, or the BPA. And the mighty Grand Coulee Dam was rising up out of the Columbia River as a result. Now, then, just like now, not everybody was equally excited about damming up the mighty waterway. And so the BPA decided they were going to make a documentary film. They were going to have a short documentary film made that could play in local movie theaters before the main feature, and it would get everybody excited about the dam. So they hire a guy named Steve Kahn. He was a movie producer out in all the same. They were that black and white or sepia tone footage that always skipped a frame here and there, so people were moving a little too fast and shaking hands and smiling out at the camera around the construction project. And there was always that quick little sort of faux classical music soundtrack, you know, yum bum 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 ba ba da ba dum 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 dum. It was just kind of a little too sprightly, and there was that same guy who narrated them all with that stentorian tenor voice saying pithy, clever things like, "Rising up out of the deserts of eastern Washington, free electricity courtesy of Uncle Sam."
The roar and clatter of thousands of horsepower foretells the completion of the mammoth Bonneville Dam and Power Project, another link in the chain of giants created under the Public Works program.
Well, he knew he couldn't do that. He knew if he was going to make a documentary that was supposed to appeal to regular folks, he needed music that would appeal to regular folks. He needed folk music. The problem was, Steve Kahn didn't know any folk singers, but he knew someone who did. Alan Lomax is a name that comes into a lot of folk music stories around this time in American history. And for good reason. He was the librarian at that time in charge of the folk. Not know about folk music was not to be known. So Steve Kahn calls him up, describes the project, and Lomax says, "I got your guy." And he puts him in touch with Woody Guthrie. Well, Woody, being Woody, assumes mistakenly after one phone call that he's already got the job. He's living in Southern California at the time, appearing on the radio 3 times a night. Appearing on the radio. This is not, they're not playing his recordings. He is going into the radio station with his partner, Lefty Lou, and they are playing on the radio 3 times a night. Once at dinner, once at 8 o'clock, and once when the radio station signs off at 11 o'clock. So Woody's down in Southern California, They get a hold of him with just one phone call. He thinks he's got the job. So he throws Mary, and by then their 3 children, Gwendolyn, Kristen, Little Bill, in a borrowed station wagon. They come up the highway to Portland, Oregon, to BPA headquarters. He walks into BPA carrying his guitar, says, "Well, here I am." Con goes, "And you would be..." "Oh, I'm Woody Guthrie." "Oh, right. You're Alan's folk singer, right, okay. And you have your guitar with you. Okay, well that's, okay, do you carry that everywhere? Okay. Could you play me a song?" And he plays him a song. And then he plays him another one. And right away, Con knows, Lomax nailed it. This is the guy. This is exactly what he needs. This is the music he needs, and everything would have been great except they kept talking. Now, I don't know if you know much about Woody Guthrie's politics circa 1941-42, but Woody Guthrie was slightly to the left at that time of, I don't know, Joseph Stalin, and there is no way that any employee of the United States federal government could have talked to Woodrow Wilson Guthrie for more than 5 minutes without going, "Ugh, this guy will never pass a federal employee background check." And it's true, he wouldn't have. Woody was already writing a column every week for a newspaper he jokingly called the Sabbath Employee, the Sunday Worker. It was a communist week for a newspaper he jokingly called the Sabbath Employee, the Sunday Worker. It was a communist newspaper. Luckily, Con knows there is such a thing as a 30-day emergency contract that doesn't have a background check. The only problem is then you've only got the employee for 30 days. And so came the million-dollar question, well, how many songs do you think you can write in 30 days? No, they gave him $266. They gave him a big black company car. They gave him a driver, a young man named Elmer Bueller. He was only a year older than Woody himself. And the 2 men headed east, and they made these trips. They looked at all the Columbia River. They would look to the dam. They talked to the people who were building it. They talked to the workers. They went and they talked to the farmers whose lands were getting irrigated. They talked to the people who were working in the farms. And all the time, Woody in the back seat of that big black car as they headed back towards Portland, strumming his guitar, strumming. Cars used to have really big back seats. Some of you may remember this. And all the time, and he gets back, and he tells Con he's written 30 songs. Well, not quite. Con had taken that time to get a little bit more familiar with Woody's catalog, and so he caught Woody doing what Woody did sometimes, what all folk singers did sometimes, which is taking older tunes and putting new lyrics to them and calling it a new song. It wasn't anything as blatant as it was. What would it? This dam is your dam. This dam is my dam. From Portland, Oregon. Nothing that blatant. Almost that blatant. Nothing that blatant. So they go down into the basement, BPA. They record the songs on acetate. If any of you remember acetate, some good sound quality, but it degrades really, really quickly. And now they're waiting for Con's documentary footage. Well, what happened? As is so often the case in the early 1940s, Adolf Hitler ruined everything. Operation Barbarossa, and Germany invades Russia. It becomes very clear that the United States is at some point going to enter World War II, and so everything gets directed towards the war effort. Every major industry in America stops everything it's doing and puts all its resources, all its materials towards the war effort. The documentary is stopped. The footage, everything is shelved. Con and Bueller actually get drafted. They both serve in combat. Of someone that I think some of you around here know. A young man in 1983, he was a BPA media services employee, a fellow named Bill Merlin. I'm a friend of Bill. I know we had breakfast not 7 or 8 weeks ago. We owe Bill a lot because it's Bill who finds in 1983, that's where we've skipped to. We've skipped 40 years ahead. It is Bill who, as a BPA Media Services employee in 1983, takes those acetates, finds them and goes, hey, that sounds like Woody Guthrie. Or if you can imagine Bill's voice doing it, those of you who know him, hey, that sounds like Woody Guthrie. He gets them up I-5 to a fellow named Greg Vandy, who at that time is the general manager of a radio station in Seattle, KEXP. He's also a music historian and a journalist, and they begin digging, and they uncover the full story that I'm telling you tonight of Woody Guthrie in the Pacific Northwest, his Bonneville Power adventures. Now, his son Arlo said that one of the reasons Woody was so fond of the BPA chapter of his life was that for most of Woody's life, Woody always felt like he was kind of on the outside of the machine looking in. He was always an outsider. And Arlo says, well, this one time, he felt like he was on the inside. Not just the inside, he said, he felt like he was on the inside of a world-changing, nature-challenging, bigger than anything could ever possibly be thing. And you can hear that. You can hear it on songs like The Biggest Thing That Man Has Ever Done, Better World A-Comin', and of course, Washington State's official state folk song. I'm in a room with people who know Washington State has an official state folk song, yes? You people seem to take your folk music seriously out here, so I'm assuming you know. Well, yes, Washington State is one of the few states that has an official state folk song, and you're gonna sing it with me right now. Next to you feel better about themselves. Green Douglas firs where the waters cut through, down her wild mountains and canyons she flew, Canadian Northwest to the ocean so blue. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Help me out now. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning our darkness to dawn. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Other greater rivers add power to you. Yakima, Snake, and the Cliquot Tattoo. Sandy, Willamette, and the Hood River too. Won't you roll on, Columbia, roll on. Let's do it again. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning our darkness to dawn. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. At Bonneville now there are ships in the lights. The water has risen and cleared all the rocks, and now shiploads aplenty will stream past the docks. Won't you roll on, Columbia, roll on, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning our darkness to dawn. Won't you roll on, Columbia, roll on. And up on that river's the Grand Coulee Dam, the mightiest thing ever built by a man to run the great factories and water the land. Won't you roll on, Columbia, roll on. You take this one, let's go. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Roll on, Columbia, roll on. Your power is turning. You're hired, get in the van. All right. Well, by the time it was over, 1943, the project cost $163 million. The dam rose 550 feet above the surface of the Columbia, and it employed over 8,000 men. Now, those are impressive numbers. But Woody had seen more than they meant him to. Woody always saw a little bit more than you meant him to. He had seen that those men made an average of 80 cents an hour, and that 77 of them died on that project before it was over. He had also talked to lots of people. He had talked to the farmers and the people who were doing the farm work. And he knew how much people were and were not getting paid in these newly irrigated pastures of plenty. And so there were other songs in that 26. Songs with a little bit more of an edge to them. It's a mighty hard road that my poor hands have held. My poor feet have traveled your high, dusty road. Well, out of your dust bowl and westward we rode. Your deserts were hot and your mountains were cold. Well, I worked in your orchard of peaches and prunes, and I slept on the ground by the light of your moon. It's up north to Oregon to gather your hops and cut the beets from your ground, cut the grapes from your vine, to lay on your table your light sparkling wine. Green pastures of plenty from the dry desert ground, from the Grand Coulee Dam where the waters come down. Every state in the Union us migrants have been. We'll work in this fight and we'll fight till we win. Well, it's always we've rambled this river and I, all along your green fields I will work till I die, and my land I'll defend with my life if need be, 'cause your pastures of plenty must always be free. Well, both songs have gone on to become classics, but I think it's safe to say the BPA far preferred the first one to the second one. Well, imbued with newfound patriotism now, Woody decided he wanted to go next to New York City. And there he would hook up with a group called the Almanac Singers. Now, the Almanac Singers was kind of a loose affiliation of folk singers. The cast changed from time to the roaming around. Told Woody that she was taking the kids and going back to Texas. She was moving back to El Paso, and if he went to New York, their marriage was over. Woody, who was now appearing regularly on the radio, booking concerts, had some steady income, he told Mary he would send her and the kids $100 a month, not a small sum at that time. And he went to New York. New York City, at that time, had the attraction for Woody Guthrie, not just of the Almanac Singers, but other folk notables such as Cisco Houston, the Lead Belly, Burl Ives. Also had lots of radicals that he wanted to get to know and meet. Folks like Will Geer, the actor, if you remember him as Grandpa Walton from the Waltons. Oh no, he was quite the socialist firebrand before he was telling John Boy good night every week. He had an apartment where they had all kinds of parties, talked about the problems with private property and the way the world ought to be. It was at one of those parties that he met a young dancer from the Martha Graham Dance Company. Her name was Marjorie Mazia. They began to date. She would go on to become his second wife, the mother of his next 4 children, and even though she was not his final wife, she was the one who returned to nurse him at the end of his life. Marjorie is by far at the end of his life. Marjorie is by far the longest relationship of Woody's life. But New York City winters get cold. And by February of the following year, Woody had had it. He had had it. He had had it. He was done. He was living hand to mouth at the Hanover House Hotel, which is not the Ritz-Carlton, and everywhere. God bless America, land that I... Oh, he hated that song. He hated that song so much, not just because you couldn't get away from it, but because he felt like at that time, with everything that was going on in America, that song sounded to him like a cruel joke. When he looked around at the folks he called his people, he didn't see God blessing America. He saw his people suffering from unemployment, food insecurity, shelter insecurity. He felt like he wasn't seeing God bless anybody at all. One day in February, he comes home, he's freezing cold, he turns on his little radio. Click! Okay, goes over to his notebook, rips out one piece of paper. We still have it. It is the centerpiece of the Woody Guthrie Museum and Archives down in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's on a lit dais in the middle of the museum. You must go. It is a wonderful museum. If you like folk music, the Woody Guthrie is right downtown. The Bob Dylan Museum is right next to. Oh, it's an amazing weekend of music if you have a chance to go. He goes and he rips out some verses on it that he calls God blessed. ED, past tense, blessed America. Now, you know that song. You know it very well. You just don't know it by that title. You know it by the title it would take later, This Land Is Your Land. And it would become so famous that LBJ would later say that that song and not the... Now, that's an opinion. LBJ did not know the history of that song. Neither LBJ nor the thousands of elementary school children who sing it every year at choir concerts know the story of that song. Nor do they know the two verses that got cut and didn't make it onto the original 1947 recording. Voices that lampoon the very concept of private property. Verses like, was a high wall standing that tried to stop me, a sign was painted. Now, there was also a final verse the way the song used to end. Didn't make the 1947 recording either. One bright sunny morning, in the shadow of the steeple, by the relief office, I saw my people. As they stood hungry, I stood there wondering if God blessed America for me. Now, when the producer heard that song, 1947, when they were laying it out, he reached over and he hit the stop button and he hit the talk back button. Woody, yeah? We can't do those two verses. They'll never play this song on the radio. Why not? Why? It makes it sound like America's too in love with capitalism, doesn't take care of its poor people. Okay, hold on. Let's just take a smoke break. Maybe. How about those first two? This land is your land. This land. That might be a good time. Now, let's be clear. At this point, Woody would never have agreed to the lyric change, the title change, had he known that song was going to go on to become his most iconic, most associated with song of all time. But at the time, it was just another song of all time. But at the time, it was just another song. It was one song among many. In fact, he already had a much bigger hit. The first combat ship sunk in World War II was a destroyer class called the Reuben James. It was sunk a month before Pearl Harbor, made all the papers, and Woody found out about it, wrote a few verses. It became one of the first big anthems of World War II. Have you heard of a ship called the good Reuben James? And by hard-working men, both of honor and fame. She thinks, did you have a friend on the good James? Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? What were their names? Tell me, what were their names? Did you have a friend on the good Reuben James? Now, it is at this point in the show, every time I do it, I can tell who the guitar players are in the audience. Because when I play that riff, and say it's a Woody Guthrie song, I always see about, 6, 7, whoever, heads tilt kind of to the corner like, wait a minute, that's not right. Kind of like when your dog's home alone and your voice comes out of the answering machine. A minute, that's not how that works. No, if you are a fan of bluegrass, folk, Appalachian, old-timey string music, or as we call it where I come from, back in the mountains of Asheville, North Carolina, music, then you know that song, that lick is very famous. It's from a song called Wildwood Flower by the Carter family, Mama Maybelle and Papa AP. And it is the first lick that a lot of kids pick up when they want to learn a little bit of bluegrass guitar. Maybe a skinny young teen to go, have you heard of a ship called the good Reuben James? Except you go, oh, he taught me to love him and call me his flower. Same riff, right? That was blooming to cheer him through life's dreary hour. Oh, I long so to see him and regret the dark hour. He's the one that neglected this pale wildwood flower. Same song. Now, I can see some of you turning on Woodrow. Hang on. Let me take you back even farther, to 1850, to a song we think, oh, I'll twine with my mingles and raven black hair, with the roses so red and the lilies so fair, and the myrtle so bright with the emerald dew, pale and the leader and eyes look like blue. Same song. Now, I point this out, I take us on this little musicological journey, not to try to get Woodrow off the hook, or certainly not to accuse Mama Maybelle and Papa AP of anything, perish the thought, but because that's how folk music worked. I'm just trying to sort of point out that everybody took old tunes and put new words to them. Pete Seeger did it, Burl Ives did it, Cisco Houston did it, everybody did it, and Woody certainly did it. And we didn't talk about copyright infringement and all that sort of stuff at the time. It's just kind of how folk music worked. Well, by the time we get to 1943, things are pretty good for Woodrow Wilson Guthrie. He and Marjorie have gotten married. They've moved out of town. They've moved to Coney Island, the little house on Mermaid Avenue they would be in for their entire marriage. February of that year, they have their first child, Kathy Ann, the little girl that Woody would always call Stack of Bones. One word, Stack of Bones, as her nickname because she was so skinny. He had put out his first memoir. He had put out his first memoirs, Bound for Glory, with Dutton Publishing, and they were selling very well. He had hooked up with the Almanac Singers. They had changed their lyrics too to be a little bit more pro-war, and they were playing everywhere. Oh, it looked like the Guthrie family was headed for a time, even with the war going on, of peace, prosperity, and stability. Refer to Arthur as their once and future king, gone but always ready to come back if England's greatest need should ever arise. In many ways, I think of Woody Guthrie as our once and future bard. Woody left us at the age of 55, but I would submit to you as we sit here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we may need Woody Guthrie's voice now more than we ever have. His songs encourage us to roll up our sleeves. to do the hard work of keeping our promises to those less fortunate than us, to not turn a blind eye to the inequities in our society, to keep not him alive, but his spirit alive. And we do that by reading his works, by telling his stories, and by singing his songs. Especially this one. You had to know what I was going to end with. Now, when it comes to This Land Is Your Land, I have very specific rules. They are the same as Woody's. Sing out loud, sing out strong, but only if you mean it. In other words, if you can sing This Land Is Your Land, but mean it the way Woody meant it. In other words, if you can sing This Land Is Your Land, but mean it the way Woody meant it. This land is your land, full stop, period. No exclusions, no caveats. This land is your land, this land is your land. This land is your land if your folks came across the Bering Strait in prehistoric times. This land is your land if your people got here on the Mayflower. This land is your land if your gang came here in chains in a slave ship in 1619. This land is your land if your people got here fleeing oppression and famine in Europe in the 1800s. And this land is your land if you just got here. And this land is my land. You know, Woody always used to say, the reason I don't own a lot of stuff is because I don't want to take care of a lot of stuff. In other words, Woody recognized that when you say something is yours, when you say you found it. So if you can do those two things, my friends, tonight, if you can sing This Land Is Your Land with no caveats or exclusions or exceptions, and This Land Is My Land, not just with a sense of ownership or responsibility, well then by God, sing along. This land is your land, this land is my land, from California to the New York Islands, from the redwood forests to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I was walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Roamed and rambled, I've roamed and rambled, and followed my footsteps through the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me a voice was sounding, saying this land was made for you and me. This land, you take it. This land is my land. This land is my land. Yeah. From California to the New York Islands, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Was made for you and me. One bright sunny morning, in the shadow of the steeple by the relief office, I saw my people as they stood hungry. I stood there wondering if God blessed America.
Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm Mark Ingham. One factor that contributes to our residents' high quality of life in Richland is our vast and diverse park system. Our park portfolio features large community parks, small neighborhood parks, a dog park, a skate park. Basically in Richland, we feature something for everyone. Now tucked away in the Horn Rapids Sports Complex is one of our most unique park experiences. Welcome to the Columbia Basin BMX track. Well, joining us now is Columbia Basin BMX track operator Sam McPee. Sam, thanks for jumping on the program with us.
Absolutely, this is a lot of fun.
And this is going to sound weird, but this is one of my favorite parks in Richland because every time I come here, I'm blown away that we have it, but I often forget that it's here. And let's talk about why we have a great amenity like this, and that's because of the Columbia Basin BMX and the relationship you have with the City of Richland. So you can just share a little bit about your group?
Absolutely. So this is Columbia Basin BMX track. We exist here at the Horn Rapids Athletic Complex. And really, we have a great relationship with the city. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Richland, and one of the things that I think we do really well here in the city of Richland is our parks and our facilities and the different amenities that we have. So this is just one of many across our city, and it's one that here is driven largely by the work of volunteers.
That's amazing. And maybe talk a little bit about the relationship as far as, I believe that the City of Richland owns this land, but the reason we have this amazing amenity is because of the work of those volunteers. So maybe talk a little about that.
Yeah, that's correct. So this is city public parkland, but we kind of exist on top of it, right? And everything inside of the fence here for the track is operated, maintained, built by, and paid for with through the work of our volunteers and through our organization, Columbia Basin BMX.
That's amazing. And how long has this track been operating in Richland?
Yeah, so the track was originally built at the base of the the Cable Bridge, and then it moved here to this location in 1995, I believe.
Raises money to pay for those improvements.
Absolutely. So largely the way that we pay for anything around here is driven by a variety of factors. We've got our race fees that our members pay when they come here for any of our events. But by and large, when we do large capital improvements, we're going after grant funding. So we've taken advantage over the years of both Parks Partnership grants. Most recently, it's been LTAC grants, so hotel motel tax, and being able to apply and get awarded those grant funding allows us to really reinvest into the track, which just increases the amount of people that we can serve and the people who are going to come here to our city.
And Columbia Basin BMX has been very successful in applying for and getting grants from the City of Richland out of the Hotel Motel grant funds. And let's talk about some of the larger projects you guys have accomplished here.
Yeah, so I'll go back all the way to like 2013. So in 2013, this registration and bathroom facility, big brick building in the background there, that was built using LTAC grant funding. Our lights were all put in through community donations and with the work of volunteers. Most recently, last year, we did a redesign of all of our dirt surfaces here. So all the dirt surfaces, we brought in about 350 extra yards of material, made everything a little bit bigger, a little bit more fun. That was paid for through LTAC grant funding. And then most recently this year, I guess last year, we also updated all of our light heads. So all of the light heads, we switched them to LED light heads for better light quality, as well as some savings there on energy usage. As well as some savings there on energy usage. And then most recently this year, the area that we're standing on, we elevated that up about 3.5 feet, and then we installed this brand new ProStart. It's really a top-of-the-line electric safety gate is what it is, replacing our old barrel gate, and then replaced our whole starting hill and all the asphalt we see here. And so it is a little bit more of a strain. We have a little bit more repairs to do after winter from different usage that it gets. However, it's really vitally important for me personally that this remains open to the public. It's how my personal family found this. Our now 12-year-old, when he was 2, we brought him out here. We found the park randomly. And loved it, and then we got involved in the organization, and he's racing now. He's been racing for 10 years and loving it, right? Mm-hmm. So it's vitally important that we keep it open to the public. This is actually served by literally hundreds of our community members on a weekly basis.
We feature some parks that are, I would say state class. I feel like our skate park is one of the best in Washington, and I'm curious, how do you feel this track stacks up against others in Washington?
Yeah, so here in 2025, there are 10 operating tracks in the state of Washington for this season. And BMX tracks, every BMX track is unique. Everything has, our light poles here, we're kind of known for having too many light poles, right? So every track's unique in its features and what it's going to bring, but every single facility, every single city that has a BMX racetrack is better because of it. It betters their community with providing a space for kids to ride. Mm-hmm. So now, all that being said, I am for sure biased, but I think our overall facility is one of the nicest ones around, and that's due to a significant amount of factors. One, our race surface, right? Our race surface is known for. We also have great amenities here with the overall park facility, whether that's having plenty of parking, plenty of viewing areas in our bleachers that we have, as well as just a lot of open grass for families to spread out. So it really is a great facility. It's one of a favorite facility that we hear from several people around the Pacific Northwest, and we love hosting people here and having different events.
And one of my favorite aspects about this park is when I visited with my kids, I've seen little kids as young as 3 on their Strider bikes, and then more advanced riders, maybe 50, 60-year-olds out here just having a blast. And just, I wanted to ask you,
entertain and to go out and enjoy themselves. Whether that's a skate park or whether that's a BMX track, that's a different, unique experience that you don't get by just going to, a playground or something like that. BMX is an absolute unique sporting experience. We have a saying in the world of BMX is that no one rides the bench. Every time you come out here, it's you, your bicycle, against all of your competitors for all 3 rounds of a BMX race. It's unique in that sense. This is also one of the only sports I know of where the entire family can come out here and participate. You're not sitting on the sidelines just watching, right? Your kids can come out here, they can race against kids their own age, and then mom and dad can jump on a bike and they can race against the adults out here. So it's a blast. It's kind of close quarters a little bit. So if you're not racing, we have lots of viewing areas. You can see the entire track. You can watch your kids having a blast. It's just a fun experience for the entire family.
Well, I'd like to thank Sam McPeak for hopping on the program and educating us on Columbia Basin BMX and just showing us around this great BMX facility. And truly want to thank you for your dedication to the community, the dedication to these kids, and all the volunteer work you're putting in to provide this to our community. It's amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Mark.
You bet. And if you would like more information on Columbia Basin BMX, you can visit them online by using the link below. And while you're there, give them a like on Facebook. Now, if you're searching for more information on anything happening in the city of Richland, visit us at our website, www.ci.richland.wa, www.ci.richland.wa.us. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland. Let's go, Sam.
Let's do it.
Unlock amazing deals and support local business. The Richland Small Business Passport is a digital passport that offers year-round savings at some of the best local businesses in Richland. Visit richlandbusiness.com to reveal the deals and discover which businesses are participating. You will need to show the passport page at the time of purchase to redeem the deal. Passport deals change, so check back whenever you shop. Find great deals at Richland's best small businesses. Good things come to those who shop local.
Important Richland Public Library is to the city of Richland. It's a gem in our crown. I'm sure everybody saw the news recently that we got voted the best run route in the Ironman triathlon, and I suspect that part of the reason we win stuff like that is because this is also a great place to be when you're not competing. So Richland Public Library is a big piece of that. It's super important to families all over the city and all over the Tri-Cities. It's super important as a place to build community and a place to go for resources and to connect with your neighbors. So I'm really excited to see this space developed for those purposes. This is a great day for the library, and I'm looking forward to see how our community grows into this new space.
Slammed the door so fast that Elizabeth almost got her nose caught.
A famous speaker said back in 1863, when he dedicated a major battlefield, he began his speech by saying, 77 years ago. Well, we're gathered together today to dedicate a facility, a lawn area that wasn't purchased with such a high price, but it was purchased with the dedication and the contributions of hundreds of people from the Tri-Cities who generously gave $100,000 to fund to help fund the cost of creating this lawn area. And so now today we have the honor of dedicating this area for the library, and we're looking forward to making future improvements here. And so we just want to thank everyone who has contributed to the foundation. Our role, unlike that of the Friends of the Library, is really to fund capital projects like this. So anyway, thank you very much, Chris, and everyone else here. I hope you enjoy it.
911.
CCOM's non-emergency dispatch line.
It will ask them a few questions to try to get to what's going on.
My name is Ava. How can I help you?
I need to report a dog that's been barking for the last 5 hours.
Let me see what we can do. What's the full address where the barking is happening?
If they are reporting something on the non-emergency line that we have decided should be handled by a live dispatcher, it's going to immediately transfer it into the comm center. If it isn't, if it's one that we've said, yes, go ahead and collect that information, then it's going to ask some follow-up questions.
Do you want an officer to contact you about this?
No, I just want to make sure the dog is okay.
Thanks, Amy Fournier. Is there any other information we should know, like when it tends to start, or if you can see the dog?
And then it creates a synopsis, basically, plus gives a script of all the questions that it asks and all the answers that were given. And then there's a dashboard that the dispatcher will see to review that information and then add it to our computer-aided dispatch program.
If anything changes before they get there, give us a call back, but they've been dispatched, okay? You're welcome. Bye.
It really reduces, one, the amount of time that they're on the phone, two, the amount of time that people are on hold waiting for a dispatcher to be done with emergency calls, because those will have to come first. And three, makes it a very quick from reading what's on the script to putting it into the CAT system. So what may have taken them 2 or 3 minutes before will take maybe 30 to 45 seconds now. So when we're dealing with calls where seconds save lives, it's a big win for us.
We're not going to stream games, we're going to broadcast games. And the difference to me is a stream is anybody's phone, streaming on Facebook Live, where you don't know the score, you don't know who's participating, what the teams are. We're going to broadcast every game we do, and everybody's going to be able to turn it on wherever they are, whether they're grandparents or alumni somewhere. Richland baseball is a little bit smaller, and then soccer, volleyball, lacrosse are all mainly one camera shoots. And normally we have 3 people at the desk back there running replay, running the switcher, running audio or graphics on the big board maybe.
For me, I'm mainly the replay sort of guy, so I kind of help out with the setting up and all that, and then once the game actually starts, I kind of help identify things that are going on during the pre-game, and then once the actual game starts, I'm just sitting at the computer getting all the clips ready, and then if there's a timeout or a shooting foul, I'll get that ready up and send it out to the producer so then he can get it on the live stream.
We have a producer, which is mainly myself. My role mainly is I tell the camera ops what I want and what I need. Whether it's like a player getting excited, really anything, I'm just talking to everyone on the team about what I want and how I want it, and then if I use my cards correctly, I can make it good.
We have 2 cameramen up here, one's a wide angle, one's a tight angle, and then we have 2 announcers, so anywhere from 6 to 8 kids.
So from a commentator's standpoint, it's all week leading up to the game, we're following Maldonado sisters, how they're doing, how they're scoring, and it's like, for us, it's pretty simple. The commentators, we just track how the team's doing, what's interesting, but as far as the hardware, that's where the real beauty of it is. Weston Freeze, Grady Weld, Vincent Gomez, Fletcher Owens, Jack Hammond, these guys are just amazing. Bennett Clark even, all of these guys, they show up, they know how to work the cameras, but Grady Weld and Tate Meyer, our advisor, you can go and look at it yourself if you come to a game, but there's monitor, and it's replays, and you got cables running the length of the court, and they get here at 9 a.m. for a Saturday game, and it just takes time to set up, and they put a lot of effort into it, and there's a reason it looks as good as it does.
Our amazing camera operators who get every single shot and instinctively know what we want to see. And then our directors and graphics, they know what to expect from those camera operators. And then just the replay guys who know what they're doing.
Every time I put on the headset, I'm trying to make it an understandable broadcast. I'm trying to speak clearly, but as someone as I used to play basketball, I used to play football. It's like it's just a way for me to stay connected, and it's my way of expressing my love for the game.
And he's pulled by Hornevet. Up ahead to Woodard, to Edwards, back to Woodard. Woodard puts up a three. Yes!
I'm really proud of it. I really love that I get to do this. I never thought I was going to be able to do this. When I was in 8th grade, you could have asked me and I would have thought I would have been in the student section every game, But this is a different type of help, like cheering on my team to me, I feel like. I get to show what the Bombers are doing to everyone.
Oh, so proud. We hold ourselves to a high standard here to try and give the best quality we can.
I'm extremely proud. Every night I go home and I'm like, man, we just did that. You can tell by the community. We have thousands of people tuning in. You can tell by the community. We have thousands of people tuning in for each game, and it's just like they wouldn't be doing that if we weren't putting out a good product. So we're all very proud of the hard work that we have.
I'll have many people come up to me after basketball or football games, be like, love what you do, and it just helps out everybody. I've had people tell me that they have family members who live in Arizona and can't watch it, but Atomic TV gives them the ability to watch their family members compete. And
plus to power and Wi-Fi. And construction is set to begin on a new roundabout at the intersection of Riata Road and the future Gage Boulevard extension. The initial work will occur outside the existing roadway, then in mid to late April, Riata Road will be closed between South Gateway and Badger View Drive with a detour via Sagebrush Road and Bermuda. Construction should be complete in June, weather and site conditions permitting. That's Richland in a minute. Find more on our website at richlandwa.gov.
What if the experience of downtown Richland was safer, simpler, and more enjoyable? That's the vision behind the Downtown Loop, a project that will reconfigure George Washington Way and Jadwin Avenue into a one-way couplet between Jadwin Avenue and Simon Street. The Downtown Loop includes barrier-separated two-way bike lanes, wider sidewalks, on-street parking, upgraded lighting, and improved pedestrian crossings, all designed to protect and enhance your downtown travel experience. But it's more than just transportation. The Downtown Loop will create a more vibrant, welcoming place that supports local businesses and encourages people to connect. The Downtown Loop is the result of years of planning, research, and community conversations. By making the area more safe, integrated community, and a strong local economy. Step into the future of Richland today. Stay up to date, explore resources, and get the scoop on the Loop at thedowntownloop.com.
Hi, I'm Carlo D'Alessandro, Public Works Director for the City of Richland. I'd like to give you a quick update on the transportation improvements underway in the Queensgate and Dupertell Street area, one of the city's busiest and fastest growing commercial corridors. We've had long-term plans to make several key upgrades in this area. With the continued growth in the Queensgate district and new commercial developments like Costco, the need for these improvements has become more pressing. As part of that growth, One Costco District includes intersection improvements and traffic flow upgrades to support both current and future volumes in this area. Our goal is to reduce congestion, improve safety, and support business access as development continues. Improvements include roundabouts at the Dupertell-Kennedy intersection, Dupertell and Vintner Square driveway intersection, widening of the Queensgate and Dupertell intersection, and a median to control access between Kingsgate and Keene. We have a project map available on our website and will share additional visuals as they become available. We plan to construct these improvements starting in spring of 2026. We appreciate your patience as we work through construction. These improvements are an important investment in Richland's future, and we're excited to see the progress take shape. For the latest information, visit www.ci.richland.wa.us and search for the Dupertail Improvements Project. Thanks for staying connected.
It is so fun to be down here and experience the energy that I see going on. You've got to be so excited that this is the moment. 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I'm here to cheer on my cousin's husband today and a work friend. The swim start this morning with the sunrise was impeccable. All the energy and everything has just been amazing. It's just been amazing so far.
My favorite part is when they come out of the water and they get ready to hop on those bicycles and then hit the road. It's just so exciting. And the other exciting part is the people who are out in the neighborhoods, you know, watching them watch the runners, the bicyclists. That is so exciting, seeing how excited the community is.
I had to sign up for it.
This is his first Ironman. He's been training for a year to do this. He's very excited.
We saw some people coming in on a trail. They're down from Coeur d'Alene, another one from Denver, saw another one from Pennsylvania. It's a lot of fun.
Rooting for PR Performance, my team from the Seattle area, and all kinds of other folks. Oh, here comes Chip! Way to go, Chip! 7th place! 3 minutes to the podium!
I'm helping the videographers. I'm the motorcycle, and there's a guy who's going to be on with me, and he's going to be taking action shots of the riders. But what's also really cool is to ride in and amongst traffic and on a motorcycle with your hazard lights and see everybody waving and clapping. This is an event as we grow. This is an event as we grow and the Tri-Cities become bigger and bigger and more metro area. I mean, we've had boat races forever, but to add something like an Ironman event also adds tremendously to the economy with tourism.
Today was great. Today was just an awesome confidence booster this year. Loved the course, loved everything about it. Yeah, heart is so full right now.
Anybody here you want to thank or say hello to?
Thank my mom and dad. They both came from Vegas and Texas. I think you guys crushed it. I think they're together really well.
I think the volunteers, everybody that's been helping has been incredibly kind, and they're really encouraging to all the athletes that are doing that, and I think these type of people need that.
I'm just super impressed with the volunteers especially. They're amazing. It makes it a lot of fun. I'm excited about it. Really cool energy this morning.
You know, I've been to different locations. So far, I love this place.
I really like to make a racecation out of them, you know. I don't get to vacation all the time, and the one thing I think Ironman does really well is like they put their races in places that you can have a lot of fun for a weekend, and that's one thing that excited me about coming here. So we're gonna go get some wine with my parents and teammates.
So my name is H to the OV. I used to move snowflakes by the OC. I guess even back then you could call me CEO of the OC.
Well, the city has 54 traffic signals. What we use now is entirely video detection. We set special timings for greens, yellows, and reds, and for pedestrian times. There's kind of two modes of operation for the traffic signals primarily. You can operate a signal as free operation, meaning it's kind of isolated on its own, and it can be very responsive to traffic. And so for customers, that's a great thing if the traffic's low or sporadic. But on a corridor like Keene, we do what's called signal coordination. And so we're trying to look at the platoons and try and get as many of the platoons through as many signals as we can at a time without stopping. Deciding whether to have an intersection operate free or in a coordinated mode is a difficult challenge. So we kind of have some rules of thumb where we look at how much traffic is flowing on the main street at any given time. And at a certain point, the traffic rises to a level where we want to put it into coordination for the day. Or later in the afternoon, or later in the afternoon you decide to put it in free when the traffic dies down. So basically the traffic volumes on the main street kind of drive that decision, and other things factor in, like how far away the signals are apart from each other, because it's kind of a geometrical problem as well, and in terms of getting good coordination. And to serve all the movements, you have to have enough time to have the PEDs cross the street safely, serve most of the left turn phases that are potentially busy, and try and fit that all into a consistent cycle, because a coordinated system requires all the signals to have a sync to be more pedestrian and bicycle friendly in the industry and as a whole. And certainly we are trying to do our part. And recently we've added what's called a leading pedestrian interval to our signals, and what that does is it basically gives the walk sign in advance of the green lights, so that somebody coming from your rear that's turning right, you get a little bit of a head start into the intersection. Or even for left turns, you get a little bit of head start in advance of the left turner. A lot of our newer detection can differentiate between a bike and a car. We know it takes a bike a little bit longer to get across the intersection, so the minimum green time might be a little bit longer if we detect a bike specifically.
We're not going to stream games, we're going to broadcast games. And the difference of streaming on Facebook Live, where you don't know the score, you don't know who's participating, what the teams are. We're going to broadcast every game we do, and everybody's going to be able to turn it on wherever they are, whether they're grandparents or alumni somewhere far away or here in town. They're going to know the score, they're going to know who's participating, and they're going to be engaged, and they're going to come back and want to watch the next game.
As Woodard gets a screen and a shot and drills it from the top of the key.
Our big broadcast center around football and basketball here at Richland. Baseball is a little bit smaller, and then soccer, volleyball, lacrosse are all mainly one camera shoots. And normally we have 3 people at the desk back there running replay, running the switch.
Identify things that are going on during the pregame, and then once the actual game starts, I'm just sitting at the computer getting all the clips ready, and then if there's a timeout or a shooting foul, I'll get that ready up and send it out to the producer so then he can get it on the live stream.
We have a producer, which is mainly myself. My role mainly is I tell the camera ops what I want and how, what I need. Whether it's like a player getting excited, really anything, I'm just talking to everyone on the team about what I want and how I want it, and then if I use my cards correctly, I can make it good.
We have 2 cameramen up here, one's a wide angle, one's a tight angle, and then we have 2 announcers, so anywhere from 6 to 8 kids.
So from a commentator standpoint, it's all week leading up to the game. We're following Maldonado sisters, how they're doing, how they're scoring, and it's like, for us, it's pretty simple. The commentators, we just track how the team's doing, what's interesting, but as far as the hardware, that's where the real beauty of it is. Weston Freeze, Grady Weld, Vincent Gomez, Fletcher Owens, Jack Hammond, these guys are just amazing. Bennett Clark even, all of these guys, they show up, they know how to work the cameras, but Grady Weld and Tate Meyer, our advisor, we have, you can go and look at it yourself if you come to a game, but there's monitor plays, and you got cables running the length of the court, and they get here at 9 a.m. for a Saturday game, and it just takes time to set up, and they put a lot of effort into it, and there's a reason it looks as good as it does.
Scocco gonna go up,
A live broadcast is just a lot of teamwork between a whole bunch of different people. We have our announcers who will announce the game and try and fill the dead spaces, and then that can't be done without our amazing camera operators who get every single shot and instinctively know what we want to see, and then our directors and graphics, they know what to expect from those camera operators, and then just
a way for me to stay connected, and it's my way of expressing my love for the game.
And he's pulled by Hornibet. Up ahead to Woodard, to Edwards, back to Woodard. Woodard puts up a three. Yes!
I'm really proud of it. I really love that I get to do this. You know, I never thought I was going to be able to do this. When I was in 8th grade, you could have asked me and I would have thought I would have been in the student section every game, you know. But this is a different type of help, like cheering on my team to me, I feel like. You know, I get to show what the Bombers are doing to everyone.
Oh, so proud. We hold ourselves to a high standard here to try and give the best quality we can.
I'm extremely proud. Every night I go home and I'm like, man, we just did that. You can tell by just the community. You know, we have thousands of people tuning in for each game, and it's just like they wouldn't be doing that if we weren't putting out a good product. So we're all very proud of the hard work that we have.
I'll have many people come up to me after basketball or football games, be like, love what you do, and it just helps out everybody. I've had people tell me that they have family members who live in Arizona and can't watch it, but Atomic TV gives them the ability to watch their family members compete, and let's say the band or the student section kind of see them.
One, two, three.
I don't need to tell anybody here how important the Richland Public Library is to the city of Richland. It's a gem in our crown. I'm sure everybody saw the news recently that we got voted the best run route in the Ironman triathlon, and I suspect that part of the reason we win stuff like that is because this is also a great place to be when you're not competing. So Richland Public Library is a big piece of that. It's super important. This is a great day for the library, and I'm looking forward to see how our community grows into this new space.
Slammed the door so fast that Elizabeth almost got her nose caught.
A famous speaker said back in 1863, when he dedicated a major battlefield, he began his speech by saying, 77 years ago. Well, we're gathered together today to dedicate a facility, a lawn area that wasn't purchased with such a high price, but it was purchased with the dedication and the contributions of hundreds of people from the Tri-Cities who generously gave $100,000 to fund to help fund the cost of creating this lawn area. And so now today we have the honor of dedicating this area for the library, and we're looking forward to making future improvements here. And so we just want to thank everyone who has contributed to the foundation. Our role, unlike that of the Friends of the Library, is really to fund capital projects like this. So anyway, thank you very much, Chris, and everyone else here. I hope you enjoy it.
So we wanted to give it a try.
The weekend trip started off at the winery, my favorite place to go. So many options, wine, grapes, everywhere you look.
I was most looking forward to hiking. That's my favorite thing to do.
The Wallula Gap hike was bright and early in the morning, first thing, but we got to see the sunrise over the water, and it was absolutely stunning. And I actually had never been on an e-bike before. We got to go along the entire waterfront.
The night topped off with some new friends and a delicious dinner with my girls.
I was most looking forward to getting on the river. The Tri-Cities has a ton of water access.
I can't explain how beautiful it was to be up in the air, to just feel on top of the world in that moment with my girls.
I live where it's not super sunny. There's 300 days of sun in the Tri-Cities, so it's really awesome to escape to.
Tri-Cities is definitely the place you want.
World War II witnessed the emergence of a third dimension in warfare, in which the air became a primary theater of operation in addition to the land and the sea.
Allied bombing pilots some of them had very short lives, right? This was very dangerous work that they were doing, especially the daytime raids.
Out of the west, 1,350 American bombers of the 8th Air Force streaked their vapor trails into the dawn.
One of the missions, Dad had almost all the fuel cells in the plane shot out. My dad told everybody to get their parachutes on and bail out. They handed the parachute to my dad said, "I'm taking it across." So the navigator looks at him and says, "You're going across, we're all going across." And they made it.
650 American flying fortresses inflicted severe damage on German defenses along the invasion coast.
Max Blanchard, along with a few of his other co-workers, were wondering what can we do to support the men and women who are fighting for us.
Hanford, they're doing something that wins the war, but no one really knew what Hanford was doing. They just knew it was involved in the war effort. And so you could see the appeal of a campaign like Give a Day's Pay.
It's so astonishing because of the pride Dad had in that plane and understanding that people, hardworking people, paid for that.
So they always felt this was not their plane, it wasn't the government's, it belonged to the people of Hanford.
This is the people's plane. Like, this isn't our plane, this isn't your plane. Like, this was a gift. It lives on, you know, there's just something that's timeless about the day's pay. To the crew members of Day's Pay, we have been looking forward with anticipation to some report of the activities of our bomber. We recently received the desired information and are pleased and proud of the part our bomber,
High in the skies over Germany, were a symbol of the unshakable unity of the Allies, in their determination to fight together until victory and peace had been achieved.
One of the most well-known parts of the Hanford site was the Hanford construction camp. Hanford is, of course, one of the 3 sites of the Manhattan Project. Deliberately misleading name. You wouldn't want to call it the secret atomic bomb project. And the 3 sites are Oak Ridge, Los Alamos, and then Hanford, Washington. There was housing for about 46,000 people at the construction camp. And that was barrack-style housing, hutments, and trailers. Actually, the world's largest trailer court at the time.
Yeah, life for them, especially in the early stages, was a little bit rough. Definitely a lot of wind they had to deal with and heat early on. They just knew it was a construction project. The handout was given to them in March of '43. It's an important war project, and outline what their expectations were for safety and also to not talk. And during the interview, they were also told that if they were to speak about the project, that there were hefty fines and possible prison sentences. So, for the most part, the men didn't talk.
You know, they all know it's some kind of, but very few would have known the actual purpose. Your average worker, your average construction worker, union worker, cafeteria worker, no. Many might have guessed, or at least guessed that it was some kind of weapon, but they would, one, most likely would not have known, and two, certainly were not talking about it.
When it happened, of course, it hit the news and it hit the Sage Sentinel that American forces had finally made inroads into Fortress Europe. Max Blanchard, along with a few of his other co-workers, were wondering, what can we do to support the men and women who are fighting for us? So the request was made out to the War Department, what should we purchase? The answer came back fairly quickly, a B-17.
So Max Blanchard was an employee of the Hanford Engineering Works. Seeing the success of D-Day, but realizing the long struggle that Allied troops would have in retaking continental Europe, they wanted to do something to support the war.
Because when they come from other projects, other DuPont projects or Remington Arms projects, they knew they're making bullets, bombs, whatever. It was for the war effort. They knew they're making tanks or whatever the material was needed. Here, they're just eating sand and drinking beer and eating as much as they can at the mess halls.
And of course, all throughout the war, there had been war bond drives where celebrities and others had, extolled the public to give money to buy war bonds. But that can feel really abstract.
So this idea of buying this airplane was a real boost. It was a morale booster because it's like, now we're doing something.
Like I said before, no one really knew what Hanford was doing. They just knew it was involved in the war effort. And so you could see the appeal of a campaign like give a day's pay to purchase a bomber, because that bomber could then be that kind of manifestation.
Now they felt they were making a difference.
They solicited ideas and they came up with this idea of day's pay.
Colonel Mathias loved the idea, continued to move forward with it. Posters were put up around the construction camp as well as the city of Richland, asking people to donate a day's pay towards the aircraft. A contest was held to come up with the name of the plane. There were about 6 to 8 entries, I believe, that said day's pay, and so that was the decision.
And one interesting thing about the campaign, and one thing also to tie people to that, and this was a special plane. Certainly to the people at Hanford, it was a special plane. In July 1944, a transport crew picked the plane up at the Boeing factory and flew it over to the Hanford Construction Camp airfield. There was a big ceremony. Thousands of people attended. School children, kids that were at the Hanford Construction Camp. People were so proud to see it. Thousands of people attended. It was July, of course, in the Tri-Cities area is a scorching month.
It was hot. And you can see it in the faces of the people. If the camera resolution was much better, you could probably see the beads of sweat coming off their foreheads up underneath their hard hats and hats. But Katie Bell Harris was who had lost a son earlier, was also a B-17 crewman, and she was chosen to be the one to christen the day's pay, and it was on the number 4 engine boss.
It was thousands of people attended to see the ceremony, and so Max Blanchard really hit upon this really great idea, right, of really connecting people in Hanford to the specific war aim.
And then afterwards, the band played and the crowd all sang the Day's Pay song. And the 3-member ferry crew fired it up, took off, swung ferry crew, fired it up, took off, swung back over the top of the airfield, dipped its wings 3 times, and headed on its way.
My dad was actually, when he got out of high school, he went to Wichita, Kansas, went to work at Boeing. He worked at Boeing for 3 years and then was drafted into the Army. And they were losing so many pilots studying all night. He'd pull his Army blanket over and he would study for this aptitude test. And when he took the test, there was 800 and some people took that test and he finished number 3.
Robert M. Neal, the co-pilot, he's from Texas. He was working in a pipe plant before he joined the Army. He joined the Army in 1944, and his wife and their one son, she purchased a trailer, hitched it up to the car, and wherever he was transferred to, she took that trailer to every spot in the United States where they had different training. But what's interesting is the Neal family also knew the Purcell family. Matter of fact, when Purcell's other brother joined the military, they were kind of torn because the one son, Archie Purcell, went to the Army Air Corps, so they had to make a decision, which son do we follow? And the dad still had to stay home and work, so the mom went to California, where the other son was stationed. So they go to Seymour Deutsch. Red was his nickname. He's from Brooklyn, New York, and joined and became a navigator. Red was the fellow who kept the men together in a lot of ways through some difficult times because of his religious affiliation. They looked up to him because he was kind of like this wise old soul of what, 20? We have to go to the waist gunner. That's Edwin Stewart. Edwin Stewart from Florida. He was the baby of the bunch at 19. He also had to be one of the biggest guys there, which is why he probably fit better in the waist than anywhere else. And then you have Chester Pierges. He was from Lorain, Ohio. And another young man, 20 years old. He was a tail gunner. And the top turret gunner, of course, was Rudy Crack. He was a flight engineer. He's from the New York area. Very, very proud of his service. Loved his crew members. Absolutely loved them. And that love was, it's unique for men like that to endure situations. And he tried to become a pilot, but now these are his son's words when they were doing flights in Gowan. He's bringing the B-24 in, and it came down so hard it snapped off the front wheel. And the instructor turned to him and says, "You will never fly a B-24, ever." And so he became the radio man. Those are his son's words, not mine.
First plane my dad drew over there was a B-24 Liberator with the nose paint of Shoo Shoo Baby. He flew that 12 full missions. A 13th mission, they took off and the generator quit. They couldn't make the generator run. So they didn't have the heated muffs, they didn't have anything for the gun sights, wouldn't have power for the radio. So they had to turn around and go back. They got penalized. That mission didn't count. And so the next 13th mission he drew Hanford's plane, day's pay. And of course, everybody, 13th mission the first time came off not so good. What's the second 13th mission going to be like? And they flew that day, and I virtually no flak, no fighters, very easy mission. By the second mission, Dad had said that plane could almost fly itself. He said it was so easy to fly. The B-24 Liberator, he said, was a cumbersome plane, didn't fly as good. He said the B-17G flew almost like the Spearman he was trained in, as a single engine plane. And so he was just overwhelmed with how good the plane did.
Going into the bombing run, you've really got to protect the bomber, because they've got to fly straight and level through flak and fighters to get their bombs onto the pinpoint targets down below.
Sometimes they got fighter escorts, sometimes they didn't. The P-51 Mustangs, they rode them, and then the 51s would go after the Messerschmitts.
While they are still climbing, the fighters stay in close. Then it's wide open. The throttles are blasted forward as the combat begins.
Dad says occasionally you kind of felt like he was a piece of steak, put out there for some bait.
Jebs must fight their way home again. That's not easy because many of them are cripples now. Look at that fort's tail. A 20mm chewed it off. And now is when pressure groups speed into the battle to help their big friends get back to Britain.
It proved itself to be a very sturdy, dependable high-altitude bomber that could survive a fair amount of enemy fire of flak. Of course, it being a higher altitude plane did pose its own challenges. Bombing from a higher altitude is generally much less effective than bombing at a lower altitude, so there was there was a lot of extra training that had to go in, and just some of those campaigns just missed their targets. But it was generally considered to be a more rugged and especially more dependable plane. It seems from the airmen that flew them in that they had the B-17 was their preferred plane.
It's hammer, hammer, hammer every mile of the way. Twin-engine Huns come up now with their long-range rocket guns.
The German fighters would never attack them from the sides. They would attack the 24s from the side because they had so much more firepower. You know, if you come at the side of a B-17G, you could have the top turret with 250s, the bottom turret, waist gunner, you could have 4 or 5 50 calibers aiming at you at any one time. And so they would not come at them from the side, they come at them below and from above. One of the things he always talked about was, his exact quote is, "It's a top flying plane and it's surely paid for itself." And he was talking about Hanford's employees paying for that because he had so much appreciation knowing that
work to purchase a plane. So they always felt this was not their plane. It wasn't the government's. It belonged to the people of Hanford.
You know, that plane was so important to that crew. Arliss and the other crew members were so proud of flying that plane specifically because of the connection that it had, because they knew that people had specifically given that plane, and they took really great care of it. You know, the plane did not get shot down.
One of the missions, Dad had almost all the fuel cells in the plane shot out. They were trying to get back to England, and they had one engine running. My dad told everybody to get their parachutes on and bail out. Everybody gets their parachutes on, they walk up, they hand the parachute to my dad. My dad said, "I'm taking it across." He didn't want their plane to go in the drink. He was willing to basically die, try to make sure that plane got home, because he appreciated how much people paid for that plane. Not the government bought that plane, the workers at Hanford Energy Group. So the navigator looks at him and says, "You're going across, we're all going across." And they made it.
The friendly coast of England slips by below. It doesn't look like much now, but in a few hours when you come back, if you come back, this will be the most beautiful view in the world.
They landed with 25 gallons of fuel left. Those planes were burning 413 gallons an hour, and they landed with 25 gallons left. The only engine they had running when they got home was number 4 engine. It was the number 4 engine that she had christened. It's so astonishing because of the pride Dad had in that plane, and understanding that people, hardworking people, paid for that. You know, he talked about that more than just a little bit, you know, the appreciation he had for that. One mission, his bombardier got up off his chair, walked up to him, and one of the waist gunners said at one time, he said he swore he could have jumped out of the plane and walked across the smoke because it was so heavy. One mission, Dad was talking about flying along, and the plane was actually pulsating as the shrapnel bombs was going off. And so he motions to the other planes that he could see to go up 10 feet. They raised 10 feet in elevation, and the plane quit pulsating. The ball turret on the bottom could be, you could climb into it and out of it from the plane. But if it got damaged and you couldn't roll the ball over to get your door up, they would turn all the bolts. They could actually unbolt that ball turret and drop it off. And then the ball turret gunner is on his own to get out of it and get his parachute deployed. Dad's ball turret gunner went out there one night with a hammer and ball-peened all of his bolts where they weren't going to be able to drop him off. But you know, if you think about doing a belly landing and you're in the ball turret on the bottom, you aren't going to live. You know, but he wasn't going to be dropped out.
We're winning these air battles inside Europe for two principal reasons. The first is because we have better airplanes, better bombers, and better fighters. The second and most important one is because of the skill, courage, and training of our combat crews.
One of the missions, one of the other planes in their group was shot up so bad it had nothing left in the midsection. The navigator was dead, the radio operator was dead, both waist gunners, the bombardier. The only people living was the pilot and the front gunner and the tail gunner.
The crewmen sacrificed their youth. Their outlook on non-important things had changed drastically. Small things meant nothing. I just got back from a 6-hour tour, 5 hours as they come, and we learn from it, and we move on. And I think that's what the crewmen have to do. They've got to put the day before behind them and think about the upcoming mission. That's what the crewmen gave up. They definitely gave up their innocence.
Bomber crews form tight bonds, right? When you're going up in those things, doing those daylight or night bombing raids, you know, you're not knowing if you're going to come back. People form close bonds under those circumstances, but the Days Pay crew seem to kind of go a little bit above and beyond that, because also some of them were in contact with people from Hanford. We have Christmas cards and letters from Hanford construction camp employees that they would write to the crew. And back and forth, and you know, I think that bond too was unique for the Days Pay. I mean, they loved that plane.
At Christmas time, they would send over your care packages from your family. My dad got care packages from everybody at Hanford, him and his group, and they got a pallet load of stuff.
These bombs slash at the enemy's rear, destroy his lines of communication, wreck roads and railways, prevent any orderly retreat.
For all the crew and Days Pay, we're praying that each and every one returns home safely. So that's kind of a nice one. It says, "Greetings, you," and they wrote in, "and all the crew." Again, those letters back and forth, and how they would really, like, the flight crew would get on the maintenance crew to really take care of the plane, you know, because they would always say, "This is the people's plane. Like, this isn't our plane. This isn't your plane. Like, this is like." Hello there, I just finished reading the article in our project newspaper about the happenings of our plane, and the suggestion that we send Christmas greetings to you fellows. This seemed like a nice idea to me, and then I read further and discovered that the pilot of Days Pay was a fellow Kansian. My brother, my husband, and 4 brother-in-laws are in the service overseas. My brother is a Marine in the South Pacific, my husband's whereabouts are unknown, and the others are in India, England, Alaska, and France. So you see that our family is quite scattered. I will not bore you with any more ramblings, but want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas wherever you might be. If you have time to think about it on some bombing mission, I wish you would make a special bomb on its way to Germany for my buddy, Lieutenant Bill Dennison, P-38 pilot, who was killed just a year ago.
And now a snaky string of lightnings moves into the battle. They are the fighters that cover the bombers on deepest penetrations into Germany.
Now, take care of Days Pay. We worked hard to get it on the way to you. So don't let her down. We won't let you down.
Just seeing those Christmas cards is really interesting because of the level of camaraderie that's there, the level of kind of like plain speaking, and really like how Hanford employees, I mean, the crew was very reverent to the plane and people, but also the tone you get from those cards is like kind of like a mother checking in on her kids, like, how you guys doing with my plane? You know, like hope you're taking care of our plane, you know. And they did call it like our plane, but it was also like a lot of love, wishing them well. And I think like that connection, right, between these people, both working for the war, but you know, but this direct connection from the home front to the theater, right, and through this.
A few things out of the plane, you know, and he was ashamed by it later, but the altimeter, his earphones, he had them, but the altimeter, we took my mother-in-law to the mountains 2 years ago for her 75th birthday, and if you had the barometric pressure, an altimeter built in 1942 still kept perfect spot-on altitude. Right towards the end, when he was about to pass on, the cancer pretty much had him. He started trying to find that plane. And my sister went with him a time or two down to the Phoenix scrapyard, and he would spend a week at a time going through that scrapyard, through plane by plane by plane, trying to find pieces of day's pay. And he died not knowing what happened to it. On my dad's tombstone, Dad was so proud of day's pay and everything it meant to him that you know, he told my mom they'd like to have day's pay put on his headstone. And it is so precise, you can even read the day's pay emblem on it.
Discussing things with Thelma Weiniger, she said she was so thankful that day's pay was a lucky plane because it brought her husband back to her. It also brought the other crew members home, who went on to have successful families, successful lives, and they were all proud that they flew day's pay. They absolutely loved the airplane. The families even today are grateful for the contributions that these Hamper workers made 78 years ago towards the war effort. And day's pay was a lucky plane. These men all came back to raise families. They're incredibly fortunate. There's so many men lost their lives. There's 28,000 men in the Army Air Corps over that period of time were lost in those air campaigns. And we're thankful for them. We're thankful for their children and their continued efforts to raise good families. We're done flying. We're going to farm. So that was the end of Arliss's flying career. So then we move on to Robert Neal. He came back from England and went to his home state of Texas being a ranching. And he worked in the ranch until about 1954, and he suffered a heart attack, so he needed to reduce his workload. So he became a bank cashier. By the time he got close to retirement, he was a major shareholder in the bank, which turned out to be a nice, tidy sum for him and his wife to retire on. His hard work and dedication to family and country is what he impressed upon his family, and when you speak to them, that's what you get. Now, Seymour, or Red Deutsch, he came back, obviously in 45, went back to Brooklyn, New York, and became involved and married his childhood sweetheart. He stayed in the military. He was assigned to 2 different airfields in Texas for 6 months, where he was still navigating and flying B-29s. He did that for a period of time. He was honorary released in October 45, and he remained an officer in the Reserve Corps through the 50s. He eventually went back to school, received his degree in accounting, and went to work for one of the largest real estate firms in New York. And what he always said to his children is, "We have a beautiful life." Ball turret gunner Charlie Purcell, he went back to school, Georgia Tech. And with that engineering degree, he went to work for Alice Chalmers, for the people that build tractors and such. And then met his wife in 1950, and then a little bit later on, he bought 30 acres from a family heritage plot. 30 acres from a family heritage plot that had been in the family for probably close to 100 years. So he built his home, and he called it New Garden, is what he called it. The bombardier Frank McCann, or Mac as they like to call him, he attended the reunion they had in 1984 in Charlie Purcell's home in North Carolina. And we don't have much information on him after the war. So then you have waste gunner Edwin Stewart returned back to Florida and took up work in a gas station. Pretty successful at it, and he eventually bought his own station that he ran for a number of years and finally sold it in 1982. And the family, him and his wife, traveled, received an award from the government of France in his participation in D-Day. Tail gunner Chester Pierges, he returned back home to Lorain, Ohio, and went to work for the American Crucible Products in their foundry. He was there for 38 years to support his wife and children, and he never complained. Everything was about family. He never bought things for himself. He'd come home every Friday, put the check on the table for his wife to cash. His son says he was Jimmy Stewart, Red Skelton, and Andy Griffith all rolled up into one. His sons came to visit him in the foundry. He says, man, it was hot, sweaty, oily, stinky. And he'd tell his children, don't ever do this. Get an education. All of his children have 2 degrees and are very successful. Then, of course, Alan Cohen, he returned to Pennsylvania, went to work in the family jewelry business. Did that for a period of time, and then he switched careers and decided to become a car salesman. He sold Pontiacs. In 55 or 56, he went and bought his own Rambler dealership and kept that till 1966, and then Rambler went away, and he switched to Dodge in 67 until 70, and then switched again from 70 to 79 as a Ford dealer. Someone in the company had embezzled, and they lost the business. So he went to work for the local Mercedes dealership, became the oldest salesman in the Mercedes dealerships in the United States. Talking with his son earlier today, his dad always taught us is do the right thing no matter how hard it is. It is. And yeah, the children are very proud of their parents. They did. They loved their parents, and their parents loved them, and all the destruction of things that these men had seen and lives destroyed, I think they had a very keen interest in having a family and keeping them close.
Of the people in this story that we have, the day's pay has been a symbol for Richland High School. The day's pay has a book on it. The day's pay is the name of a IPA at bombing range. The day's pay is now the police badge symbol in the city of Richland, right? It lives on. There's just something that's timeless about the day's pay. And really, that shows what people can do when they come together. And we need good stories like that, right? Where people come together for the greater good.
Yeah. You know what? I like Richland. Dog Doogity, no doubt. Play on, Richland. Play on, Richland. Yo, your dog just dropped a deuce. Doggy, get down, good dog. Baby, gotta walk her through Howard A. And all around our town, cover much ground. She gonna walk it from Leslie. In the sun, it's a good day. Each and every day, it's the our way. A girl and a dog, they were fine. Wow. Until they left the girl and her dog, they were fine. Wow. Until they left the dookie, that's a crime. From the north side to the south side, it's a good day to take a trail ride. Keep your doggy on a leash with care. You know the trails are there to share. We gotta keep it fair. I noticed that day, doggy wasn't holding nothing back. Doggy, when you do yo do, I pick it up for you. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. We got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. We got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to keep it clean. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Cause we love our city. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up now. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. We got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. We got to bag it up. I like the way you walk it, dog doogity. You got to bag it up.
What we're doing is barbell stuff. I want to make sure that you're stretching your lats. You're going to be stretching your wrists, making sure that you're able to catch that barbell here in the front rack and also press overhead. Good.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, as we settle into the new year, we hope you've been able to keep your resolutions. Now, if your Mark Ingham. Well, as we settle into the new year, we hope you've been able to keep your resolutions. Now, if your resolution was to be a healthier version of yourself in 2025, we're at a location that can help you achieve just that. Richland Strength has been in Richland for about a year, and they are here to help you set goals, prioritize yourself, and turn resolutions into reality. Well, it's now my pleasure to welcome Richland Strength owner Chris Sandell to the program. Chris, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. We're excited to talk to you and learn more about your business here. But let's start off by just sharing a little bit about yourself and how did you get involved in the fitness industry?
Okay, my name is Chris Sandell. I moved here from Seattle about eight or 9 years ago. Originally, our gym was located in West Richland, so we were over there for about 6.5 years. Me personally, I've been in the fitness industry for about 10 years. It was just time to mature into a bigger business. So we've moved to centrally located location for Tri-Cities, and we tripled in size, so bigger studio.
Yeah, near the river, near the parkway, and also close to Cadillac, all great places to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, part of the idea was that this is your third place. So you have your home, you have your work, and then you have your third place where you want to meet friends and sort of get your exercise in. I like this location. Like you said, we're right down the road from the river, but there's also lots of businesses and other stuff to do locally.
Yeah, it's a great location, a great spot to be in. And you know, many of us in Richland are familiar with, you know, the traditional gyms. And I wanted to ask you, like, what makes your gym unique amongst those ones?
Starting position, 1 muscle clean. Starting position, 1 power clean. CrossFit gyms is like a class-based gym. You're gonna get coached on movement, technique, and also the program will be structured for you. It's kind of the halfway point between having a personal trainer and then sort of the free-for-all, trying to figure out how to do it all on your own. As a community-style gym, there's a bit more accountability, whether it's from the staff, the coaches, the owners, or just the friends that you build and the people that are struggling in the workouts right next to you. So helping you stay motivated is something that's just sort of given in this style of gym.
I wanted to have you talk about the programming that you do here at Richland.
Just sort of given in this style of gym.
I wanted to have you talk about the programming that you do here at Richland Strength and just kind of talk about a little about some of the workouts that we do here.
Great, good question. So we are primarily a CrossFit gym, so our programming is CrossFit. We do lots of barbell stuff, gymnastics, conditioning. It's all set up for us week by week, and we focus on different strengths through different cycles. Also, as we transition to our Richland location, we're focusing more on our Olympic weightlifting too. As many reps as you possibly can. Okay. We have athletes as young as 13 years old and then as old as 71, 74 years old. So I would definitely say CrossFit is for everyone. It's just about sort of finding that discomfort and being able to push yourself through uncomfortable situations. Everybody gets a custom workout each time that they're in class. Let's push 8 calories. 8? Okay. 8 to 9 calories, okay. Yeah.
Do you offer any introduction classes, any training, and how can people try this out?
Here in January, we're starting January 13th. Actually, our on-ramp program. On-ramp is a group class structure of intro to CrossFit. So over the 3 weeks, twice a week on Mondays and Wednesday evenings, we're going to go over everything that you need to be successful in our group classes. starting out with squatting and just sort of figuring out how to move your body to more technical stuff, snatches, cleans, jerks, etc. Another way that we bring people in, if that schedule doesn't work for them, is through personal training sessions. So we meet with myself or one of the trainers, and we go through between 1 to 5 personal training sessions, depending on their background, how many sessions they need, and then getting them ready for regular group classes. Come on guys, pick those bars up, AMRAP, clean and jerk.
Personally, why do you love CrossFit so much? Why do you love fitness so much?
Fitness modality that I started back in 2011. And as I've changed focuses, it still is possibly the most fun working out that I've had. And in terms of giving that to other people, I think that health and wellness is really important, especially nowadays. So doing what I can do in terms of giving, I'd like to continue to provide that opportunity for other people to potentially find the spark and the love for CrossFit and fitness that I did back then.
Perfect. Well said. Chris, thanks so much for hopping on the program and talking to us about Richland Strength, the CrossFit gym here in Richland. And of course, if you would like any more information on Richland Strength, you can find them on...
Let's go! Get another one!
Set your goals, prioritize you, and turn your resolutions into reality.
Anybody coming in tomorrow?
I'm Mark Ingham. Thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland. Hello and welcome to another exciting edition of Explore Richland. I'm your host, Mark Ingham. Well, it's no secret that Richland is widely considered a mecca for scientific research and technology. Companies like Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, Energy Northwest, and Battelle come to mind. But back in 2016, another scientific company made worldwide headlines with their first detection of gravitational waves. Welcome to LIGO. And gracious enough to join us today is LIGO's Education and Outreach Lead, Amber Strunk. Amber, thanks so much for joining us today.
Good to have you.
And I'd have to say we made it, but I'm going to guess that you could sense me from probably a mile away, right?
I wish we could. The waves you create are a little too big for us to sense, but we're glad you made it out.
Perfect. I'm excited to be here. This is the 4th time I've been out to LIGO, and I must say every time I come out here, I just have a sense of inspiration, a sense of, excitement, and also just a sense of awe coming out here. It's just so exciting to be here. Yeah. And I wanted to ask you to start off this conversation, if you could just share with us what LIGO's mission is and talk a little bit about the science taking place here.
Sure, yeah, we kind of have 2 missions. The first mission is our scientific mission. That's to detect gravitational waves and then to better understand gravity through that information. But we also have an education mission.
Start with having you share what is in this exhibition space and some of the exhibits that are here.
Yeah, LIGO's been in the community since 1996, and since that time we've had an outreach program communicating what we do to the public because we think it's so important to take kind of science that seems pretty high level and bring it down to everything people can understand. This center itself is a wonderful way to do that. It was funded by the state of Washington and it's brand new. We just opened it in September of last year. And here you can both see some hardware exhibits about the center as well as some hands-on exhibits to really get a feel for the science that we do. When you walk in, one of the first things you notice is the Nobel Prize in Physics, which was awarded to 3 of our founders in 2017 for the very first historic detection of gravitational waves.
It's amazing. Now, right off the bat, one of the exhibits that catches your eye is this one. Can you tell us about it?
Absolutely. It's one of my favorites, and it helps you understand gravitational waves. So if you take a step onto it, you can see that this grid just bent around your shape. And if you watch these objects, they start orbiting around you, they come around and they'll orbit around me. And this really helps us understand gravity. Einstein told us gravity is a warp in space-time. And when objects follow that warp, they orbit, or if they collide, they make waves. And that's exactly what we're studying and understanding.
That's great. And I can see this as a fan favorite. Must be.
It absolutely is. Everybody loves this.
It's so cool.
So as I just mentioned, we study these gravitational waves from objects colliding in space, but the way we do that is different than what you're used to from most observatories. We don't use telescopes. Instead, we have a device like this, which is called an interferometer. So starting right here, you have a laser that goes through what we call a beam splitter, and it does exactly. Right here you have a laser that goes through what we call a beam splitter, and it does exactly what you think it does. It splits the beam into two, so one goes down that arm and one goes down that arm. And then at the very end of each arm you'll see a mirror that reflects that light back together before it merges. It goes through a few mirrors just to make the laser spot bigger, easier to see, and projects it up on the screen, and you see this interference pattern. Our device basically does this, but instead of having short arms, we have 2.5 mile long arms to allow us to sense the very small gravitational waves we're looking for.
I was going to ask you about the interference patterns. How do you know what's a gravitational wave and what's not?
Yeah, so there's two things there. Earth, we do a couple things. We match it with Einstein's predictions for what these waves should look like. We make sure that nothing else around us could have possibly made it. So we have 300,000 channels of data coming in all of the time, and about 200,000 of those are just environmental sensors. We're looking at wind and vibrations and earthquakes and everything so we can rule them out and really know that what we're seeing is coming from space.
Wow, it's just fascinating. Let's take a look at maybe one or two more exhibits in here.
Sure. Another favorite of people here is this device. Really, one of the things we're trying to do is talk about the fundamental science, so waves, pendulums, all of those matter for what we do, and a lot of the exhibits you see show you that. This one can show us waves, so if I spin this drum and then pluck the guitar string, you can see the waves that are being made. So as people and students come and play, they get a better sense of what waves are, how they're made, the different properties of them, and all of that goes into the work we do.
Wow. And I have a question about this. I mean, visually, when I'm looking at the strings, you can see that wave like you talked about. But is that actually the string bending, or is it an optical illusion with this pattern behind it?
It's the string bending. The
Really?
only thing the drum does is allows your eye to see it. So it's happening all the time, but our eyes can't pick it up. But if we look at it and we've got this light and dark background, by those going fast, it allows your eyes to pick up that actual vibration of the wave that's happening all the time.
That's amazing. You always answer my question of why you don't see it up there, because it has to be here, but it doesn't seem like that's real.
I know,
It seems like that's just an optical illusion that's happening with that spinning background behind it.
I think that's why it's a favorite,
cool.
because it feels like an optical illusion, but it's a real effect. As I mentioned, we have a lot of fundamental science here, and we are both detecting waves and using waves to detect that. But one of the things we have to do is hang our mirrors as pendulums to get rid of those vibrations we were talking about. So you'll have a lot of exhibits that you see as well about pendulums. This has several pendulums, all with the exact same mass on the bottom, but you can see that the strings are different lengths. And as you watch it, it goes through several different patterns. And that's really just an effect of...
Come explore here.
It's absolutely free to come see us. We are open every week, Tuesday through Friday, from 9:30 in the morning till 4 p.m., with the exclusion of holidays.
Wow, it's great. Free to the community. And another popular way that people experience LIGO is through a public tour. Can you share with us how people can register for a public tour and take us through what they get to see when they're on the tour?
Absolutely. So to register for our public tours, it's online on our website, ligo.caltech.edu. And if you go there, you can register for a free public tour. Just like everything else, we do it for free. And they have a chance to explore the Exploration Center. But they also will have a short talk by one of our scientists or engineers, a walk around our site. They'll get to see some more hardware exhibits, go right into our control room where we detect gravitational waves and see scientists at work. And then they'll also get a beautiful view of those 2.5 mile long arms we talked about.
Oh, that's amazing. And once a month, right? Correct?
Once a month, the second Saturday of every month.
Well, I would like to thank Amber Strunk for taking us on an amazing adventure here at LIGO. And if you have not been out to their Exploration Center, I strongly encourage you to come visit them. Now, if you would like more information on LIGO, you can visit them online at the website below. And don't forget, we are where you are. Find the City of Richland on all the popular social media platforms. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. I'm Mark Ingham, and thanks for joining me on this edition of Explore Richland.
I haven't seen my girlfriends in such a long time, and we really wanted to find some place that was central to all of us.
Tri-Cities was such a great option. It seemed like it had everything that everyone wanted to do.
So we wanted to give it a try.
The weekend trip started off at the winery, my favorite place to go. So many options, wine, grapes, everywhere you look.
I was most looking forward to hiking. That was my favorite thing to do.
The Wallula Gap hike was bright and early in the morning, first thing, but we got to see the sunrise over the water, and it was absolutely stunning. I was most looking forward to getting on the river. The Tri-Cities has a ton of water access.
I can't explain how beautiful it was to be up in the air, to just feel on top of the world in that moment with my girls.
I live where it's not super sunny. There's 300 days of sun in the Tri-Cities, so it's really awesome to escape to.
Tri-Cities is definitely the place you want to go.
Our mayors join us today to provide an in-depth look at the developments influencing each of our 4 cities, highlighting achievements, addressing challenges, sharing initiatives and collaborations that are paving the way for continued regional strength. Now I'm pleased to turn the program over to our board chair, Trish Herron, who will guide us through the remainder of our program. Please help me joining. Please, I always mess this up. Welcome, Trish. There we go.
Okay, before I start, who else found a sticker on the bottom of their chair and thought they won? Because a bunch of us did. And I'm sorry to the chamber, or to Pasco for ruining your chairs. Okay, let's get going with today's program. Kicking off the State of the City's presentation is Mayor Gretel from the city of Kennewick. Mayor Gretel Crawford is a Tri-Cities native, moving here in 1982 and growing up on an apple orchard along the Snake River with her parents and 3 sisters, one of which is here right now. She's married to a 3rd-generation farmer, and one of her sons is now a 4th-generation farmer. A graduate of Kamiakin High School and WSU, Gretel and her husband raised 3 boys here. Gretel founded Gretel Crawford Homes, designing and building custom homes for over 20 years, and operated It's All in the Details, a retail business in Kennewick, for more than 7 years. She has also invested in commercial properties to support small businesses and has been mayor since fall of 23. She prioritizes citizen engagement, transparency, and community involvement. As she concludes her time on council, she's proud of her accomplishments and confident in the city's future. Please help me welcome Kennewick Mayor Gretel Crawford.
Hello and welcome everyone. It's great to see so many faces today. It's a beautiful fall day in Tri-Cities. So I get to start. Navigating change can be scary, but it can also be our greatest opportunity. In 2025, as our city walked through key changes, Kennewick capitalized on opportunities to improve quality of life for those who live and work here, to make it the best place to do business and develop, and to improve community engagement. Moments throughout this year have left me thinking, and it's a good thing that I like to do things that scare me. This mindset, embracing what challenges us and moving forward, isn't just personal, it's how Kennewick is approaching growth. I'm wise enough to know that rewards are obtained outside of our comfort zones. This is when we are pushed to change and innovate, and when we often come up with the best solutions than if we had done nothing at all because of fear and the unknown. This is what fuels leading the way in Kennewick. Growth. The city of Kennewick grew by roughly 670 residents last year, bringing us up to 87,000 residents. This is an addition of 3,000 new residents in just 5 years. I hope when new residents come to our city that they find it easy to connect with city services, that their neighbors are kind and helpful, and that they can become engaged in all that their city has to offer, including city government. Whether sharing your perspectives about taxes, hopes for a new city pool, your thoughts on fireworks with us, or even better, signing up to serve on a board or commission, we strive, and we could easily find ourselves perpetually playing catch up. For me personally, having grown up here and graduating from Kamiakin, as stated before, there is another concern. Will we lose what makes Kennewick feel like home? Will we invite too many outsiders in? But rather than yield to the sometimes scary speed of our growth, Kennewick has embraced it, looking to the future. Our city staff has helped us guide and lead the way in so many ways. I'd like to remind residents that it's not the mayor, at least in Kennewick, who makes most things move forward in our city. We have 7 elected city council members directing policy and making legislative decisions, and I am only one of those. There's several others here today. The city manager then directs those decisions to the rest of the city department heads and staff and oversees all of the day-to-day and long-term planning goals. In the past year, our new city manager, Erin Erdman, has provided quick and effective decision-making and community planning expertise that has earned her deep respect by those she leads across our city. Our staff has grown to 450 employees who bring talent, tenure, and vision to their roles each day. They work hard to turn difficulties and change into opportunities. In the past year, our city staff opened new parks facilities, and construction is underway in our entertainment district. These exciting changes have been great opportunities for economic development and recreation that still retain that hometown charm in our city. Instead of playing defense, we've gone on offense. Crime is down 20%. We're making traction with homeless. First response times are improving with 3 new ambulances, and we charged 4,000 criminal cases last year, a record that reflects phenomenal work of our police department and city attorney's office for holding people accountable. These are outcomes from visionary and creative changes made by our team, a team that refuses to be 2 steps behind, an approach of proactive law enforcement and engagement, fresh energy and community engagement. I am so deeply grateful to have been given the opportunity to serve the city of Kennewick and our regional partners in these roles and to have had a front row seat to see the opportunities that are growing out of change. So in my final State of the City's address, I encourage you to imagine a city that embraces planned growth responsibly with a plan for the future, delivering critical infrastructure and services to maintain and grow our quality of life without compromising our hometown charm. A city where the best and the brightest want to live because affordability and safety still remain our priorities. As a closing to the Chamber and its many business members and citizens today, I want you to remember that if we want to maintain a government structure that works for you, the people, you all need to stay engaged and a part of the conversation for that future here in our communities. I want to throw out a quote that pushed me into my current position. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. Please stay engaged. Please be productive in our communities and support your local governments. Local government, its citizens, and its businesses are stronger when we all work together for a common cause, the strength of our communities and the people and families that it is meant to serve. This is Kennewick's future, and this is how we all will lead the way. Thank you, city staff, council members. You guys have done a great job this year.
2025 has been an outstanding year in the city of Kennewick. New community assets, new faces, facility expansion, technology advancements, and regional partnerships have propelled our momentum forward. Let's look closer at how the city of Kennewick is leading the way in 2025. The Three Rivers Convention Center is undergoing a transformative $71 million expansion that will add 111,000 square feet of new space. This expansion opens doors to sports tournaments, competitions, and large-scale conventions that we simply couldn't accommodate before. Adjacent to the convention center, you'll see the new ACD Public Facilities District and Port of Kennewick are transforming the site of our former municipal airfield into a vibrant new district, with multiple buildings already taking shape this year. We're also addressing a critical need, our City Hall facility. After 60 years, the building on West 6th Avenue requires significant repairs. The City Council has decided to issue an RFP to evaluate our best path forward, whether that's new construction or a comprehensive remodel, while keeping these efforts focused at the current location.
This year, we saw the grand opening of the Columbia River Dog Park. Nearly 200 humans and their dogs attended the grand opening in October for the 3-acre facility with plenty of room for running and playing. On May 30th, a new splash pad opened at Kennesair Pool, expanded upon the popularity of these warm weather amenities throughout the city. The city is putting the finishing touches on the Audubon Trail at Columbia Park. This easy 1 mile walk has new interpretive signs, upgraded paths to improve the experience for trail goers and bird watchers. Work is underway at the Vancouver Pump Track, a BMX bike track that adds a family-friendly amenity to a residential area of our city. The team is refining design and it's expected to open in 2026.
In 2025, the City of Kennewick laid the foundation for implementation of a new utility billing system, which will provide advanced features and improve customer service for our 27,000 utility customers. The new billing system is anticipated to be fully implemented in 2026 and will allow us to automate many processes and increase efficiencies. Customers will have access to an upgraded online customer portal with real-time water usage display, billing and payment history, utility alerts, paperless billing, and enhanced automated payment capabilities.
In a banner year for the Kennewick Police Department, we were able to achieve full staffing and are on track to reduce crime by over 20%. Technology advance is underway to replace the records management software. We pride ourselves in our public safety community partnerships, and one example is our partnership with the Kennewick School District. This partnership has allowed us to have school resource officers in every high school and in every middle school. The Kennewick Police Department Foundation continues to support the Community Care Fund so officers can provide assistance and, in most cases, a little bit of hope to community members in need, as well as affirming our values of integrity, courage, and commitment to all Kennewick residents.
The City of Kennewick has about 450 employees, and this year we have revamped our talent acquisition strategy process. We added an enhanced competitive compensation package that targets our recruiting, the reviewing, and onboarding of our new employees. The city continues to implement creative and flexible work hours, remote work, and other opportunities to support and recruit our talent. We are recognizing 124 employees who have worked for the city for 10 years or more. In addition, we celebrate the success of recruiting 43 new full-time employees and 120 part-time employees, along with creating a new communications and marketing department. We are excited to see the city's continued growth and innovation as we lead the way.
In 2025, we welcomed 9 certified as paramedics. 2 of our current firefighters completed an 18-month paramedic program at Columbia Basin College, and 1 of our firefighters earned a captain promotion. We also added 3 new replacement ambulances to our fleet this year. I was honored to step into the role as fire chief following the retirement of former Chief Chad Michael this summer. Amid the leadership transition, the department appointed qualified staff to fill key leadership roles, ensuring continuity and maintaining the high level of knowledge and professionalism our community depends on. I'm extremely proud of Kennewick Fire personnel. They exemplify honor, competence, and selflessness every day.
Will be suitable for reuse in agricultural applications. Completion is anticipated by June 2026. South of I-82, we completed installation of water and sewer utility extensions to serve future light industrial users. Concurrently, the city worked with other utility providers to facilitate power and data connectivity. Citywide, transportation enhancements included signal and intersection upgrades, sidewalk rehabilitation, and asphalt patching and overlay operations. The new Transportation Benefit District has already yielded measurable results, funding extensive pavement preservation and rehabilitation activities and extending pavement service life across the network.
The City Attorney's Office is celebrating the 2-year anniversary of its diversion program, where people with drug-related criminal charges complete recovery programs and have their charges dismissed. 220 offenders have entered the program. We also created a deflection program, which allows offenders with mental health or drug diagnoses to avoid legal system involvement by entering into and completing treatment programs. Furthermore, Kennewick partnered with the Washington State Office of Public Defense's Simple Possession, Advocacy and Representation Social Services program to provide offenders with resources and services.
Despite economic uncertainty from state and federal policy, high inflation, and rising contract costs, the City of Kennewick remains financially sound. We continue to follow the Council's budgeting by priorities model, focusing resources on the community's highest priority needs. This disciplined approach is delivering results. Projects like the Convention Center expansion are being completed on time and on budget. Looking ahead, we're committed to developing strategic and creative solutions that preserve and enhance quality of life for our residents. By staying focused on priority, services, and fiscal responsibility, we're positioning Kennewick
as Mayor Pro Tem from 2023 to 2025 and was elected mayor in August of 25. Starting his career selling power tools while attending CBC in 1994, David founded Milne Nail Power Tool and Repair, which is now the largest independent tool store in southeastern Washington. Over the years, he grew his company from the ground up and became an active member of the community. David is married to Nicole, and they have 4 children and a granddaughter. He serves as international chair for Sunrise Rotary, is active in the Franklin County Republicans, and enjoys traveling, motorcycles, hiking, and trains. Please help me welcome Pasco Mayor David Milne.
I will say this is the biggest crowd I've ever had to really give a detailed speech where it seemed like people were actually listening. So it is quite the honor, and I am very nervous. So if I make a mistake, don't think it's not that I didn't prepare. It's just I don't want to disappoint everybody. I will, before I get into my speech, take like 30 seconds that being a mayor pro tem for 2 years, you kind of think you know it all, and then you become mayor, and it's like, holy crap. To put it mildly, I mean, just all the issues that come up, there's so many things, and then trying to run a business and family. I'm always amazed at these 2 other mayors, how they're able to handle business and family and mayor for so long. I'm only going to do this for 4 months. We'll have a new council in January. Likely I'll let other people do it, but it is a total privilege, probably one of the biggest privileges of my life, besides having kids and being married, is to be mayor of City Pasco. I know I make my family very proud. So I just want to say thank you, and that being in leadership, you kind of get the idea that, wow, it's a lot more than you ever think it is, and the commitment and the time. And I did want to point out Harold Stewart as far as our new city managers I'll get to, but I do really appreciate dedication of Pasco City staff and the city manager, because this is a massive job, whether it's a city of 82,000 or the other 2 cities. You really get quite the shock when you're in the spot. So with that, I guess I'll take my 6 minutes and give my quick little speech here. So it is an honor to be here among so many dedicated partners from across our region. As Mayor of Pasco, I'm proud to share how far we've come and where we're headed next. As a community built on vision, collaboration, and heart, our city has made incredible progress. And today I want to highlight the work and partnerships that continue to move Pasco forward. Guided by our 2024-2025 City Council goals, every decision we make is focused on enhancing quality of life, ensuring financial stability, strengthening our community transportation network, maintaining public safety, fostering economic vitality, and communicating a strong sense of city identity. These priorities shape the work of every City Council's member, from planning and public works to public safety and community services. Thanks to the dedication, expertise, and hard work of these city employees, our goals are being turned into tangible results for our community. Our streets and sidewalks are safer and more connected. Investments in parks and community spaces are enhanced livability. Public safety initiatives are reducing crime, and economic development projects are creating jobs and opportunities for our residents. Every effort reflects a shared commitment to building a Pasco that is strong, vibrant, and ready for the future. But building a strong, vibrant community isn't just about programs and policies. It's also about investing in the spaces where residents live, work, learn, and play. That's why we're making significant investments in facilities that serve as the heart of Pasco. One great example is the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center, where Phase 1 of renovations is nearly complete. The updates include new classrooms, offices, play areas, and bathrooms, along with an upgraded electrical, plumbing, HVAC systems, making the building safer and more accessible than ever. We look forward to welcoming the community into this revitalized space in 2026. Another highly visible community space is currently under construction off Road 108. The Pasco Aquatics facility is on track to opening next spring, offering families a place to gather, learn, play, and create lasting memories. Funded entirely by a voter-approved sales tax, this project stands as a powerful example of what can happen when residents see a vision worth supporting and take action to make it a reality. Should be an amazing facility. Hopefully, everybody will come to go for a swim. These types of community investments, whether in recreation facilities or other public spaces, go hand in hand with the key foundation of strong city, education. This year, we celebrated the opening of 2 new high schools, Sageview High and Orion High School, in the same week, just in time for the start of the school year. These new schools provide spaces where the next generation of leaders, innovators, and changemakers can learn, thrive, and dream big. Achievements that don't happen overnight. They are the result of dedication, collaboration, and tireless efforts by our city leaders, the school district, and our community members, all committed to ensuring that our city grows, every student in Pasco has access to a quality education and the opportunity to reach their full potential and help shape the future of Pasco. As Pasco continues to grow and evolve, we're also keeping our streets and neighborhoods safe for everyone. I'm proud to report that overall crime in Pasco has declined thanks to the dedication of our police department and strong partnerships between law enforcement and our residents. Their hard work and diligence make our community a safer place to live, work, and raise a family. But we're not stopping there. The City Council has taken firm, proactive stance on issues like speeding and illegal street racing, behaviors that too often put lives at risk. We've increased enforcement, introduced new traffic safety initiatives, and made it clear that safety in our streets is a non-negotiable issue. All these achievements we've celebrated so far didn't happen by chance. While the City Council sets the vision for Pasco, the success we've celebrated today and the progress we've made so far would not be possible without the leadership of our city manager and the tireless dedication of our city staff. This year, we are proud to welcome Harold Stewart as our new city manager. Harold impressed council with his extensive leadership experience, and he has already made a strong, positive impact, building connections with staff, community members, and regional partners alike. He has taken time to listen, to learn who we are as a city, and to understand what makes Pasco special, and I'm excited to see Pasco continue and thrive under his leadership. So thank you, Harold. The positive growth we've seen in 2025 is a direct result of people who care. Residents who vote to invest in our community, educators who open new doors for our children, officers who work tirelessly to keep our neighborhoods safe, and the city employees who show up every day determined to make Pasco a better place. As we look ahead, our path is clear. We continue building a city that's safe, connected, and full of opportunity, a city that listens to people, honors its past, and embraces the future with confidence. Together, with the steady leadership of the city manager, the vision of our council, and the spirit of our residents, Pasco will continue to grow, not just in size, but in strength and heart. And as I close today, there is an issue that's very close to my heart. I didn't get a chance to put the flyers on everybody's table there, but it's the Reefs Across America event on December 13th at our CityView Cemetery. I would ask that people support this issue. It's very dear to my heart. Two of our kids have served or are serving at the moment. So anytime we could honor veterans, I think it's a great thing, and I'd hope that people would donate to that, people that have served and given their life. And if you are interested, obviously a donation is great, but you could also, such as sponsoring a reef, or you'd like to volunteer putting a reef on the grave sites, please visit the City of Pasco's website or talk to City of Pasco staff here today for more information. With that, thank you, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Great things are happening in Pasco, and none of it is by accident. With nearly 800 new neighbors moving in between 2024 and 2025, and thousands more expected in the next 20 years, we're laying the groundwork that will keep this community thriving. That starts with space for homes and businesses. Pasco has issued more than 350 new residential permits this year, and we've seen more than 280 businesses open their doors, from one-person operations launched from the Pasco Specialty Kitchen all the way to economic giants like Dairy Gold and Amazon. From new homes and schools to growing businesses and innovative infrastructure, we're building not just for today, but for generations to come.
Our Department of Community and Economic Development is a key part of that future. Every action that we take now will impact our residents forever. And with that responsibility, our Community and Economic Development team works very diligently to make sure that we're not making any decisions that have adverse impact on our current and future residents. CED is transforming the permitting process to make it faster, easier, and more transparent. We've already removed permit requirements for some common property improvements to align with neighboring cities and the International Building Code. Soon, applicants will be able to submit permits, upload documents, make payments, and track timelines through one online portal. Pasco is experiencing and preparing for significant growth over the next 20 years, reaching just over 120,000 residents by 2046, along with housing, jobs, and infrastructure needed to support them. We're actively engaging with the Pasco community to find places to improve and to chart a path for the future with our comprehensive plan update. Guided by Washington State's Growth Management Act, we're planning responsibly to ensure balanced development, expanded services, and a high quality of life for current and future residents.
New businesses and new neighbors mean new infrastructure, and Pasco is building the framework that allows our city to grow.
In 2025, we celebrated the Processed Water Reuse Facility, both the addition of a groundbreaking collaboration with private business to turn food processing wastewater into fuel, fertilizer, and irrigation water, and the expansion of treatment ponds. Together, these updates provide vital support for agriculture in our region. We're investing in transportation, with new roads being built in the Broadmoor area as open land transforms into neighborhoods, schools, and shopping centers, keeping travel safe for drivers and pedestrians alike. A new roundabout at the intersection of Court Street and Road 68 keeps traffic flowing smoothly on two major arterials in our city. We've doubled capacity at the West Pasco Water Treatment Plant and built additional transmission mains and a storage tank to continue to distribute water to all customers. Still ahead, we're planning for significant upgrades to the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant as our team continues delivering on the projects outlined in our ambitious 6-year capital improvements plan. Low-interest loans were secured for several major utility projects, supporting vital infrastructure with lesser burden on ratepayers. And we're using new state and federal grants to improve safety on roads and sidewalks across the city, making it easier for residents to stay active and connected.
We're working to protect Pasco residents at every level. To improve our emergency response, the fire department recently replaced 3 structure engines, updated several medic units, and added an additional wildland unit to our fleet. We're also investing in new technologies, such as outfitting every medic unit with cutting-edge cardiac defibrillators and laryngoscopes, all aimed at providing a higher level of care to the thousands of patients we provide EMS to on a yearly basis. One of our strengths is the strong working relationship we have with our law enforcement team. We are currently partnering on a new drone program which allows drones piloted by Pasco police officers to assist our crews on fires and during rescue operations. This type of collaboration significantly enhances our ability to serve our community.
The Pasco Police Department has expanded its drone program to help track suspects and enforce traffic laws more safely, reducing the risk of high-speed pursuits. But technology is only part of the story. Pasco Police are meeting with residents face-to-face, hosting district meetings, and partnering with business leaders to strengthen community trust and collaboration. The community feedback also helps us focus our attention on reducing hotspots, making more of our staff time and resources.
When police anywhere in the Tri-Cities get an animal call, they can partner with our animal control officers at Tri-Cities Animal Services. Our new building has dedicated spaces for handling sick or injured animals, plus an in-house vet's office and improved spaces where families looking to adopt can meet potential pets. But that's just one of the new facilities opened in Pasco this year. This summer, we celebrated a new sporting complex on A Street, giving more Pasco families access to athletic fields closer to home. Downtown at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen, we installed new equipment, a new vendor window, and an outdoor seating area, expanding opportunities for local entrepreneurs. We've invested in Giesa Stadium improvements to ensure that the facility meets MLB requirements and continues providing a safe sports entertainment experience for fans and players alike. And of course, with over 300 days of sunshine each year, we make the most of our outdoor spaces. Thousands join us for events like Cinco de Mayo, the Grand Old 4th of July, the Fiery Foods Festival, Winterfest, and the Cable Bridge Run, celebrating our community all year long. Join us in 2026 for a once-in-a-generation watch party where soccer fans from all over the region will be able to gather and cheer on their favorite teams as they compete in one of the world's biggest sporting events.
From community and infrastructure and safety to housing, business and recreation, Pasco continues to grow with purpose Together, we're building a city that's stronger, smarter, and ready for the future.
Thank you, Mayor Milne and city staff for that great update. Next, we'll hear from Mayor Teresa Richardson. Hold on, let me figure out if I can talk. From the city of Richland, Mayor Richardson has served on the Richland City Council since 2022, becoming Mayor Pro Tem in 2023 and Mayor in 2024. What's next in 25 and 26? Let's see where we go here. A retired CEO of Habitat for Humanity, she led the organization for over 10 years, overseeing home construction and volunteer engagement. She also founded Development Solutions, a national fundraising consulting firm, and helped establish New Cold Co-op, a leader in automated cold storage. Active in the community, Teresa has volunteered with various organizations, including CASA, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Union Gospel Mission. A Washington State University grad, she is married with 3 sons and passionate about encouraging the next generation to thrive in Richland. Please help me welcome Mayor Teresa Richardson.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to gather once again with so many leaders, neighbors, and partners that share the belief in our region of power and promise that we have. I've just got to take a look at the audience here. If you're from Richland, staff, can you give a wave? There you are. I appreciate you guys so much and the leadership of John Amundsen, our city manager. Just a good job, everyone. Last year, I was able to speak about the spirit of Richland, a spirit filled with curiosity, hard work, and deep commitment to one another. I'm proud to say that that spirit only continues to grow. A few months ago, I had the opportunity to speak to the students at Rivers Edge High School. I asked them a simple question. If you were in charge of the city's budget, where would you spend the budget? Where would you spend those dollars? I gave each one of them 100 Richland bucks and asked them to put them in a bucket that they felt would be most important. They considered things you might expect, like a new water park, performing arts center, more fire stations, more community events, youth programs, but what stayed with me was where they chose to put their dollars. Affordable housing. These students, our next generation of leaders, workers, artists, parents, and business owners, reminded me that the future of Richland isn't only built on city council chambers through capital projects, it's built by listening, by learning, by asking who still needs to be at the table, who still needs a path to opportunity. These young people weren't thinking small. They weren't thinking about today's conveniences or instant gratification. They were thinking about stability, opportunity, and what it means to build a community where every family has a place to belong. That moment reminded me of something very important. Leadership is not defined by where you live. It's defined by who you serve. In Richland, we are committed to ensuring that every Richland has a voice and every council member is accountable to the entire city, every student, every family, every neighborhood, because our future is shared and the responsibility is shared. Our young people are watching how we show up. They're asking us to think long-term, to work together, to put people and potential above boundaries and labels. And we will. Richland's future is bright because our community is thoughtful, collaborative, and deeply invested in tomorrow. We are building a city that's innovative, resilient, connected, and welcoming. A city where the future is in focus, where every resident can see a path forward, and every student can imagine their place in it. Together, we will continue to build not just for today, but for those who will inherit what we create. To ensure the next generation thrives, join me. Let's work together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, community partners. As I stand here in front of Richland City Hall, I want to welcome you into the heart of our city as we share how innovation, connection, and collaboration are shaping a future that reflects the values and aspirations of our entire community. Richland is growing, evolving, and planning for the future with intention. This year has been about building a shared vision. We engaged our community, aligned major planning efforts, modernized systems, and invested in critical infrastructure. Together, we're keeping our future in focus and preparing for the next era of growth, innovation, and quality of life.
This year, the city has accomplished many major milestones under community visioning and planning. Together, the Future in Focus plan brings together the city's comprehensive plan, the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plan, and the citywide transportation plan. By aligning these efforts, we made it easier for residents to participate, create a shared vision across departments, and strengthened the foundation for where Richland is headed next. Our community told us they value access to parks and riverfront spaces, transportation choices, strong neighborhoods, and continued investment in economic development. With Future in Focus, we have a roadmap shaped by the people who call Richland home.
Reliable communication saves lives. That's why Richland, along with our regional partners in Benton and Franklin counties, are investing in a new 800 megahertz digital radio system. This upgrade will replace our aging VHF infrastructure with modern encrypted technology that gives first responders more channels, clearer connections, and stronger coordination during emergencies. It's a true regional effort, one that ensures our cities and counties can respond together faster and more effectively when our community needs us most.
Richland's economy continues to grow due to high-quality employers and regional partnerships.
Thank you.
This year, we continued accelerating development in North Richland, working closely with the Port of Benton and local industry leaders to expand job opportunities and new research and clean energy initiatives. We also advanced commercial development along the SR 240 corridor, including new investment at Tactile Drive, bringing expanded services and retail options for residents. By supporting business growth, encouraging development, and investing in key employment areas, we're helping build a strong and resilient local economy.
Building a city that moves safely and efficiently is key to our future growth. This year, we invested in major transportation improvements that enhance safety, reduce congestion, and support our expanding community.
That includes the future Dupertail roundabouts, Dallas Road improvements, and Badger Mountain South corridor upgrades, and key access improvements around the new Costco corridor. We also advanced design of the Downtown Loop project and held a community meeting to inform residents of project timing and traffic impacts. In addition, we will soon complete improvements to George Washington Way and Columbia Point Drive intersection. We are initiating improvements to the Tactile and Septo intersection. These projects create smoother travel, open up new development areas, and prepare Richland for the next phase of growth.
A reliable power system is essential to Richland's residents, businesses, and future growth. So this year, we strengthened our electric distribution system with substation upgrades at our Stevens location, including new switchgear equipment, a power transformer, and investments in modern system monitoring tools. We anticipate continuing similar upgrades in our Thayer substation in 2026. These improvements increase system reliability, support economic development, and position us to meet future energy needs as Richland grows. Our focus is simple: a resilient, efficient, and future-ready power system for our community and customers.
It's been an honor to serve this community for more than 3 decades. I'm proud of the men and women who dedicate themselves to protecting Richland every day. And as I look towards my retirement at the end of the year, I'm proud to hand over the reins to our new fire chief, Randy Ost.
Thanks, Chief. As we look ahead, we plan on building on that strong foundation that's been laid. We plan on investing in our people, expanding our training, and strengthening the programs that keep our community safe and connected.
Public safety continues to evolve. This year, more than ever, we have invested in thoughtful and consistent recruitment to expand our team and to commit to ongoing community engagement. We advance technology like drones as first responders. In addition, we are pursuing a feasibility needs assessment to explore options for new or extended police station, as our current facilities are inadequate.
Let's go! Oh, you are fast!
This year completed major park upgrades, including the Sturgeon Cove Playground here at